even though we didn't start dating until 2022, Shiloh and I actually met technically in August of 2018 on our first day of middle school. We were all in the gym and everyone was separated by class, and I was talking to my friends on the bleachers when a new kid walks in holding a sketchbook. And at this point in my life, I knew that I couldn't be an artist because artists don't get paid, but I really wanted to be one. But I didn't have anyone who was as interested in art as I was. So the fact that someone was proudly walking around with a sketchbook immediately caught my eye. And like obviously like we were kids, so me and my friends were like watching, like making sure like what class this new kid was in. And we were really excited when they stopped and sat down a few bleachers below us, meaning that Shiloh was in our class. And I really wanted to be their friend. But we didn't actually talk for about a month or two into school. And it wasn't until we had assigned seats and my best friend at the time, who I'll be calling Cyclamenn, sat down next to them while I sat behind both of them. And they actually did share a class together that I wasn't in. I forgot to mention that. And those two became friends. So slowly, Shiloh did end up joining our friend group, at least until my friend group started telling me that they didn't actually like Shiloh that much, especially my two closest friends at the time, which was Cyclamen and someone else I would be calling Buttercup. Over the years, I found out that not a single person in the friend group actually liked Shiloh in middle school, except for maybe like one or two of them. And I didn't understand why, because I assumed that they thought that they were a weird anime kid, because they were a weird anime kid. Like they did the Naruto in gym class, and they went to school with a foxtail. Like, so, like I assumed that was why. But no one ever told Shiloh directly to their face that they didn't like them, so they kept hanging out with the group. And I did forget to mention that the first person who told me that they didn't like Shiloh was Cyclamen, when Cyclamen came up to me and told me that they wanted Shiloh out of the group because like they didn't like them. But by now it was too late because Shiloh was starting to hang out with everybody. So like they couldn't just cut them off. And I had a neutral opinion of them at the time, so I don't even remember what I said in response. But I didn't dislike Shiloh. I thought that they were really cool, but I didn't talk to them, so like we weren't really friends. And but one day I did. I found them talking about Gotcha Life, which is an app where you can make avatars and you make stories out of those avatars. And I was really obsessed with this. So I was really excited to see someone else also be interested in it. So we talked about it, watched videos, like they showed me their characters. And this went on until eventually Shiloh started telling me about mental disorders. And I don't remember how this topic came up, but they told me that they have really bad anger issues and that being bipolar runs in their family. So they are also probably bipolar. And they pulled up one of those online bipolar tests on their phone. And it turned into taking other tests. Um, for me personally, the most notable that I remember is schizophrenia because I was convinced that I was schizophrenic for like 2 years, purely because of this conversation and because Shiloh told me that I probably was. Because Shiloh was also convinced he was schizophrenic at the time. Um, but Shiloh and I forgot to mention this too. Shiloh and I got very, very similar answers on almost every test that we took. And I remember that at one point Shiloh looked at me and was like, "Hey, like we're really similar. Like you're just like me." And like I just wanted to point that out because a lot of our friendship was based on the fact that we had so much in common. But this did go on for a while because I was genuinely like really interested in like what they were talking about. I'm very interested in psychology, and this was the start of my interest in psychology. But I was very, very sheltered, so I didn't know anything about mental disorders except for very negative stereotypes. So this was the first time I ever learned about them, and because of this, I learned about self-diagnosing and other very harmful habits, like through Shiloh, because Shiloh was already doing these habits, and this did continue for the entirety of us knowing each other. But it was at its worst in the first like couple years of us knowing each other because again, this is middle school. Um, and I do want to say now that I will be mentioning Shiloh's mental health a lot because they use it as an excuse a lot. And like mental health is not an excuse. I will always say that mental health is not an excuse for behavior. Like whatever Shiloh has going on does not excuse or justify the things that they've done to me and the things that they've done to like my friends and things they've done to people that I don't even know, but I've heard that they've done things to. And although mental health can be an explanation and be like a reason as to why someone acts the way that they do, like it's still not an excuse. And I do understand why Shiloh did most of the things that they've done because I know about their mental health and like their trauma. So like through that, I can like in my mind explain and understand why they did those things, but it does not justify it. It does not excuse them from accountability for doing these things. And I do want to like small disclaimer. I'm only gonna like briefly go through it. Shiloh is diagnosed with bipolar disorder and borderline personality disorder, and you can look at Shiloh's actions with that context. Like you can probably explain a lot of Shiloh's actions, like through like just those two things alone. But again, it does not justify their behavior. And with me, you can look at my actions through like the context of me having like depression, OCD, anxiety, and PTSD and autism. But again, vice versa, not justification. You can just look at our actions like through that context if you want to. Because Shiloh was constantly saying, "Oh, like you're leaving out context." So just wanted to put that out there. And like as I've just said, like Shiloh is constantly accusing me of leaving things out to make them look like even worse than they actually are. And I personally don't think that in this case it matters as much as they claim it does because a lot of their actions speak for themselves. Like if you've seen one of my TikToks with the screenshots, like a lot of that speaks for itself. But I do want to say that I will not be going more in depth with Shiloh's mental health, like specifically borderline personality disorder and bipolar disorder, because I don't want to add to any stereotypes when these disorders are already like so insanely stigmatized. I don't have either of these disorders. I knew it was stigmatized, but I didn't realize just how bad it was until I started looking into it myself to make this video. Like it's really really bad, and I really don't want to add on to any of that. So like I don't want to spread any misinformation, and I really don't want anyone to watch this like thinking like, oh, like I can't date someone with bipolar disorder or BPD because they're just gonna be abusive. That's not true, like whatsoever. Like no mental disorder makes someone an abuser. Like they're just like that. Like it's not an excuse. It's not like it does not make them an abuser. I just don't know how to word this. Like nothing makes people do this to other people and be justified in doing it. And it does not automatically make someone an abuser. But I do want to like I just want to make it like very, very, very clear that no disorder makes someone abuse someone else. And those who are abusers are not justified in their actions and they are not excused from taking accountability for the things that they have done purely because they have these disorders. I just want to make that very clear at the very beginning. But um, me and Shiloh, um, we did slowly get closer after that conversation. And we didn't actually become super close until like 2020. We did start hanging out a lot more in late 2019, but we didn't become like super close until 2020 and the pandemic. And I did realize that we had a lot in common. Like we did end up having a Gotcha Life channel together sometime in 2020. And I did check the channel still exists, but like Shiloh got rid of all the videos. And but at the time, like Shiloh was genuinely like really great, like to me at least. Like I thought that they were like really nice and funny, and we had so much in common. We shared with so many interests. Like they were the coolest person ever, and they were an anime fan. Like they introduced me to anime, and that was something like we could relate on. And they would bring like so many gifts to school, and like we played games together, and like ate snacks. And I thought that they were like so like nice and sweet, and like I just thought that they were like so like cool and interesting and fun. And eventually, the pandemic does happen, and Shiloh had Discord, but they didn't actually use it that often until the pandemic. um, which people have been bringing up the fact that we use Discord. And we use Discord because I didn't have a phone, so Discord was just a convenient way to communicate, and we just never stopped because it was so convenient. But just wanted to say that once the pandemic happened, we started spending more time together, and the more time we spent together, the more time they spent with my friends or our friends. But again, they didn't actually like Shiloh that much. Like they only tolerated Shiloh because they knew that I liked Shiloh. And the more time that they spent with our friends, the more I realized they were really not kidding about the fact that they have anger issues. Because apparently Shiloh didn't like Cyclamen or Buttercup either. And they also didn't like Clementis, who is another person in this story. She lived in a different state, and so we only talked to her online. But Shiloh didn't like them. But that's the main five people that I will be talking about throughout this: me, Shiloh, Cyclamen, Buttercup, and Clementis. And everyone in this group was like very toxic to an extent, at least. Um, because we were children, like we were like this was ages 11 to 13, and we would get into arguments all the time, and a lot of them would end with Shiloh yelling and cussing them out. And I wouldn't even know what started these arguments, but I would brush them off, and I'm sure a lot of the others also brushed them off because arguments were very common between all of us, even if Shiloh wasn't even there. So Shiloh's behavior didn't really stand out to anyone because like it was just so common within our friend group to get into arguments. So if we had to hold Shiloh accountable for what they were doing, we had to hold ourselves accountable too. And we were children, so we didn't want to do that. So we kind of just left Shiloh alone. And well, we didn't leave them alone. I meant that we just didn't really call them out for their actions or anything. But it did get a bit harder to ignore when Shiloh would, after an argument, or not even after an argument, like sometimes they would just randomly leave the group chat or the server and then just not talk to anybody, and then come back like nothing happened. And no one else in the friend group did anything like this up until now. Um, Shiloh also had a history of harming themselves and then also talking about it, which is something that up until now, friend group also didn't do. Like no one, as far as I remember, no one really talked about SH in the way that Shiloh did. So this was red flag number one because every time they would leave, I would end up panicking, as you can see. You'll see more of it later. And they left the server. This is just the server, not even the group chats, just the server. Like they would leave a lot, and I would panic because I was scared they were going to do something. And Shiloh, at this point, was getting into a lot of arguments with people, and they would excuse their behavior by saying that they have anger issues. And there were times where Shiloh would actually tell the entire group that they don't actually enjoy arguing with people and they just genuinely can't control their anger and they don't have the resources to get diagnosed with anything or like get medication or like go to therapy. Like they don't have those resources. And I think that them talking to us about that is probably one of the most like one of the more mature things that they could have done in that situation because they didn't apologize. Like they would just explain their actions, but they wouldn't apologize. And I do think that at least explaining their actions and saying that they don't do it intentionally is like at least a step in the right direction. but it is overshadowed by the fact that Shiloh would still use it as an excuse, and again, would never apologize for any of the things they've done. They would just say, "I have English, it's what you expect." And this did continue for a year, and by 2021, almost all the arguments that often we've had revolved around Shiloh one way or another. And the reason that we were even still friends with Shiloh at this point was because they weren't always like this. They weren't like this 24/7. Like they weren't constantly like yelling at us. Well, not us, like my friends. Um, they could be an incredible person, like sometimes, but and at this point we'd known them for years. Like this is 2020, 2021. We've known them since 2018. So like it is hard to just drop a friend that you've known for so long, even if like the entire friendship was like rocky from the start. And Shadow's behavior did eventually get more aggressive. And for a while, I did stay out of it because like they were targeting my friends, like they weren't targeting me because like they only didn't like the other three. So I would stay out of it, and then my friends would call me out on it, and because I was the only one that Shiloh actually liked and wouldn't yell at. So my friends would be like, "Hey, can you talk to them? Because if I talk to them, like they're gonna yell at me, so you go talk to them." So I was like, "Okay, fine then." I don't remember if I did ever specifically talk to them about their actions. Um, but I do know for a fact because I'm going to be showing screenshots about this. I do know that there were multiple times where I would talk to the others in private about how much I don't like Shiloh's actions, and I would say that I don't like how they treat like the others, and I just feel obligated to like go along with it. And I did agree with them sometimes, but they would constantly like go after other people, like for literally nothing. Like they've done nothing to them, and they would go after them, and they would repeatedly take it too far because it would be an argument over something small, and it would turn into death threats. And unfortunately, a lot of the time, I would end up defending or downplaying a lot of Shiloh's actions, especially in later years. And at first, I did call out Shiloh a few times. Like I think 2020 was the first, not first, the last time I really like wholeheartedly like went against them. Like, hey, I might show screenshots of it. I might add screenshots later on about that argument in 2020. But Shiloh would constantly ignore me, pretend I wasn't there, or just completely disregard everything that I've said. And that's something that they did for the entirety of our friendship, no matter how many times I would tell them to calm down and stop attacking people. So at least for this time period, I did stop calling them out. I did start again later on, but for this time period, I stopped calling them out because I wanted to spend time with them. And originally, like up until now, I defended them because I genuinely believe that they were in the right, and I didn't understand that their English use wasn't an excuse. So I genuinely believe that they didn't mean to hurt people. It was just their English use, and I did admire them at this point, because I thought that they were like really cool. And eventually, I started to be scared of them because I thought that like what if they did start yelling at me or cursing at me or threatening me, and what if they decided that all of a sudden like they hate me and like they don't want to hang out with me anymore, like we don't want friends anymore, and like just because I wouldn't agree with them, because the others wouldn't agree with them, and they would end up yelling at them and cursing at them. And they've already cut off some people, and they would block people all the time. And they've also threatened to harm and kill people multiple times. And I really, really did not want that to happen to me. Because the only reason that they didn't do it to me was because um, I want to say it's because they actually like me, not romantically, but they actually like genuinely like me as a person. But I know that it was actually because they only didn't attack me because I never went against them. Like as soon as you go against Shiloh, like immediately, like you're done. Like they're attacking you, like they're cutting you off, like they're done with you. So the only reason that they didn't attack me was because I never went against them. But I thought that they were really good friends, and I had so much in common with them. And this was also the time I had to talk them out of harming and offing themselves multiple times. So I was also scared that if I went against them, they would like off themselves. So I would have to talk to Shiloh with the assumption that if I do something wrong, they would off themselves. So I would end up downplaying their actions. So they wouldn't overreact or they wouldn't get mad at me or hurt themselves. And they would always use their English use and their bipolar as a way to say like, oh, that's why I act that way. Like it's not my fault. And I started to believe them, and I did relate to them to an extent. I've always been emotionally disconnected to people. Like I'm not great at empathy. Well, I'm better at it now, but back then I was really, really bad at empathizing with other people. So I was also not super great to my friends. I did throw them under the bus when I decided to stay friends with Shiloh. Um, and I didn't really understand why people in general would be upset or like when they cry or like when they were mad or like wanted to spend time together. I didn't really understand emotions, and like it annoyed me because I couldn't understand it. And I'm pretty sure this is due to autism. Like, I think this is, as far as I'm aware, this is like symptoms of autism. But at the time, I did not know that. So I learned about something called antisocial personality disorder, which is a disorder about a lack of empathy and repeated harmful behaviors without remorse. And at the time, I thought that that accurately described my emotions. But I was 13, and you need to be 18 to be diagnosed. But I was still convinced that I had it. And I used it to defend my actions a lot. Because Shiloh used their mental health to defend theirs, so I didn't see a problem with it at the time. And I felt like Shiloh was the only one who understood me. And they told me that the others didn't actually care, and they just didn't get it. And Shiloh was the only one who cared about me, and I believed them. Everyone at this point was telling me that Shiloh was not a great person, but I thought that they were really kind, and they came to school with gifts. They remembered like my favorite snacks, like my favorite show, things I liked. They did buy me a tablet when mine broke, and they liked my art, and they wanted me to pursue a career in art because they knew that was something that I really wanted to do. And they were obviously like they did say things like here and there, but I just brushed it off because I felt like we understood each other, and that was the first time ever that I felt understood by another person. So I really didn't want them to leave, and I definitely didn't want them to off themselves. So I started to defend them when they treated my friends poorly. Um, and as I said earlier, like um, the main five is who I'll be talking about, but I will be talking about more people. Um, and no matter what I say about anyone in this video, other than Shiloh, I don't hate any of them. I don't hold anything that I've said against them. Like I don't want to see anything bad about any of them. And you don't know anything about any of these people other than things that I'm telling you. So please don't make assumptions about them or try to like act as if you know them because you don't. So I just want to like put that out there that you don't know these people. So please don't say anything bad about them or make any like assumptions about these people. Like I'm only talking about them purely for context. And it would take genuine years to explain every single argument our friend group had before eventually it all ended. And I'm only explaining like the major arguments from this point onward. I'm only explaining the major arguments that happened in the group. And um, a lot of the arguments were personal, which is so even some main arguments will also be cut out. But I do want to have like a quick pause to show like anything that didn't make it into any other section. Like this is just all the like extra screenshots I have left over. And I will likely add more like once everything is finished. And you will see in these screenshots that Shiloh targeted Buttercup a lot um, for no apparent reason. Like Buttercup would say hi, and Shiloh would respond, "Oh, shut the fuck up." Like she just said hi. Like, are you serious? And I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that I was also a saint, as I've said before. Like I also treated my friends like pretty badly, because of my lack of empathy. Which it's not an excuse, by the way. I just wanted to say that. And you can see like I also wasn't super great. And by this point, I was conditioned to just go along with whatever Shiloh wanted, but that does not justify my behavior. And I do want to say that Shiloh is obsessed with saying I purposely leave out context. So here's a bit more context on friend group. Um, I personally don't think that Shiloh was the main problem of friend group, at least from 2018 to 2020, because it wasn't until 2021 where most arguments started to revolve around Shiloh specifically. And some people have, like in the past, like multiple people actually. I think like most of the people in the friend group has actually come up to me and said that Shiloh was in fact the main problem of the friend group. I personally disagree. Maybe I'm biased. Like I probably am honestly, but I think that our friend group was toxic even without Shiloh. We wouldn't have been as bad if Shiloh wasn't there. Like I'll say that. Like if Shiloh wasn't there, I think that things would have been solved between all of us way faster, and I think that the friend group would still be intact if Shiloh wasn't there. But I still don't think that they were like the main problem because like I don't think they weren't why we were toxic is what I'm trying to get at. Shiloh is in fact the only person in the group who would attack people for no reason. But outside of that, most of the things that Shiloh did do was the same, if not equal to things that like other people in the group would do, like myself included. Like if Shiloh did something, like chances are someone else in the group did like the exact same thing, like just in a different variation. And Shiloh did also have valid arguments occasionally. And although I don't agree with how they went about it, there were some arguments where I probably would still side with them. Um, Actually, I'm more of a neutral person now, but I would still try to like understand where they're coming from because I understand why they would have these arguments. The one example, I'm only going to briefly go through this. The one example that I put down when I wrote this was how in our friend group, homophobic and transphobic remarks were like pretty common. Um, like our entire friend group now, like all of us are adults and most of us are gay. So like before anyone says anything about that, I just wanted to make that clear, even though that doesn't like make it okay. But homophobic and transphobic comments were like pretty common in our friend group when we were in middle school, and Shiloh was always the first to defend people against these comments, or like they would first like call people out on these things or like get mad at them for it. Shiloh was also always the first person to correct someone on someone's pronouns, or like if someone did think someone, like Shiloh was the first person to correct them, even in the middle of arguments. Like if someone was misgendered, Shiloh would stop like what they were doing to correct the person and then move on. And they did get into arguments with people over these things because like it's Shiloh, of course they did. But I personally think that a lot of these arguments, like not justified, but I get why they became arguments because um like this was like a repeated thing. Like there were people who would like repeatedly like use the wrong pronouns or repeatedly use the wrong name. And Shiloh would get into arguments with them like about that. And I just wanted to point that out as one of like I was just going through screenshots and I found that this was something that Shiloh like very consistently did. So it really like stood out to me and I wanted to like point that out. But I will say that there were two things that Shiloh did do about this that I cannot agree with, which were both in 2022, where in April, Shiloh accused someone who they knew was bisexual of faking being queer to fit in because everyone else in the group was queer. And then about 2 months later, they accused someone else of faking their queer-related trauma, which I will talk more about later. And both of those things are obviously like very, very bad. Shiloh should not have done that. Um, and they were, at least the first one was something that we just like brushed past, and the second one was something that didn't really become a big deal. But they were still like very bad, and I don't want to downplay them. But outside of these two incidents, Shiloh has always been like very respectful when it came to this sort of thing. I just wanted to like point that out because Shiloh has done like Shiloh isn't pure evil. Like I never said that they were. Like, and I never will say that they were. Like I don't think they're not spawned of the devil or whatever. Because abusers can do good things every once in a while. Like Shiloh has done good things for me, and I will be talking about that throughout this. But that doesn't make them any less of an abuser because like doing good things every once in a while doesn't undo all the bad that you do. Like unless you're purposely or like making an effort to take accountability and like redeem yourself for the things that you've done in the past. Like doing good things does not like change the fact that you did do those bad things. Even if you do take accountability, like doing good things still wouldn't undo all the things that you've done. And I want to make it clear that abusers can do good things every once in a while. Because I was one of those people who believe that, oh, like Shiloh, like they were good sometimes, so they can't be an abuser because like they did a few nice things for me. Like that isn't the case because even if someone does, even if someone's nice to you sometimes, like a lot of that can be like very, very much overshadowed by all the bad things that they've done. Like it does not automatically make them no longer an abuser because they're nice to you. Like I just want to point that out. I've been saying that a lot. And now, by now it's December of 2020, and defending Shiloh has put a lot of obvious strain on our friend group, but we stayed together because we've known each other for so long. We've all known each other for years. And most notably, like me and Cyclamenn, like we were, like, our friendship was pretty strained because, like, Cyclamenn was the first person who told me that they didn't like Shiloh. And now I was hanging out with Shiloh more than I was Cyclamenn. So Cyclamenn was, like, pretty upset about that. And they did really hate how I defended Shiloh all the time. And the two would argue a lot, but those arguments would get worse later on. But Cyclamen and I started dating December 27th of 2020. And that's a whole separate thing that I'm really not going to get into, at least not right now. But I was never romantically attracted to Cyclamen in the first place. And but we did announce our relationship to the others that same day. And the next day, Shiloh said that they actually had a crush on me. Well, they actually said that they liked both of us, but Cyclamen told me that Shiloh only had a crush on me. And I cannot find the messages where Shiloh confessed because I assume it was in the group chat that I was kicked from. Because I looked through every single message that Shiloh sent that day, and it is not there. But you can see in DMs that I was talking to Shiloh after it happened, and you can obviously see that I was talking to Cyclamen about it. And I actually told Shiloh the day before I started dating Cyclamen. I told Shiloh that I had a crush on someone, but I'd never specified that it was Cyclamen, but I'm sure they assumed, because who else would it be? But I actually never had a crush, ever. Like, I've never had a crush on anyone in my entire life, and I didn't know how to identify a crush. But so I talked to Shiloh about it, and Shiloh did end up saying, as far as I remember, Shiloh said that this conversation is the reason why they realized that they had a crush on me. And um, as far as I remember, I think that's all that Shiloh did. Like, they just said that they had a crush on me, and then became like very depressed. There was an argument, but that was personal, so I'm not going to talk about that. Not an argument between me and Shiloh, not an argument between Shiloh and Cyclamen. Um, but this is purely for context to show that Shiloh has had a crush on me since 2020, and I'm not going to show any more screenshots of any of that because most of it was between me and Cyclamen, and everything was very personal. But this did cause a lot of problems with me and Cyclamen, so we ended up breaking up after only a week of dating. So by now, it's the first week of January of 2021. And Cyclamen said they dumped me, so I would date Shiloh instead to make them happy. But I wasn't attracted to Shiloh at the time. But that didn't stop Cyclamen from trying to get us together for the next 5 months. And during these 5 months, Shiloh continued to have problems with Cyclamen and Buttercup. But immediately after all of this happened, everything went back to normal. Like Cyclamen and I were best friends. Shiloh got into petty arguments, and all of us were still like toxic towards each other. But like as I keep saying, like Cyclamen and Shiloh have always had problems with they've always had problems with each other since they met in 2018. But now it's only gotten worse because there's a love triangle. I don't think they purposely made it worse because of the love triangle, but I'm sure that contributed at least a bit, even if they weren't like aware. Um, and I did say the main problem with the love triangle is the fact that I didn't romantically like either of them. But the second problem with this is that Shiloh was doing all of this while in a relationship. Like, meaning that not only did Shiloh have a crush on me while they were in another relationship, but if Cyclamen did manage to convince me to get with Shiloh after dumping me, if Shiloh and I got together, like Shiloh would have been cheating on both me and their girlfriend at the time. And I didn't realize any of this until I started looking at screenshots while writing because, like, I never thought about it. Like, I never looked into it. Like, Shiloh gave me multiple reasons as to why they wouldn't date me at the time, and not a single one of those reasons was the fact that they had a girlfriend. But after looking into it, I can say for certain that Shiloh did want me while they were in a relationship. I met their ex-girlfriend in 2020, like months before all of this happened. And I know for a fact that I brought up Shiloh being in a relationship after revealing they had a crush on me, but I can't find it anywhere. And on February of 2021, only a little over a month after Shiloh said that they had a crush on me, I mentioned to Cyclamen that Shiloh was still in a relationship. And as of April of 2021, Shiloh said that they were technically still dating. And in May, when Cyclamen asked Shiloh if they were single, Shiloh didn't give a straight answer, meaning that they still haven't broken up at that point. And I did also forget to mention that. We talked about Shiloh's relationship in November, a month before they said that they had a crush on me. And I knew, like, almost nothing about Shiloh's relationship. Like, obviously, like, I knew that they were in a relationship. Like, I've known that they were in a relationship for, like, years at this point. But Like I know nothing about their ex. Like I know their name. Like that's it. And I know that they were an abusive piece of shit. And but that's not my story to tell, so I'm not gonna give any like details about that. But like I never knew if they were ever actively in a relationship or not because they were very on and off with their ex. And oh, I did say it. Like they were talking about their relationship issues a month prior to them revealing that they had a crush on me. Like I only ever looked into it because I found out about this while going through screenshots and I was really weirded out that they had a crush on me, like while they were in a relationship. And I found like even more things. Like this is how I found like all the other screenshots from looking into it. And like I realized that Shiloh relied on me emotionally a lot. Like I had to talk them out of harming and offering themselves like multiple times. Like I spent a lot of time supporting Shiloh like within the friend group. Like I don't know if this counts as emotional cheating, but based on everything I know about Shiloh and how close me and Shiloh were, like especially you're gonna hear about it a lot in this next section. Like especially like our attachment to each other. Like I feel like Shiloh at least attempted to emotionally cheat on me with like they tried to emotionally cheat on their partner with me. And like their partner was obviously like very, very bad. And they did say that they didn't love them anymore at that point. But having a bad partner and not loving them does not give you the right to cheat on them regardless of the circumstances. And before anyone says that, hold on. Okay, I had to move my mic, so I hope it doesn't sound weird. But where was I? Yeah, I knew nothing about Shiloh's relationship outside of the fact that their ex was toxic. And I barely knew if they were like still together since Shiloh never talked about their ex. And I knew that they were constantly on breaks. So I genuinely thought that I was just being a good friend to Shiloh. And I didn't even know emotional cheating was a thing. And I did make it clear multiple times by this point that I didn't like them romantically. And even as a friend, I said multiple times that I didn't like their actions. So if Shiloh and I did end up dating at this time, they would have been cheating on me too, since they purposely like not they purposely didn't talk about the fact they were still like dating their ex. Because again, we talked about it in November. They talked about how they wanted to break up with them. They said that they had a crush on me late December. So I had no reason to assume that they were still in the relationship until February when I assumed that Shiloh like brought it up to me at some point. And based on everything I know about Shiloh during this time, them having like cheating behaviors this early on makes a lot of sense. And by now it's 2021, and like I said, most of the arguments start to revolve around Shiloh by this time. Like even if Shiloh wasn't present, it would be about Shiloh's behavior. And you'll see this as I go more in depth. But around this point in the friend group is when everyone in the main five, except for Shiloh, obviously, were finally like done with them. Like it was finally to the point where everyone looked back and was like, "This is ridiculous. Like Shiloh should not be acting that way. Like this is crazy." And by now, everyone in the friend group has started to make the conscious choice to stop arguing with each other because we wanted to fix things and we wanted to stay friends. Shiloh was the only one who didn't do this and continued to start arguments. So by 2021, everyone in the friend group had realized that Shiloh should not be acting this way. Like this is crazy. Like why are you acting this way? When all of us have said that like we want to like move past this, like we want to stay friends. And this is when other members of the friend group slowly decided that they just didn't want to be around Shiloh like anymore because like they did genuinely become friends. Even though I said that they didn't like Shiloh at the beginning, they did genuinely become friends with them because we all hung out so much. But by now, like no one really liked their actions. And 2021 is probably when I spent the least amount of time with Shiloh ever since we started to become friends. But I still chose to stay friends with them. And I don't remember when this started or how it got this bad. I'm sure it was like a very slow progression over the past like few years, but by 2021, it was very, very apparent that I had a very unhealthy attachment to Shiloh because I was scared of them but I still defended them every chance I got. So it created a very healthy imbalance where I would defend Shiloh out of fear, but that would enable Shiloh to continue the behaviors that scared me in the first place. And I didn't have a reason to mention this until now, but in 2020, me and Shiloh decided that when we were older, we wanted to go to a completely different country and live together and cut off both of our families. We weren't dating at this point. I didn't know that I was gay, and Shiloh was actively in a relationship, and I was already building my future around them. Like we were building our future around each other. And this is another reason I felt like Shiloh like emotionally cheated on their ex. Um, and by 2021, it was really bad to the point my friends noticed and called us out on it. And Shiloh would get mad at them, and every time that another person talked to me about things that Shiloh's done, like my immediate response would be to defend them. Because in my mind, that Shiloh just cared about me so much that they would like yell at anyone who like doubted our friendship. And because talking to Shiloh obviously would not work, my friends would talk to me instead. And like I'm going to focus on bigger parts. So here's a few examples of like me talking about Shiloh saying I don't agree with them, or my friends coming up to me to talk about Shiloh. Like I will potentially add more examples if I find them. Um, I have talked to people about how much I've changed since getting close with Shiloh, and my friends would call me out for acting differently. Like throughout, like the rest of me knowing Shiloh, like my friends would eventually, well, every once in a while, call me out and say that, oh, you've changed like so much. And this is the point where like it really started. Before meeting Shiloh, I definitely wasn't like extroverted or confident because I was definitely a very, very insecure little kid, and I did not like to be around people. But I didn't really care about what people thought about me as much. Like I wanted to fit in, but I wasn't. I was never scared that someone would hate me. I had the mindset of like, oh, if you hate me, that's your problem, not mine. But when I met Shiloh and saw the way that they acted, all of a sudden, everything I did, I had to think in the back of my mind, if I do this, would Shiloh hate me for it? And I've never ever been a people pleaser in my life up until this point. But I repeatedly referred to myself as one when it came to only Shiloh. Like I would specify that only Shiloh made me feel like a people pleaser. And I wasn't constantly looking for their approval, at least at the time. It just started out as me not wanting Shiloh to hate me because if they hated me, they would attack me like they would attack the others. And I was scared of that happening because I'm scared of them like yelling and cursing at me and threatening to kill me. So like obviously I was scared of that. And so to avoid that, I did what they wanted no matter the consequence. And I'm not completely blaming them for this, but they are definitely the main person who caused this fear, like the fear of me but not wanting to be hated in the first place. And a notable moment is January 19th, 2021, when Shiloh and Buttercup had a small argument in the morning that I tried to mediate it. Like I wasn't really mediating it, I was just warning them to calm down. And later that same day, they argued again. But both arguments were started because Buttercup did something really small, and Shiloh would get really pissed off for no reason. And that's how most arguments between them started. And you can see them arguing, like me talking. And like I probably cut off some things for privacy. Um, but after that first argument, Buttercup did reach out to me in private because like Shiloh was consistently treating her very badly. So Buttercup like reached out to me and asked me about it. And she told me not to tell Shiloh because she knew that Shiloh would be very, very mad. And I knew that Shiloh would be very, very mad, so I also didn't tell Shiloh. But I had to talk to Buttercup about how I don't know why Shiloh acts the way that they do. Like they have anger issues, but I don't know why they do what they do. And I was not there for the second argument, which was the bigger one. I showed up an hour after it happened, very confused. But the argument started because they were playing Minecraft, and Shiloh got mad at Buttercup for repeatedly leaving and rejoining the world, which is something that doesn't affect Shiloh whatsoever, except for maybe like if they need to sleep. But even then, like that's not that big of a deal. But it turned into an argument where Shiloh started accusing the others of villainizing them when they didn't do anything, and I started accusing them of like hating them, like they just wanted them gone because like they're constantly the bad guy. We started like this just started from Minecraft. Like, how did you being upset at someone from leaving a Minecraft world turn into you talking about how everyone hates you? And this is something that Shiloh did extremely often, and it's how most arguments went with them by this point. Shiloh would start an argument about something very small, and by the end of it, they would accuse everyone of hating them and saying that they just want them gone, and like they were just like the bad guy like all the time, like everybody hated them. Like this is gaslighting, and they would constantly gaslight everyone around them into thinking that everyone else was the problem except for them. And here, the screenshots. And while I was offline and this argument was happening, Cyclamenn messaged me about what Shiloh was doing. And as far as I remember, this was one of the first times that someone actually sat me down and was like, "Hey, Shiloh's behavior is terrible and disgusting, and you should not be defending that because that's crazy. Like, why are they acting that way?" And in response, I lied to Cyclamenn by saying that Shiloh's actions were bad. And like, oh, I understood. Like, I don't get why they act that way either. I genuinely didn't. Like I talked to Buttercup that same day, so like I genuinely didn't know why Shiloh acted that way, and I didn't like Shiloh's actions. But by this point, I didn't understand like why it was so bad because this was just normal Shiloh behavior. Like this is just what Shiloh did. Like, this is just how they were. Like they just had anger issues. Like that's just the kind of person Shiloh was. So it was never. I didn't see why it was a big deal, and I know a lot of that did come from me not being the target. Um, like I'm sure if I was the target, I would like more so understand why. Um, I forgot to write this down, but I do want to talk about how um like the different like trauma responses to like being attacked. Abusive friendships do exist. Like I just wanted to say that out there. Um, like we all had very different reactions to how Shiloh treated our friend group. I'm not going to go into how the others reacted to it because like that's their business, that's their like personal stuff. But how I reacted to it was to just let it happen. Like if Shiloh did something, I just let it happen because I knew that if I didn't, Shiloh would attack me, which is very common in like abuse in general, like not just like friendships, relationships, like also with like parents or like any abuse. It's very common for victims to just like let it happen to protect themselves because they know that fighting back would like caused them to be hurt. So I didn't want to be hurt, so I just didn't do anything because I knew that if I did, Shiloh would hurt me. And like I feel like so like I know it was selfish of me to do that, even though I know it was a trauma response. I just like I have talked to the others about it, so I'm not gonna talk about like personal details and stuff. But like we all like I feel like we were all victims of Shiloh in one way or another. I might make a whole separate video about that, but I just wanted to say that right now. I'll talk more about it when I sort out my thoughts about it because I haven't really thought about it that much because I was so focused on everything else. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about that. And you can see that I didn't I did talk about Shiloh's actions. And Cyclamen would tell me about how bad Shiloh's actions were. And I did mention that if this turned into a whole thing, I didn't want to be part of it because I didn't want Shiloh to think that I was actually against them, and I didn't want Shiloh to hate me because if they hated me, they would attack me and they would hurt me. And as far as I remember, I never told Shiloh about the conversation with Buttercup, and I didn't tell them about the conversation with Cyclamen until years later. And I only brought it up because I told Cyclamen, well, I told Shiloh that Cyclamen was actually at fault for that conversation because I thought that Cyclamen was just trying to separate us and like turn us against each other because that's what Shiloh said that Cyclamen was doing, so it must be true. Um, but when this was brought up again in DMs with Shiloh the very next day, January 20th, 2021, I did end up siding with Shiloh, and I did in fact test out Buttercup and treated her poorly, which was the exact opposite of how I was acting with Cyclamen the day before. I don't remember um, what this argument was. I could probably find it, and if I do, I will add like some screenshots later. Um, but like this is just how things were. I was scared of how Shiloh would react if I didn't pick their side, but I was scared of how Cyclamen would react if I defended Shiloh. Um, and I feel like that should be a sign. Like if you're defending someone and you know that your friends would get mad at you for defending them, like maybe you shouldn't defend that person. But I didn't understand that at the time, and if I did, I definitely would have saved myself a lot of drama. Um, because at this point, this was 2021. At this point, we were 13, 14, I believe. I think we were all like 13. Yeah, I think so. And by this point, Shiloh already had me convinced that Sigmund and Buttercup didn't actually care about me, and this was evident in an argument 6 days later, January 26, 2021, where I directly say that I felt like only Shiloh cared about me and no one else actually cared. And then on February 24th, 2020, no, that should be 2021, but 2021, I talked to Sigmund about personal stuff, and I was venting to them about my mental health, and obviously a lot of this conversation will be cut out. And suddenly they told me to stop being friends with Shiloh because they knew Sigmund was the only person that I actually told, as far as I remember, that I defended Shiloh only because I felt like I had no other choice. Like even in this very same conversation, I said that I blindly agree with Shiloh, no matter the consequences. And Sigmund said that I should stop hanging out with Shiloh because it wasn't healthy. And I told him I can't do that because without Shiloh, I am nothing. And up until this point, I have never been so attached to anybody in my entire life. And even now, I've never been like as attached to someone as I was with Shiloh. Like much less like be attached to them because of fear. Because at this point in my life, I didn't really like people. Like my lack of empathy like made it really hard for me to be attached to people in general. And I still don't get attached to people. Like it's very hard for me to get attached to people. So Shiloh was the first and only person where I felt like my self-esteem and everything about who made me who I am was dictated by how they felt about me. And we weren't even dating at this point. Like this is us as friends. And I already felt like I was nothing without them and that everyone in the world hated me except for them because they were everything to me. So even if I had to put myself and the people around me at risk, I would do anything for Shiloh because I didn't want them to hate me. Um, and Shiloh did know that I would just go along with whatever they did. Even though they didn't know why I did it, they knew that I would. So they would ask me to do things for them, which was typically to help. They wanted help confronting other people or for me to defend them when they would go after others. And um, I know that a lot of people are going to say this is a non-issue, which I do agree that like this isn't nearly as bad as anything else that they've done in this video. But I just wanted to point it out. From 2020 to 2022, I was an admin on the server that we mostly spoke in. So Shiloh would sometimes ask me to use my admin powers to mute or kick people for them. And I would sometimes if I thought that they had a valid argument, but sometimes I wouldn't because they would argue with people who didn't do anything. Yeah, they did it a lot. I forgot there's many screenshots. And Shiloh was the only person in the main five who wasn't an admin, which they were upset about. In only 2022, Shiloh did become an admin. It was for such a short amount of time that I actually can't find how long they were admin. I assume it was less than a week. Like it was at least a day, no more than a week. And it was taken away and never given back because there was no reason for them to have it. Meanwhile, the rest of the five, Clementis was the owner, and Cyclamen and I were admins from 2020 until the end of the server 2022. Buttercup was an admin from 2020, but her admin powers were permanently revoked in early 2022. And after, like, this was only after it was taken away multiple times throughout the years. And even without admin powers, Shiloh still broke the rules, was disrespectful, and tried to encourage me to abuse my admin powers, which is why they themselves want an admin, even though they asked to become one like multiple times. And they continue to ask, even after they were no longer the only one without admin. And they did continue to ask even after like they had admin for like a day and then just taken away. And they asked even more frequently after Buttercup lost her role because they wanted to use that as an excuse to take her place. Yeah. And admittedly, before I became the admin in 2020, I was also upset that I wasn't an admin. And in my early stages of being an admin, I did say that Shiloh also deserved to be one. But the difference between Shiloh and I is that I was given admin because Clemens knew that I wouldn't act like Shiloh with it. My one and only offense as my time as an admin was changing Buttercup's nickname to curse words without permission the day she lost her admin. And I don't know what Shiloh means when they say that they've never had complaints while being an admin, because first of all, you had it for less than a week, and so you never used your admin powers. And I did have a separate server that I did own with Shiloh, but that server was never active to begin with, and so they never had the chance to use those admin powers. And I don't know of any other servers where they did have admin. And they also claim to have no complaints, which isn't even true because not Shiloh, Buttercup complained multiple times, which I might add more screenshots of. But like they complained multiple times saying that Shiloh had no right to be an admin and that they were just an admin for no reason because they didn't do anything with it. And Shiloh was the main reason that admins even ever needed to use their powers in the first place, because again, most of the arguments at this point revolved around Shiloh or involved Shiloh. So one of the reasons Shiloh gave for wanting to be an admin was because arguments would happen when admins weren't online. but that was because Shiloh was the one starting the arguments. So everyone in the admin team agreed that they should not have any sort of power in the server. And as far as I remember, I never actually confronted Shiloh about this because I didn't want them to be upset. And by now it's still 2021, and Shiloh's arguments went from petty comments to threats because they did threaten to harm and kill people in the past, but we knew that they would never actually go through with it. I hope. But in April of 2021, Shiloh went so far as to try to get the IP addresses of Cyclamenn, Buttercup, and Cyclamenn to try to blackmail them, and also threatened to get their accounts banned in the past, and has also spam reported accounts, which I forgot to mention. I told them that they shouldn't hack them because that's illegal, but I was also supportive of them wanting to blackmail them, which I do strongly regret. In our friend group, I think everyone in the group blackmailed each other at one point or another, which is obviously like super bad, and just because everyone else did it, it does not make me like condoning it okay in any way. And as far as I'm aware, Shannon and I actually didn't do anything. I couldn't find us actually doing anything to them because I don't even know what blackmail any of us could have had because I know that Sigmund, Buttercup, and Primitus wouldn't have actually cared if we did try to blackmail them. And that is one of the reasons why Shiloh did hate them so much because they couldn't control someone who didn't care. Like, Shiloh would try to control them and they would start clowning on Shiloh. Like, they would start making fun of them and it would only make Shiloh even more mad. So, like, that's a big reason why Shiloh, like, really didn't like that. They couldn't control them. And they would hold the fact that they don't care, like, against them. But it is really, really gross to know that I was okay with this behavior, even if I was, like, 13 at the time. We were, like, 13, 14. But Shiloh did introduce me to a lot of toxic communities, and we both had really bad habits at this point because of our unhealthy attachment to each other. So we would encourage each other's very toxic behaviors, and this is just one of many. And in late 2020 to early 2021 is when I would have to repeatedly talk Shiloh down from running away from home, harming themselves, or taking their own life. Most of the time, it was over their grades, and their guardian was very strict about their grades to the point where it was really concerning. Sometimes I would only offer support and let them vent, or just be there for them in case their situation got dangerous, because that was all they needed. But by 2021, every single time their grades came out, Shiloh would message me about how they were going to hurt themselves, and I would have to stop them. But despite this happening, every single time they would get a report card, they would refuse to do their work over and over again. Like I would tell them to do their work, and they would say no. But there were multiple times I had to talk them out of it, and I panicked really badly because I don't know how to handle situations like that. Um, yeah, I forgot there were so many. Um, then in May of 2021 is when Shiloh accused Sigmund of blackmail and that they were using them and never cared about them. Crazy coming from the person who tried to blackmail them a month before this, but whatever. I don't actually really know anything about this situation because I only know what Shiloh told me. And Shiloh told me that they told Cyclamenn that they had a crush or that they were in a relationship or something along those lines. And Cyclamenn used that to give Shiloh to give them their snacks. And Shiloh never told me, but I assume that crush was me because like who else would it be? But again, Shiloh was in a relationship. And they were dating when I met Shiloh, and I know they didn't break up until years after this. And like I said earlier, Shiloh, like when asked about if they were single, Shiloh did not give a straight answer. They responded with saying, single so to speak. Like that's not an answer. Like if you can't say that, yes, I'm single, like if you have to add like an asterisk, then you're not single. Like I don't know what else to tell you. This is the full screenshot of this cut screenshot from earlier. But anyways, Sigmund used the fact that Shiloh had a crush against them, so Shiloh would give them food. This is what Shiloh told me. But they were both 11 years old when this happened. And to this day, I don't know the full story about any of this happening because this was 2018, 2019, and Shiloh and I didn't become close until 2020. But even not knowing all of this, I still like defended them. I still told them that like, oh, like how dare Sigmund do that or something. I don't actually remember what I fully said. I'd have to go back and check. But things were like this for the first half of 2021. I was the middleman in basically all things that happened between the two of them, even if I wanted to be left out of it. And I know that not picking a side is picking a side in some circumstances, but I didn't pick someone without losing the other. Um, Cyclamen and I did have like our own like toxic problems going on that I'm not going to get into, which is why I was also scared of them. But they were my best friend for years, and I was scared of Shiloh, and I felt like they were the only one who understood me. So I wanted to choose both of them at the same time, but in reality, choosing both meant that I ended up choosing neither. And like I said, everything that happened between all this were ages 11 to 14. We were in middle school, and we had just started high school. Well, we were about to start high school because this happened in May, so were about to start high school, and Shiloh just one of Shiloh's main defenses when talking about when I say that Shiloh was abusive, their response is always no, it was a mutually toxic relationship because they were just as bad as me. And so I just want to talk about that. I will talk about it more, but I just want to talk about that real quick. Um, Shiloh said that I admitted to being manipulative, which I did already address, and I said that I was manipulative in middle school, and I briefly mentioned that I thought that I had ASPD. And I will go more into depth with this accusation later on. But I just wanted to take the time to actually show me openly admitting to being manipulative and talking about me having ASPD. Because not only did I use it as an excuse, I also romanticized the disorder when I was 13 years old. And there's probably more screenshots. Like, I know I keep saying that I'll add more screenshots later. Um, it's just that I only added ones I thought that were strictly necessary. But I will be adding more later on if people think that the screenshots that I have aren't enough. And, like, And other things you've seen, like other screenshots, like such as me being okay with Shiloh blackmailing. Like I have done like things that I know now as an adult are like very bad and I definitely should not have done. And like I have apologized to the people who were affected by these things. And I'm always completely willing to talk about anything that I've done in the past, and I never make an effort to hide any of these past actions. And I am talking about this now because I do want to make clear that I also wasn't a super great person, and I will always be open about that. And I do want to make it clear that Shiloh's behavior during this time, like, isn't my problem with them. Like, not only because I had similar behaviors and so did everyone else in the friend group, but because all of us were literal children. We were in middle school. We were actual kids, and we didn't know what we were doing. And we weren't mature enough to understand that what we were doing was harmful. And even if we knew that it was harmful, we weren't mature enough to know how to handle a situation like that. So I would be a hypocrite to hold anything that Shiloh has done, like as a child, against them. So my problem isn't their actions. My problem is the fact that they repeatedly lie about the things that they do, and then they continue these same behaviors as an adult. Like, I don't think the things you do as a middle schooler automatically makes you a bad person as an adult, and it doesn't determine the type of person you are. Like, I've definitely done a lot of things. Like, I've cussed at people, I've yelled at them, called them stupid. Like, I even like threatened them. I said like homophobic, transphobic things, but that doesn't dictate who I am as a person because now I know better because I'm an adult and I've changed and I've matured and I acknowledge that no matter how much I grow up and how much I change, it will never change the things that I've done as a kid. And no matter how many apologies I give, it won't undo the things that I've done, and it won't undo the pain that I've caused to other people because of my actions. Because regardless of how old I am, people will still hurt. Like that's why like people are affected by bullying. Like we were kids, but like we are still hurt by these actions. Like, and I'm not owed forgiveness by anybody. And all I can do is say that I'm sorry, take accountability, and constantly make an effort to improve. And if people can't accept that, then I just have to learn to live with that because that's the consequences of my actions. And I believe that in middle school, kids are just figuring themselves out because they're old enough to know about some topics because they're too young to understand and process them. This is why we grow up and we learn and we mature. And even though that I was a lot like my ex in middle school, at least I make an effort to apologize and make an effort to change as a person. And I acknowledge all the things that I've done, and I've never made an effort to hide any of it. And if someone brings up the things that I did, like I I wasn't the person who said that they would lie about the things that they did to protect themselves. That was Shiloh. And we've known each other for 8 years. Like I grew up, I changed, I matured, and only one of us can say that. And it's by now it's still May 2021. And I was the center of everything that Shiloh and Cyclamen did, even if I wasn't even present. I was the middleman because at least one of them would message me to talk about the other. And I would try to appeal to them without explicitly taking a side, because by this point I just wanted to be left out of it. Because I was only even in it because there's a love triangle, and I didn't romantically like either of them. And I just went along with it because I knew what Shiloh would do to me if I didn't, and I was scared that Cyclamen would cut me off, and I was scared that both of them would harm themselves or worse. So like that's the only reason I even like kept entertaining this. Um, by May, but on May 13th, 2021, Cyclamen asked me who I had a crush on, and based on what happens next, I assumed Cyclamen was trying to get me and Shiloh together again, or to at least know if I had a crush on Shiloh. Because over the past 5 months, they would occasionally ask me if I had a crush on Shiloh, and I would always say no, because I didn't. But they kept asking, and they said that they wanted to be a matchmaker, but I had no interest in that, so I wanted them to leave me alone. So Cyclamen then goes on to ask the other people in the friend group, or at least that's what Cyclamen told me, because I don't know if they asked Buttercup or Contest, I don't remember. But I know that for a fact that they asked Shiloh, because Shiloh messaged me telling me that Cyclamen was talking to them about their crush, and that they weren't comfortable talking about who their crush was. But we all know who it was since 5 months before this, like they said that they had a crush on me. So when Shiloh said that they didn't have a crush or they didn't want to talk about it or whatever Shiloh said, Sigmund wasn't satisfied with his answer and continued to push it. So Shiloh was messaging me asking for help, which I didn't know how to. So Shiloh ended up just muting them, and I thought like that was the end of that, like that's over, like that was just a one-off thing. But of course it was not, because the next day Shiloh started talking to me again about how uncomfortable they were with Sigmund, and they sent me screenshots of their conversation, and they mentioned the blackmailing to me. This was, I believe, the first time that they mentioned it, at least in detail. And these are one of the screenshots here that I showed earlier. And then 2 days later, Cyclamen talked to me about having a crush again. At this point, I knew they were obviously talking about me. So on May 16th, 2021, Cyclamen and I started dating for the third time, despite me not actually romantically liking them, but I wasn't able to recognize that, so we ended up dating. And Cyclamen actually said that this time we shouldn't tell Shiloh that we were together because they were scared of them. And I understood because I was also scared of them, even if I wanted to act like I wasn't. And the two still argued very often, and they argued the very next day, May 17th, 2021, Shiloh brought up the idea of confronting Cyclamen about how uncomfortable they made them. And I said, go ahead if you want, but I don't want to participate in it. Because this was my best friend and my now girlfriend, so I didn't say anything. And not into that. Yeah, I wrote show the conversation, but it was very short and private, and I was only there as a witness. And this, Shiloh never ended up dropping it. Like, they continued to talk about this in the following months. And over time, even after we started dating, I would still defend Shiloh over Sigmund. Okay, during this time period, they went a lot of arguments, so it's not like there was an argument and I would like throw Sigmund under the bus. But I would still downplay Shadow's actions a lot, and I would still defend them because I was still scared of them, and this did cause a lot of arguments between me and Cyclamen. But Cyclamen knew that I was scared of them, and they tried really hard to get me away from Shiloh. They purposely left Shiloh out of things that we did as a friend group, and they would ask me not to talk about them anymore. And um, the friend group as a whole kind of just slowly pushed Shiloh out and stopped hanging out with them as much. But we still hung out with them occasionally and still like talked to them. But a lot of the fun like group activities that we did, Shiloh wasn't included in. And I told Shiloh about this like years later. And we both said that Cyclamen was toxic and they were manipulating me and trying to separate us because like they were so mean to Shiloh for no reason and stuff like that. Because at the time I still believed that Shiloh didn't do anything wrong. Even though I knew that they did stuff wrong, but I wanted to defend them. So like I had to believe that they did nothing wrong to protect myself. Um, but by 2024, I did realize that Cyclamen did all that because they knew from the start that Shiloh was not a good person. And I don't agree with the way Cyclamen went about it, but I understand why they did it, and I am grateful for everything that they did to me, well, did for me, even though I didn't listen when they told me to stop hanging out with Shiloh. Um, Cyclamen and I broke up again on August 2nd, 2021, because I was too distant and not romantic enough. And there is another reason, but I'm not going to get into it because I don't really care about it. And Shiloh was not the reason for the breakup. Like as I've said, like I wasn't romantically interested in Cyclamen, but I do think that um, the arguments did contribute because of how attached I was to Shiloh. And as far as I'm aware, Shiloh didn't even know we got back together in the first place until I told them a year later. And I don't think anything notable even happened like during the summer. Like obviously there were arguments, but I don't think any of them were major enough to point out. And Shiloh would every once in a while DM me about the others and how like they didn't like them, which was completely normal for Shiloh. Like Shiloh just did that. And I did agree with them multiple times, but the difference now is that I have to be really careful about saying anything bad about Cyclamen. But I also didn't want them to think that I was taking Cyclamen's side, so I had to like not talk badly about them, but also like not make it sound like I hate them. But by now it is August, and we finally start high school. I started online school because this is the pandemic, and Shiloh went back to school in person. And I didn't actually talk to anyone in my friend group for a few months which is something that Shiloh did hold against me later on, which I will get into eventually. And Shiloh did try to contact me multiple times during this, which I wasn't able to respond. But they were the first person I reached out into September. They were who I talked to first when they came back in December, and they were the first person I opened up to about why I was gone. A lot of personal things were contributed to why I was gone, but it was mostly me being in a not very safe position at home that I will not be elaborating on. And I told them everything that happened, and then I came back. And when I came back, they were just so happy and understanding, and they were like really sweet about it, and they were like offering me so much support. And then years later, they held this against me, but I'll get into that at some point. I did start hanging out with people again, because now it is January 2022. By now it's 2022, because from August to the west of 2021, I did not talk to anybody. And this was actually a somewhat peaceful time because all of us like got along and I was happy despite everything going on in my life at the time. And there were probably some stuff that happened in January and February of 2022 that I've got to point out. Um, like I do know that in 2020, in January and February, we did continue to leave Shiloh out of things. I remember we had a group chat without Shiloh that the four of us, like me, Cyclamen, Clementis, and Buttercup, like we hung out in. And I felt like really, really bad about it. But I knew that if I told Shiloh about the group chat, like they would be mad at me. So, and the group chat died like pretty quickly. But I think that's the only notable thing that happened in the first 2 months. And then on March 21st, 2022, Cyclamen asked me out again. And this time, I still wasn't able to recognize just how toxic our relationship was. And I also wasn't able to recognize that I didn't even like them romantically. So we started dating again. And things seemed to be going okay. But of course, that didn't last very long. Because on the exact same day, before Cyclamen asked me out, Shiloh was just being very, very rude. The first messages of the day were them being rude to one of our friends who wrote a fanfic, which I did brush off because neither of us were in that fandom, so like it wasn't like I was also going to be the fanfic, so like I just brushed off Shiloh being rude. And then they were rude to Buttercup about Buttercup got injured, and Shiloh said it was her fault because she's stupid. But at least I think that's what she said. Yeah, she Buttercup just said yeah, sucks for you. And there were other things that they said. I did have to cut it out because it mentioned Buttercup's family member, and I am not going to be including anything about that. Um, but Shiloh was extremely, extremely rude to Buttercup, who was injured. And um, by this point, if Shiloh started getting into an argument, I just backed off. Like I didn't want any part of that. I didn't want to defend Shiloh, but I was also scared of going up against them. So I just left. Like I would back off. I didn't say anything because like I really didn't want to be associated with Shiloh's behavior anymore because everyone in the friend group by now wanted to improve. Like we wanted to be better people. Like when we hung out without Shiloh, things were great. Like things were amazing. Like we never had any arguments with each other. And then we add Shiloh, and all of a sudden everyone hates each other. Like that was the dynamic of the friend group by this point. So like I just backed off anytime Shiloh started something because I didn't want to. I didn't want to be that person anymore. I didn't want to like defend Shiloh blindly, but I was still scared of them. So like I couldn't say anything against them, so I just backed off. And so did some other people I know that they also felt similarly. And later that same day, a lot of stuff happened this day. That same day, Buttercup thought that she ate mold on accident, and Shiloh said that was good because Buttercup needs to die. And I have no idea what could possibly cause Shiloh to have such a reaction. Because why would you say that to somebody who didn't do anything? Because up until now, like Shiloh's arguments, like were like very petty. Like obviously they threatened people, but most of the time it was very, very petty, and it wasn't over anything serious. Like it was over small things that Shiloh would escalate. Now this is actually someone's health. This is like could potentially be life or death. Like this is no longer a joke. Like this is no longer Shiloh just like threatening some like not this is no longer Shiloh just saying like, oh, like you need to die, like you suck, like you're annoying, like you're stupid, leave me alone. This is now someone who actually might need to go to the hospital and could potentially get really, really sick. And them Shiloh saying that they need to die. Like this is now a serious situation and you're still talking about like you still don't care. Like Cyclamen and Clementis were like obviously like appalled by this, which Shiloh also didn't care about. And I really wanted to be left out about a bit because I didn't understand the severity of the situation. But I knew that if I said anything to Buttercup, like in support of like Buttercup or in support of Cyclamen or Clementis, then Shiloh would be mad at me. Because now I know for a fact that even in serious situations, Shiloh will continue their behavior. Because it's one thing to be in a petty argument, and it's another thing when someone like is could actually like be very seriously sick or potentially die depending on like what type of mold it is. And Shiloh had zero empathy whatsoever. And if Buttercup did end up dying, I'm sure Shiloh probably still would have cared. But thankfully, like Buttercup is fine. Like there, as far as I'm aware, like there's no mold. Like it was an accident. Like nothing happened. And Buttercup then made fun of, not Buttercup, Shiloh made fun of Buttercup, saying that she was just dramatic and overreacting, and everyone was mad at them for no reason because it was over nothing. And after that, like rude comments, like similar things became like the norm for Shiloh. And sometimes they were like very drastic, again, like with the mold. And by this point, I think I just accepted that this is just the type of person Shiloh was. Like Shiloh was just like a very rude person. But I really wanted to be left out of it, so I stood back. I did join sometimes when I thought that they were actually in the right, but that wasn't very often. And it did like by now it was to the point where I was scared to be nice to my friends in front of Shiloh. Like I couldn't be supportive of Buttercup who potentially just ate mold because I was scared that Shiloh would be mad at me for being nice to them. Like I couldn't like if I just treated people with like human decency, like it could cause Shiloh to be mad at me because like Shiloh didn't like that person, so I can't be nice to them. And so I would end up having to talk to others in private about Shiloh's actions. But even then I was still scared to say anything bad about Shiloh because I didn't want it to get back to Shiloh. Like what if one of them like talks to Shiloh about it? But I also didn't want to believe that Shiloh was actually like as bad as a person as like they seemed. I wanted to believe that they didn't mean it, and it was just because of like their anger issues and like their mental health. But like I can only go so far in defending this person, and everything Shiloh did were obviously red flags. Like obviously, like they're full of red flags. But I always thought of them as kind to me specifically, especially like in 2020, 2021. They were kind to me specifically, and I thought that made me special because like they cared about me so much. Like I was like the special person that like they actually liked while everyone else like they didn't like. But this, like, the first sign of me realizing that this just simply is not true is on April 18th, 2022, when I had a panic attack over something. And immediately Cyclamen and Clementis started offering their support. And you would think Shiloh would do the same, as we've been best friends for years at this point. But instead, they immediately started yelling at Clementis and Cyclamen and cussing them out and insulting them and saying that it was their fault that this happened, and none of them cared about me because only they cared about me. And they were asked over and over again to please stop because you're making it worse, and this is not helpful whatsoever. And they ignored it until they eventually straight up said no, they won't stop because they were sick of Clementis and Cyclamen. And eventually they just left without asking how I was doing. And I was the one who had to message them asking if they were okay because they started an argument because I had a panic attack and they instead of supporting me, they started targeting people. And I think that at the time I did try to justify it in my mind because that's what I always did. And Shiloh said that none of my friends cared about me and they only cared about me and I did believe them. And as far as I remember, this was the first time that Shiloh did something like this specifically. So I assumed that it was a one-off thing and Shiloh was just in a bad mood. It was a high stress situation. And um, I don't think this happened again for a while. But Shiloh not listening to me when I ask them to stop is normal. Them so aggressively like not listening to me when I specifically tell them that I'm being put at risk, like you're making the situation worse, like for me, and they just didn't listen. Like I think this was the first time this happened, and it didn't happen again for a while. Um, so this also really solidified in my mind that I am in fact not exempt from the things that Shiloh does. Like if I ever went against Shiloh, they would in fact treat me the exact same way that they've treated everybody else. And this was the moment where I realized that all of my fears up until now, like I had every reason to be afraid because nothing was stopping them from treating me that way this entire time. So like I only ever got more scared of them after this. And Cyclamen and I broke up for the final time in May 2nd, 2022, and after that, everything changed. Up until now, Shiloh was obviously full of red flags and was very, very toxic. But I did say everything they wanted to hear, and I believed everything that they said, and I defended them because I believed that they cared about me. And they could turn on me any second, and I now knew that. Like, I was scared of it this whole time, but now, confirmation, they would turn on me, like, the second that they didn't like me anymore. I was really, really scared of them, but I was still enabling them, so they kept going. And we did encourage each other's toxic behaviors. So our toxic friendship was going to turn into a toxic relationship. And by this point, I identified as a lesbian, and Shiloh identified as a trans man. Neither of these things are true anymore. Like, that was just our labels at the time, so it is important for context. And as soon as me and Cyclamen broke up, Shiloh started saying lots of things about how they questioned the lesbian who's in a relationship, and they were sad and depressed, and they would never find love because they were just so heartbroken. And yeah. And as far as I know, they didn't know me and Cyclamen broke up because Shiloh did say explicitly that the crush was in a relationship, and I didn't tell them we broke up. I don't think I told anybody. And Cyclamen and Shiloh didn't really get along, so I can't imagine they talked about it privately. Actually, yes, I can. They might have talked about it privately because these comments didn't start until days after we broke up, but neither of them ever told me that they talked about it. So this could have been a coincidence or like someone who was lying, but either way, I can't prove anything. But it doesn't take a genius to know that Shiloh was talking about me because A, I was the only lesbian, and B, they admitted to having a crush on me a year ago, which was the biggest piece of evidence. And C, they didn't like anyone else in the friend group. If they were talking about someone outside of the friend group, like I don't think they would have mentioned it because we didn't. I don't know any of their friends outside of our mutual friends. And they did actually get into a relationship at some point um, in the past year between them saying they had a crush on me, and at this point they did have a 9-month relationship at some point, which I know basically nothing about. And I didn't know this until 2 years into our relationship. But their previous relationship ended because they had two partners. Everything one of their partners did started to make them so mad all the time that they were caught, like Shiloh was caught talking shit about them in his call. And Shiloh told me that it wasn't their fault because they are mentally fucked up and everyone should have seen that coming. And then they told me not to worry because they would never treat me like that. I don't know exactly when this relationship ended because they never talked about it. I don't know the genders of their partners. I don't know when they started dating. I don't know when they broke up. I just know it was 9 months because Shiloh mentioned it in passing once. But regardless, like all of a sudden Shiloh had a crush on me and everyone knew. So like our friend group went back to trying to get us together, especially Cyclamen, despite the fact we literally just got out of a relationship. But they already had a new boyfriend, so I didn't really mind getting into another relationship so quickly. But I was 100% I was pressured into getting into a relationship with Shiloh. The fact that Shiloh talked about the crush so often when it was so obvious who it was made me feel pressured to come out as bisexual when I identified as a lesbian. Because Shiloh constantly mentioned how depressed they were because their crush was a lesbian. And as you know, Shiloh has a history of harming themselves. So I was the one who had to talk them out of it. So I was already conditioned to do anything in my power to make sure that Shiloh would not harm or off themselves, even if it put myself at risk. And I did have multiple conversations with the others about it, mostly Sigmund and Prometheus, and that also contributed to how I felt pressured, but neither of them intentionally pressured me. And both of them told me that I didn't have to date them if I didn't want to. And both of them encouraged me to give them a chance. But because at this point everyone had given up on trying to convince me to stop hanging out with Shiloh because they knew I wouldn't listen. This was also outside of like the arguments. Our friend group wasn't actually like we still hung out and like we still had fun together. Like during this time period, we had multiple like very very big arguments. But outside of those very very big arguments, we also had like lots of like really like great times together. Like during this time period specifically, like we had very very low points and then we had extremely high points like back and forth throughout this time period, like with Shiloh. So I think that also contributed to how they felt about Shiloh at this time. And our friend group was like better than years before, and I'm pretty sure that we were pretty desensitized to toxicity by this point. But I didn't know if I wanted a relationship because I didn't care about romance. Like the reason Sigmund and I even broke up as many times as we did was because I was so emotionally distant. And I barely knew my sexuality because I didn't know who I liked. I identified as asexual, aromantic like a week before I got into my first relationship. And like you can tell from my messages that I was not enthusiastic about dating Shiloh whatsoever. Like my mindset was sure, why not? Which shouldn't be the mindset you go into dating someone. But I didn't mind. I imagined the life of Shiloh and I didn't mind it. Because again, like we already planned to live together in the future anyways. Like from back in 2020. And I still thought they were sweet to me and I loved spending time with them. So after talking to my friends about it, um, They all said I should give them a chance, and I did. So on May 17th, 2022, Shiloh asked me out, and I said yes. And despite being so hesitant beforehand, the relationship was incredible at first. We couldn't see each other in person because the pandemic was still going on and because of my parents. But I still loved every moment I'd spent with Shiloh. Everything did feel natural, and I understood why people love romance so much. I really did love like all aspects of romance with Shiloh, at least during this time period. And it did start to feel like we were in a completely separate world because we were, and we had 3 days of peace until Shiloh was starting stuff again. And over time, I slowly spent less and less time with the others because Shiloh always found something to complain about with them, and I would agree. They wouldn't talk to me while the others were around, or if I did hang out with the others, Shiloh would tell me privately that they were making them uncomfortable and they didn't want to be around them, and I just went along with it. By this point, the friend group spoke to each other using a Discord server that I owned because we had abandoned the old one. And by mid-June, Shiloh and I stopped using the main chats because I made a private chat with just the two of us. And I would stop talking to people entirely because Shiloh didn't like them, or those people wouldn't want to be around me anymore because if I was around, then Shiloh was around, and they didn't want to hang out with Shiloh. And over the next year, I lost all of my friends. Not Cyclamen, Clematis would check in on me occasionally, but I did hide that from Shiloh because I did not know how Shiloh would react. But I'd stopped talking to anyone except for Shiloh because I didn't have anyone else. Shiloh and I spent every moment we were awake messaging each other, and we spent 12 hours every day just talking. Wake up, talk to them, go to sleep, and that was my everyday. And I'm sure it was the same for Shiloh as well. It's normal for two people who are very close to each other, whether it be romantically or platonically, to slowly drift apart from other people because they spent so much time together. I don't think it's healthy, but it is normal. But what I was experiencing was something called isolation, which is a common manipulation tactic that abusers use, where they take their victims away from any support to make them completely reliant on them, and they separate them until they have no one else, and it makes them easier to control and makes it harder for the victim to leave. Everyone knew that Shiloh was like horrible, obviously. Like they all warned me. I do have mixed feelings about that, considering the fact that they wanted me to date Shiloh, but like everyone's opinions like did range. Like some people wanted everyone to get along, some people were like neutral and understanding, and some people just straight up did not like Shiloh and just wanted me to leave. Like Shiloh didn't like any of that, and like they'd already convinced me long ago that only they cared about me and everyone else was out to get me, and they were the only person that I could rely on. And they would isolate me again in 2024 by lying to my friends or other people around me, which I will get into eventually. But a lot of abusive relationships do start out this way, so it's important to recognize the signs before it's too late, because someone who loves you should not be acting this way. And throughout 2022, we were very, very back and forth with friend group because we would get along for a little while, and then Shiloh would eventually complain about something, and then we would go back to being isolated. And for a while, Cyclamen would make comments about my relationship with Shiloh, and they also said that if it wasn't for Shiloh, I would be dating them instead, which is strange considering the fact that you dumped me and helped us get together. But like they would make these little comments about our relationship, which Shiloh and I were pretty upset about. So I did slowly distance myself from Cyclamen, and Shiloh would just argue with them. Our biggest argument in the friend group was on May 31st and June 1st of 2022. So we've been dating for less than a month at this point. And Shiloh said that they were done with the other three in the group. And I'm not going to go into details about this argument because it was personal, but it was a really big thing, and I don't agree with anyone's actions, like including my own, like anyone's actions in that argument. But after that, we all just acted like nothing happened. But around this time period is the start of another thing that Shiloh did. They actually did this multiple times in the past, but this was the start of it actually bothering me and like becoming like a huge problem. After an argument, Shiloh would hurt themselves, regardless of who started it. Like in the past, they would leave the group chat and it would make me assume that they were hurting themselves. Now they were straight up telling me that they were hurting themselves over arguments that usually they start, and they would blame themselves and talk about how worthless and stupid they are, and it's all their fault that this happened. And they would say that because the arguments hurt me, they would hurt themselves because they were so guilty about hurting me. And so now I had to tell them that like it's okay and like it's not their fault, even though they were the ones who started the argument, and a lot of the problems in the group were caused by their behavior. But I would have to be there for them and say like they didn't do anything wrong because if they didn't do that, they would hurt themselves. And after that, for because everyone acted like nothing happened after that argument, things were okay for like a week until June 12th, 2022, where there was an argument about dream. Yes, it's the dream that you're thinking of. And I'm not going to say anything about it because I'm not going to get caught up in all of that. But at the end of the argument, Flickerman decided they were sick of us and they officially cut off me and Shiloh for the first time. Also, while all this was happening, for the past couple months, someone who won't be named and I won't be showing screenshots for privacy started making jokes about them pretending to be homophobic, like as an openly gay person. Like they were openly gay and they would make jokes pretending that they were homophobic. And they told me and Shiloh outright that these jokes were a coping mechanism, like to help them cope through trauma because joking is a very common coping mechanism. But Shiloh did not like these jokes and refused to talk to this person. And then June 17th, 2022 was the first time we would properly talked about it. And I wasn't lying when I say these jokes can be harmful because evidently it was because it was making Shiloh uncomfortable. But I said that I wasn't okay with these jokes, which is only half true. I wasn't okay with these jokes because of Shiloh and because the person didn't stop with the jokes after Shiloh asked them to. And I did think that there were a couple times where the jokes went too far, but I was only actually uncomfortable like one or two times. And I also didn't like how the conversations like became awkward when the jokes started. But I was overall fine with the jokes themselves, and like I overall didn't care even if it was annoying. Like I didn't care. I did actually make the jokes with the person because I thought it was funny, which I forgot to mention. One of the things that Shiloh did to try to isolate me when they were complaining is I would hang out with someone and I would like joke around with them and like I would be like having fun like with this like I was joking like making these jokes like with this person, and Shiloh would message me and say that the other person was making them uncomfortable, but they wouldn't mention the fact that I also participated. Like they would only specifically target the other person and completely ignore the fact that I was like part of it, which would make me feel like really, really bad because like if they're targeting the other person, like and the other person's making them uncomfortable, then obviously I was also making them uncomfortable because I did the exact same thing. But Shiloh never mentioned the fact that I would do they never mentioned the fact that I would do the exact same thing. So when Shiloh like called out this person for making these jokes, they never once mentioned the fact that I also made these jokes with this person, even though Shiloh seen me make these jokes because they were part of the conversation. Like they only ever target the other people that I'm talking to and would tell me like they don't want to be around those people because those people are making them uncomfortable. Like that was one of their like manipulation tactics of how they isolated me. And like Shiloh would when I made these jokes, Shiloh stopped talking to me and then DM'd me about how uncomfortable they were. So I felt bad and I stopped. And when they brought it up again, which is in June, I agreed with them and I distanced myself from this person. And I do think that Shiloh has every right to say that they were uncomfortable, even if it was a joke. They have every right to be uncomfortable. And I do think that the person should have stopped when Shiloh asked them to stop multiple times. But I don't think Shiloh has the right to accuse someone of lying about their trauma. But from then on, we distanced ourselves from them and the others. And Shiloh would always say that someone made them uncomfortable and they don't want to be around them anymore. And then we would stop talking to them. So sometimes we would talk in the main chats, but then someone does something, no matter how small it was. Like they would do something that I didn't see a problem with. Shiloh would message me in private to tell me that they don't like that person and they shouldn't be doing that. And I would agree, and then I would stop talking to them until eventually Shiloh starts talking to them again. And I take that as an okay for me to also talk to that person too. Like it's always been similar to this, but now it's to the point where Shiloh would get mad at people over things that they can't control or from things from years ago, or they would nitpick little things that people have done and turn it into like a really big thing. And we did slowly distance ourselves from Buttercup due to multiple other things. And at this point, we'd stopped reaching out to other people entirely, or at least I did. I stopped reaching out to other people because I didn't want Shiloh to find out that I was talking to the others in private. Um, Eventually, we stopped using the main chats entirely because Shiloh was uncomfortable because Clematis got into a car accident. And I'm not going to show the actual accident or any details about it, but Shiloh immediately stopped talking to her and started talking to me in private about how uncomfortable they were because they did not care. I agreed with Shiloh in private, but I still went out of my way to help Clematis, not Cyclamenn, not, what am I talking about? I went out of my way to help Clematis and be there for her. And she even said that I was one of the people who helped her after the first accident. And I felt really, really guilty about this because, as I've said, I was scared to be nice to people in front of Shiloh. Like, I thought Shiloh would be mad at me for being nice to anybody, like, other than them. And even after Shiloh stopped responding to Clematis, I kept talking to her because I wanted to make sure that she was okay. Like, even if I wasn't comfortable, I wasn't about to, like, leave her, like, when she just said that she got into an accident. And, like, it's not hard to just ask someone if they're okay, but Shiloh just up and left. And I felt so, like, so bad for like helping them or like supporting someone that Shiloh like did not like. And I stopped talking to Clematis or like anyone else unless they reached out to me first, which wasn't very often. So I had essentially stopped talking to anyone except for Shiloh for months. And for the next month or so, we only talked in the private channel. Like we spoke in the main chats once or twice, but it was only to send one or two messages if someone said something first. And we didn't start talking in the main chats again until August when school started again. At least for Shiloh and Buttercup because they went to the same school, and at this point, I was still in online school. We started using the main chats regularly now, and things seem to be fine. But of course, like, Cyclamenn still wasn't part of this, so it was only us four. And then on August 30th, 2022, Buttercup accuses Shiloh of being racist, which made Shiloh very upset. Shiloh said something along the lines of, if you want black or brown, or you're white passing, then you're not a person of color and you are white, which means that Asian people are white and some mixed people aren't people of color if their skin isn't brown. None of that is true, obviously. Like, and Shiloh also said if you don't have people of color in your immediate family, then you are white. Again, obviously not true whatsoever. And I believe Shiloh was 15 at the time when saying this. And like we were talking about a YouTuber that I don't watch doing this, so I did make a lot of arrogant comments because I don't watch this YouTuber. I did not know that he was a person of color. Um, but Shiloh did, but apparently not because if you want black or brown, then you're white, which is not true. And Buttercup would jokingly like call Shiloh racist to piss them off, and it worked because Shiloh would get really pissed off at that. And for those who don't know, I am Asian. I am both black and Asian. And I did attempt to defend Shiloh because, again, I didn't watch this YouTuber, so I did not know he was person of color. But even then, I didn't want to believe that Shiloh, who did not mean to do that, I did not want to believe that Shiloh would actually like intentionally be racist. So I do regret defending them, and I did correct some things that I said like to Shiloh like in later years. And they did continue to make racist comments about our relationship, which I don't plan to bring up again. I do have this list. I will only be like, you can read the list, but I'm only going to be like verbally talking about the big ones. The first one being when they were like 12 or 13, they painted their entire face black for a Halloween costume because they didn't know what blackface was. And they didn't paint a face with the intention of mocking black people, but obviously this is still controversial. And for years after this, blackface jokes have been made about Shiloh, which did annoy them. What's another one? Oh, in early 2022, Cyclamen and Clematis told Shiloh that an old friend that we had would say the N-word repeatedly, and Shiloh did not believe them, even though this person was very openly racist and has said some racist stuff in front of Shiloh. Like, and I'm pretty sure like they've even said the N-word in front of Shiloh, but Shiloh did not believe Clematis or Cyclamen when they said that this person said the N-word. And as far as I'm aware, they did not cut him off. At least not because of this. Like they cut him off, but not because of this specifically. Um, Here's another good one. 2 years into our relationship, they asked me if it was racist to say that they aren't racist because they're dating a person of color. And I said yes. And they got offended at me because they've used that excuse a few times. They used that excuse like in 2022, and I agreed with them. Well, no, I used that excuse for them, and they agreed with me. This is when I had the conversation correcting myself and saying that, like, that is racist. Like, you cannot say that. Like, for me personally, it feels very objectifying for them to say, like, oh, not black. Like, I'm dating, like, this person who is Asian and black. And they got offended at me. And they also used the fact that they have black friends as a way to say that they aren't racist. Um, They also said the N-word on accident. I wasn't there because we weren't talking at the time, but like they were in a group with friends and they accidentally said the N-word because they were like joking around. Um, them and their best friends would sometimes come up to me and ask me if they're being racist because they would say something that was very blatantly racist, or they would say something that's a microaggression, and they would come up to me like, "We aren't being racist, right?" And I would always not give a straight answer because I was scared to confront them. And and for our graduation, I don't know if this is with other schools, but we weren't allowed to have like a natural hair color. Like we can only have our natural hair color. And most of our school is black. So by natural hair color, they meant that like they wanted people to have like weaves and braids, like be black. And my ex, like Shiloh and Shiloh's best friend, both had bleach blonde hair at the time. And they didn't want to ask if it was okay because they said that they didn't want to ask a white person question in a room full of black people. And they both asked me if it was racist to say that afterwards, and I again didn't give them a straight answer. But the answer is yes, because they told that to a black person, and the black person told them to get out. Like they pointed at the door and told them to get out. So I feel like you should have gotten the hint when that happened. And again, speaking of their best friend has said the N-word using Shiloh's account. So yeah, I really don't know how Shiloh's gonna defend themselves from that one. Um, but that's all the like main stuff. Like all the stuff that I can remember. This did happen. Most of these happened in the senior year of high school. And to be clear, like our friend group did make a lot of like racist jokes, but our group chat, everyone in that group chat is a person of color except for Shiloh. At least by the time we graduated. Like Shiloh's the only person in that friend group who was completely white, and like they were doing all of this. But I never confronted Shiloh about this, mostly out of fear, but also because I don't think Shiloh was intentionally racist. Their best friend says the N-word, but outside of that, nothing Shiloh did was intentionally, explicitly racist, at least in my opinion. But if you think they're racist, then like I'm just gonna go with that because like this isn't something that I really think about. Like I just wanted to include this because like it's something that they did. So like I'll leave that for everyone else to decide. And then September 18th, 2022, at 3 in the morning, Cyclamen decides to come back and wants to start over and be friends with us again. And Shiloh isn't happy about this, and I also wasn't happy about it for multiple reasons. But they are still someone who is a major part of my life, and I will always wish them the best, and I will always care about them. So we welcome them back. And things were okay until September 22nd, 2022. In case you forgot, this entire time, since 2021, I wasn't supposed to be talking to anyone. This entire past year, I was talking to my friends in secret, and it was inevitable that like I would be caught, like eventually. And I played it safe for about a week until I thought it was like okay again. So October 1st, 2022, is when I started talking to everyone again. And I don't think this adds much to the story, but I did mention earlier that Shiloh held the fact that I was offline for a few months in 2021 against me. And this is why I was offline. Like I wasn't supposed to be talking to Shiloh this entire time, but I did it anyways because I wanted to talk to them. And they're mad at me. Like I just want to like emphasize the situation that I was in, that Shiloh knew about and still held it against me. And funnily enough, Shiloh did get grounded at the same time, because Shiloh was constantly in trouble about their low grades, and it was still happening. We were in 10th grade by this point, and Shiloh was already failing when school started a month ago, or 2 months ago, because of October. And I didn't, by now, I no longer had to stop them from popping themselves because of their grades, but it's been 3 years and they still refuse to do their schoolwork. Like, people would tell them to do their schoolwork, and they would straight up say no. And I do want to make it clear that I'm not making fun of people who have low grades. I do sympathize with Shiloh's situation. Like they should not have been put in that situation because no child should be put in danger because of their grades. And I would never judge someone based on their grades because I don't think it actually is an accurate depiction of how smart someone is. But I am very upset about this because of something that Shiloh ended up doing in 2024, and you guys will see why I am so mad about this. But I just want to make that clear because I'm not making fun of anyone for their grades. I'm making fun of Shiloh specifically. But other than all of that happening, things were relatively okay as far as I know. I still didn't really talk to anyone except for Shiloh, but that was normal at this point, and nothing really notable happened for the next week or so. And then October 19th, 2022, Buttercup made a very, very insensitive joke about something Shiloh went through when they were younger, which upset a lot of people because people should not be making jokes like that. And I'm not going to say what she said, but it was very, very bad, and you could probably assume if you're reading the screenshot. And Buttercup didn't say anything about it until October 27th, 2022, over a week later. And this became a whole thing, obviously, reasonably so. And I'm not going to give details because, again, it's personal. And I'm not going to say what Buttercup said, but it was very bad. And this was one of the only times where I think Shiloh's reaction was very justified. And even Cyclaменn and Clematis backed them up, and it became like a whole argument. So Shiloh stopped talking to Buttercup, and I also stopped talking to Buttercup because I agreed that Buttercup should not have said that. And I stopped talking to her because she made Shiloh uncomfortable, so I didn't want to talk to someone who made my partner uncomfortable. And then was the beginning of November 2022. I don't I don't actually remember what started this. I know that I read old messages between me and Cyclaменn, randomly one day. I think I probably just randomly remembered it. And I originally wasn't going to talk about this, but so I won't give any details. And the story is not about them. And I don't hold any of these things against them, and I don't want anyone to attack Cyclaменn. A lot of my mindset during this time was very flawed because a lot of the things at this point I held against Cyclaменn was the fact that um, they tried to separate me from Shiloh. And I thought me and Shiloh would say that Cyclaменn was manipulative and controlling because how dare they treat Shiloh like that when Shiloh didn't do anything wrong. But now, obviously, I know that Cyclaменn was just trying to help me because they understood the type of person that Shiloh was and they wanted me to get away from them. But at the time, because I was actively in my relationship with Shiloh at the time, I wasn't able to recognize that. So a lot of things I did say about Cyclaменn are incorrect, and I have talked to Cyclaменn privately about this and about how I don't agree with a lot of things that I've said, and I was wrong for a lot of things I said. Um, but after reading old messages, I did find some not so great things that did bother me, and this was the first time I realized how toxic my relationship with Cyclaменn was. Because I already know that it was bad for a few months at this point, but this was the first time I actually thought about it, and I did spend a lot of time thinking about it, which did cause me to spiral a lot. Um, and I will not be talking about. I will not give any details about my relationship with Cyclaменn because, like I said, a lot of what I thought at the time actually wasn't true, and it was because of Shiloh that I thought those things. So I still haven't really sorted out how I feel about everything that happened. But I will be talking about this purely for context. Um, but I had begun to be scared to speak to Cyclaменn, and my paranoia was very, very bad. And Shiloh would talk about how awful Cyclaменn was, which did encourage my fear and paranoia. And I did end up talking to Clematis about it on November 30th, 2022. But after this, I really didn't talk about it much until January 30th, when Clematis asked me why Shiloh and I have a private channel in the server, which isn't hard to find. If you're on Discord or if you know how to set up a Discord server, you would know that for a lot of Discord bots, you can set it up so when someone levels up, instead of the level up message showing up in that channel that they're talking in, it can show up in a separate channel. And I had that set up, so no matter what channel we were talking in, the level up message will show up in a public channel, so everyone could see when me and Shiloh leveled up, so they can clearly see that we were leveling up while we weren't talking in the main chat, while we weren't talking in the main chats. And I could have turned it off, but after the first couple of times it happened, and I noticed the others had noticed by that point, so there was no point. And so Clemens has known about this for several months, but only brought it up in January. And I did answer honestly and said that both me and Shiloh were uncomfortable being around Cyclaменn and Buttercup. Like both of us were uncomfortable. I made that clear. And at this point, Shiloh didn't know about Cyclaменn because I said some things, but I didn't go into details because I didn't want to make Shiloh uncomfortable. But I finally opened up after several months of contemplating on March 8th, 2023. And their response was very, very strange. It was very, very short and very underwhelming compared to how passionate. They hated Cyclaменn with passion. They would threaten them, say terrible things about them, attack their friends, their family. They had a passionate hatred for Cyclaменn. But as soon as I opened up about what Cyclaменn did, they had a very underwhelming response that made it seem like they didn't care. And Clematis agreed, but I defended Shiloh and said that they were probably at a loss for words. And months later, I did eventually talk to Cyclaменn, and it became a whole thing. Things were settled, but I still didn't talk to Cyclaменn. But things were okay for a bit. But I was still too paranoid to talk to them. I cut off Buttercup months ago, and I spent less and less time with Clematis over the past year. And I'd lost basically all of my friends by being isolated by Shiloh, so I didn't talk to anyone at all except for Shiloh, except for Clematis, who checked up on me every once in a while when we talked about Genshin and that. And this next part is going to require some context, and it is going to come up eventually later on, so I just want to say this now. Despite how much I said that I don't like being around other people, my love language is quality time, and it's always been quality time. I've always said that it's quality time. I love doing activities with other people, and during the pandemic, we would play video games together. And I started playing Genshin Impact specifically because I wanted to play with my friends. And Shiloh started playing because I started playing. But they would purposely leave me out of things related to the game, and that took out fun of the game for me because I only played to spend time with other people. Like I only played because I wanted to like talk to. I played because Buttercup and Clematis played. I cut off Buttercup, and I didn't talk to Clematis as much, so all I had was Shiloh. And then Shiloh started leaving me out of things on purpose. So now I had no one to play with, and it was no longer fun for me. So I slowly stopped playing. And I did talk to Clematis about it. And because of that, because Clematis knew how left out I felt, in April of 2023, I learned that Shiloh was still friends with both Cyclamen and Buttercup. Despite the fact that over and over again, Shiloh would tell me how much they didn't like them and how much they wanted to get away from them and how I shouldn't hang out with them. Shiloh was still friends with them, and they never mentioned anything to me, and they were never going to if I didn't find out through Clematis. I would never know about this. And I was very confused and very hurt. And when I asked about it, Clematis told me that they didn't want me to be uncomfortable with Cyclamen or Buttercup because I was the only one who had beef with anybody in the group. Like, how am I the only person who has beef in the group? Like, Shiloh was the one who said that they were uncomfortable with Buttercup, which is the whole reason I didn't talk to her anymore. And at this point, Shiloh has never liked Cyclamen, like ever, the entire time they've known each other. And we had a conversation the month before this about how uncomfortable I was with him. And Shiloh knew that. And Shiloh, who already didn't like Cyclamen before this conversation, still became friends with him and then hid it from me. And we also talked about Buttercup before we talked about Cyclamen. And Shiloh said multiple times that they want nothing to do with her and they only hung out with her to use her. And it was a confusing situation for them, but they purposely left me out of like everything, even though they knew that it affected me because we just had this whole conversation about how much I was affected. And they also hung out with them even after I expressed multiple times that I was uncomfortable with both of them. And then Shiloh went out of their way to hide this from me. Like they didn't care that I was uncomfortable. Like they only cared because it gave them a reason to hide this from me. And then after all that happened, I found out that Shiloh continued to hang out with them even after they knew that I found out about it and it upset me. They never once told me about this, and I had to learn about it through Clematis yet again. And this became a pattern I noticed multiple times throughout our relationship, and multiple relationships start out like this. Well, not even start out. Multiple relationships have like double standards about being with other people, especially when someone tries to isolate their partner and control who they hang out with. Like when someone would control who their partner hangs out with, a lot of the time they would hang out with a lot of people without restrictions. An example being a man doesn't let his girlfriend have male friends, but he can have multiple female friends. And in my case, Shiloh would tell me I can't be friends with multiple people, but they would remain friends with them. Or when we're together, Shiloh would hate them and talk shit about them. But when I'm not around, all of a sudden they're best friends. And they would dismiss me and tell me that they aren't actually friends if I ever brought it up. And later on, they called me jealous and controlling for caring so much about who they hang out with. And this did continue for the remainder of our relationship, and it only got worse in the future. This is obviously manipulative and controlling behavior. It's important to talk to your partner about these kinds of things, and how they react is going to tell you a lot because in a healthy relationship, your partner should hear you out and be understanding and not dismiss it or turn it around on you and be accusatory. And they definitely shouldn't hang out with other people you've talked to them about in secret and hide it from you. And this whole situation did mess me up like very, very badly because I was already very, very lonely and depressed because I was being isolated for the past year. But after I learned Shiloh lied, it did just get a lot worse. And I did push a lot of that onto Shiloh, and I spent years blaming myself for it. And I do take some responsibility because I know I shouldn't have acted that way. Shiloh would also repeatedly blame these things on me, which is why I blamed myself so much. But looking back, this was the first time I've ever done anything like that, as in like push so much of my problems onto Shiloh. Um, like I said earlier, Shiloh's constantly saying our relationship is mutually toxic, but at this point, that's not mutual toxicity. It's a trauma response. I've never done anything like that to anyone until Shiloh started mentally abusing me. And big surprise, victims of mental abuse tend to get poor mental health, and they tend to heavily rely on the people abusing them. Like that's where Stockholm syndrome comes from. And it's a big part of why victims defend their abusers as much as they do, and it's why they stay as long as they do. Before Shiloh started isolating me, I wasn't an open person about my mental health. Like I vented to other people, but that was about it. It was never to the extent where it was with Shiloh. Like as in, I've never been emotionally reliant on someone. Um, like I've even had multiple arguments with everyone except for Shiloh about how much I don't open up. Like I don't tell people like my issues, and like I always had like a hard time asking for help when it came to my mental health. Um, like I would be the type of person to say that I had stuff going on, but I never told people what that stuff was because I don't want to alarm people. I was like an avoidant, like very, very heavily an avoidant. Um, and even in 2022 and 2023, I still wouldn't talk about my issues with specifically Shiloh. Like I would specifically say that I don't want to tell Shiloh because it would make Shiloh uncomfortable. And if I make them uncomfortable, they would be mad at me because Shiloh would attack and cut off people who made them uncomfortable, even if it was on accident. And I only started pushing how bad my mental health was onto Shiloh in April of 2023. And coincidentally, that was the time where I found out Shiloh was lying to me. So it's not actually a coincidence, it's a trauma response. Because at this point, this was mental abuse, because isolation is a form of mental abuse. And relying on someone who's hurt you for emotional validity is a response to abuse. And Shiloh hurt me a lot. I was being isolated by my friends, and they just lied to me. And I've been scared of them for the past 4 years at this point. Um, and even if we leave out the isolation part, Shiloh still 100% like lied to me about Cyclamen and Buttercup. And this was the first time ever where I felt like Shiloh had truly purposely like went out of their way to hurt me. Because they did hurt me a lot, like especially with like the panic attack thing. But back then I tried to defend it by saying they were going through a lot. Now it's like, what's your excuse? Like you hid this from me. Like you lied. Like you knew that I was uncomfortable with these people and then you lied. Um, and it really, really messed me up because like for years I always saw Shiloh as someone who like would never hurt me because like they wouldn't want to because they're not that type of person. And I just spent years defending them because I fully believe that they never wanted to hurt me. They never wanted to hurt anybody. And then they went out of their way to hurt me. And I couldn't come up with a defense for that. So I didn't know what to do. I didn't confront Shiloh because obviously I was terrified of them. But like for the first time I actually was like really, really mad. Because before I would see that they would hurt my friends and I would be scared. And now and they would also hurt me and I would also be scared because like back when I had that panic attack. Now I was really, really angry because how am I supposed to sit here and act like you didn't just lie to me and you're refusing to talk to me about it even after you knew that I know? But I was too scared to confront them. And Shiloh talked to me like nothing happened. And I was supposed to talk to them like nothing happened, even though I knew that they lied to me. And like I said, we talked to each other 12 hours every single day. Like we never stopped doing that. Like we've been doing that since June 2022. And although I did go offline for like a day or two, like maybe three every once in a while, like for just like letting Shiloh know that, hey, like I'm really paranoid, like talking to people makes my paranoia worse. So like I would sometimes not be online for a day or two. And like after this happened, like I physically, like I felt like if I was away from Shiloh, like I don't know how to describe it. Like if I was away from them, like I only felt like an actual like person when I was with them. So like if I was away from them, like I was nothing. And this is called a trauma bond, which a lot of people assume that trauma bond means like two people bonding over their trauma, but it's actually when a victim is so connected to their abuser. And it's usually caused by something called intermittent reinforcement, which is an unpredictable pattern of sometimes being rewarded and sometimes being punished. And Shiloh was obviously always unpredictable, and I do understand that it's due to them being bipolar and having BPD, but that doesn't excuse the fact that they would repeatedly do bad things. And for so long, Shiloh would be completely fine. Like they would be fine with hanging out. They would be fine with everyone in the friend group, and like we would all hang out, and things would be okay. And then the next day, they were rude and like yelling and cussing at them and telling me that we can't hang out with them anymore. And like it was very, very back and forth with them. And it was so much worse later on. Like this was the simple like part of it. Like it got so much worse in later years. But by this point, I'd already developed a trauma bond with Shiloh. I think I always had one, like because like I was scared of them. But I think it really amped up after I found out that they lied to me, and my mental state was solely reliant on Shiloh, and I had a trauma bond with him for the remainder of us knowing each other. Um, and obviously, after this, everything did get a lot worse because the only person I had was Shiloh because they had successfully isolated me to the point where I had zero friends, and I felt like I could trust the one person that I had, which was Shiloh. And this was also the time where I got diagnosed with my physical disability, and Shiloh really didn't want to deal with my declining mental and physical health, which I do understand. I did push a lot of that onto them, especially like my mental health. Like as soon as I found out they liked me, I pushed so much of that onto them because I was just so like hurt and like I couldn't live without them, and I didn't understand why they would lie to me after everything that I've done for them. And I'm and for like years, like I always said, it was my fault because I forced them into that position. But I was scared to talk to them, and rather than Shiloh communicating, they would tell me, well, they would stop talking to me altogether unless I was happy. And they did that for the entirety of the rest of our relationship. But I think this is when that started, where if I wasn't happy, they wouldn't talk to me. Or if I wasn't going along with whatever they wanted, they wouldn't talk to me. Which there were signs of that before, like whenever like Shiloh would be in an argument and I would tell them to stop, they would ignore me or pretend I wasn't there. Um, and now in our relationship, it was if I'm not going along with them by being happy, then again they would ignore me, pretend I wasn't there because they only wanted me when I fit um, exactly the type of person that they wanted me to be. And if I wasn't, then they wouldn't want me and they hated me. And I knew that they hated me. Well, I'm pretty sure they didn't actually hate me, but I felt like they hated me because they wouldn't talk to me unless I was happy. And I felt like I was nothing without them. And this obviously made the trauma bond worse because I would be rewarded for being happy and be punished if I wasn't. But obviously I wasn't happy because I had no friends and Shiloh just lied to me. And our anniversary, they completely forgot our anniversary. They told me like months before this that they would never forget it, and then they forgot it. And which also made me like very, very upset and mad. And things did just keep going downhill until Shiloh just stopped talking to me altogether at the end of May, and I wouldn't hear from them again for about 2 months. And during these 2 months, things were very, very bad to the point where I almost went to the mental hospital because everyone in my life could see how miserable I was, and I couldn't tell them why I was so miserable because no one knew what I was going through except for Clematis, who did check in on me, and I told her everything that was going on, like everything that was happening with Shiloh. And Clematis never told me this. Um, like maybe I'm wrong because Clematis did tell me this, but I assume this was really the point where she realized that um what was happening between me and Shiloh, because everyone in the main five knew that I only went along with Shiloh because I felt obligated to, and they kind of just stopped talking to me about it because they knew that I wouldn't listen even if they did. But I really feel like this was the point where Clematis was finally like, "Hey, like this isn't okay." Like she didn't tell me that, but I think in her mind she knew that something was very wrong, and she did agree to help us talk it out. And it did take like a month, but me and Shiloh did finally speak. So this whole conversation was just a lot of apologizing and them saying that um, they just didn't want to make me uncomfortable, and that's why they didn't talk to me, and they didn't just want to like randomly message me after not talking for so long. And I would apologize because I apologize for having poor mental health, and that I pushed that onto them, and I apologize for having poor mental health to begin with. This whole situation was about 2 months long, and it isn't something that I bring up a lot to people because, like, if you think this is bad, like it only goes downhill. Like this was like everything up until this point was the easy stuff. Like this was the stuff that wasn't all that bad, and the stuff that like I hesitate to even call abuse in the first place. Um, and I don't want to put too much emphasis on like my mental health in relation to how I was acting during all of this. And I do have mixed feelings about the situation, and I don't want to give people conflicting answers because how I speak about it now might be different to how I speak about it like a month from now. And even though everything I was doing was obviously a trauma response, and I know that now, I don't think it justifies me pushing so much onto Shiloh, but I do feel irresponsible saying that because, like, what if there's a victim who is seeing this and is in a similar situation that I was? Like, if I blame myself, then I would also like be blaming that victim because they are in the same situation. So, like, I do want to say that if anyone can relate to anything that I've been saying, that it is not your fault. And I never want to make it seem like I am blaming victims in any way just because I sometimes feel like blaming myself. And if it seems like I glossed over that whole situation, that's why. Because, like, this is, like, so simple compared to everything that they've done after this point. Um, Going that long with no contact isn't healthy, and it is abandonment on Shiloh's part. And, like, even now, I think that they really, like, should not have done that. They reacted fully, and a good partner would not do what they did. But I also know that I shouldn't have been taking my full mental health out on them because it is a lot for people to handle. And they aren't a professional, and it shouldn't be their responsibility. And the situation did start because they lied to me. Well, it really started like when they isolated me, but this situation itself started because they lied to me. And I should have talked to them about that, but they just shouldn't have lied to me in the first place. So, like, whoever you want to blame, like you decide who you want to blame in this situation. But we are 15, and I think I was 16 at this point. I actually no, I wasn't. We were 15 at this point. We were both 15. And regardless of whoever is at fault, this does set up Shiloh's pattern of behavior for the next couple of years, where they would go days, weeks, or months without talking to me whenever I would be upset about something. And they would refuse to talk to me until I am no longer upset, even if I reached out to them. Then they would come back like nothing happened and would get upset or ignore me if I ever bring this up. This is a form of emotional abuse. And sometimes this type of behavior doesn't start right away. It can take like days, weeks, months, or years, like for these types of behaviors to start. And this is an example of that because at this point, we've been together for a year. And Shiloh had not done anything like this before, at least not since we got together. And as always, I would assume that this is a one-time thing and it would never happen again. And I blamed myself for being too emotional. And I still know that I could have handled the situation better, but knowing what will happen after this, I think that my life would have been so much more different if I had just left them right then and there. But um, like I knew that wasn't going to happen. When I went back to public school for the first time since the pandemic started, everything was like fine at the beginning. Like everything was great. Like we haven't seen each other in person in years at this point. Um, Obviously there were like some problems because like we just spent 2 months not talking to each other, and even after we talked with Clematis, we only talked like once or twice after that, and now we had to see each other every single day because we shared all of our classes together. But we were very openly dating each other, and we got little to no negative comments about it, which we are like very very lucky that we didn't face a lot of like homophobia. I mean, obviously there's some, but we were lucky that there wasn't a lot. And now the friend group was basically somewhat back together like nothing had happened. This was the first time in over a year where the main five actually hung out as a group. because me, Shiloh, Cyclamen, and Buttercup, we went to the same school, were in the same classes, and I talked to Clementis more often after she'd helped me. So now the main five were actually together for the first time in a long time. And then at the end of August, I got sick. I had COVID, and after that, my disability got worse because I believe it triggered it. I'm not actually entirely sure, but I was told that it most likely triggered it. And there's also a mix of that and the fact that I haven't been in public school in years at this point. So I don't think my body was able to handle it. And there was a lot going on. I'm not going to say everything that went on because a lot of it is personal, but there's a lot happening. And I started to have panic attacks in school. And my friends were supportive, mostly Cyclamen. Cyclamen was very, very supportive during this time. And Shiloh completely vanished. And I do understand being uncomfortable with someone who is struggling because, like, you don't know how to handle a situation like that. Um, and I have been in that position plenty of times. Shiloh actually had a panic attack in the first week of school, and me and Cyclamen had to comfort them in the bathroom, like first week of school. And now we're a month into school, and I have a panic attack, and Shiloh completely vanishes. And after this, they would go days or weeks without talking to me if I ever cried in front of them. And we have not seen each other in 3 years at this point, and now every time I saw them, like they acted as if I did not exist. And they did use the excuse that, oh, I was like pushing so much onto them and I was venting to them so much, and that's why they ignored me. First of all, like we're dating at this point. Like we've been dating for a year and a half at this point. And like you just up and vanish. Like I understand not being comfortable, but like you're dating someone, like you should tell them that um Shiloh wasn't even the person I was venting to during all this. And I wouldn't even, well, it is kind of venting, but every time something went wrong, I would go to Cyclamen instead, and sometimes Clematis, but Cyclamen I could actually talk to in person. And they were very helpful, and I spent a lot of time talking to both of them about how Shiloh had been treating me at this point. And they both supported me much more than Shiloh ever did, like this entire year, like the entirety of, this was 2023. Like they both supported me like more than Shiloh ever had at that point. Um, and there were multiple times where I had panic attacks in front of Shiloh, and they would stare at me while playing Genshin Impact. And as soon as I felt better, they kept talking to me like nothing had happened and wouldn't even bring up the fact that I was crying. And this also happened on my birthday. And I spent a lot of the day crying in front of them, and they would look at me, look back at their phone, and keep playing video games, or specifically Genshin Impact. But by the end of the school day, like I felt better. They came up to me like absolutely nothing happened. And for my birthday present, they kissed me for the first time. And it was just a peck, but it was my first kiss. And I don't know if this was on my birthday, but I know it was around this time where I was full on sobbing in the middle of class. And I was holding Shiloh's hand and I was squeezing it because like squeezing things helps and I don't have stress ball or anything. And Shiloh did not even look at me at all. And they were playing Genshin with one hand, with their non-dominant hand. They were playing Genshin Impact because I was holding onto their other hand while I was sobbing. And they just didn't even acknowledge it whatsoever. And after this, when I finally stopped, they came up to me and told me that I caused their hand to hurt and their hand was very red because of how hard I was squeezing it. And they completely ignored the fact that I was having a full-blown panic attack in the middle of class. But all they talked about was how much I made their hand hurt. And this is me. This is on Gilded. I found some Gilded screenshots, like me talking to Cyclamen, and I explained it a year later to Clematis. And this did continue for about a month from the start of September, like maybe mid-September, to mid-October. This was not every day, but it was almost every day. Like might as well have been. Um, and like they would ignore me if I was ever upset, and as soon as I felt better, they acted like nothing happened. And in some cases, they would get mad at me, not directly like yell at me or anything, or like tell me that they were mad at me. They were very, very aggressive. Their behavior overall was very aggressive whenever this would happen. And I would also miss school because of how sick I was, like due to my disability. And when that happened, when I stopped showing up to school, they completely stopped talking to me until Cyclamen told them to, because I was telling Cyclamen about like what was happening. Cyclamen got mad at them and told them to talk to me. Um, and this is also when I stopped using Discord because of Shiloh, and I started using Gilded due to Cyclamen recommending it. So from this point on until mid 2024, I only have old Gilded screenshots because Gilded is a discontinued platform. And I will also be showing screenshots from two different Google documents that I made a year after all this happened. One of them I wrote just to organize my thoughts, and the other one I wrote directly. It was originally supposed to be directly towards Shiloh, but in the end, I never sent it to Shiloh, like someone else sent it, but I didn't intend to send it to Shiloh. So even though it originally was supposed to be sent to Shiloh, in the end, it was more of a way for me to vent, which I will explain like later on if that didn't make any sense. But both of these Google documents were made in late 2024, and our relationship was abusive by this point. And Shiloh always says that they were never actually abusive because we were mutually toxic. And I do think as friends we were toxic because I would enable Shiloh. There are different ways of enabling, like me defending them, like obviously. But when I stop defending them, there's also my silence. Like silence is a way to enable people. Even though, like I would explain, like I did that because I was scared. It is still a form of enabling. And so I do think our friendship was mutually toxic, and I do think our relationship was toxic, obviously, but like it's still abusive. And like I did not do anything to Shiloh. Like at this point in our relationship, I've not done a single thing to them. Like we've never had a single proper argument up until this point, the entire time I've ever known Shiloh, even before we were dating. Like I never did anything to Shiloh. Like I did push a lot of my problems onto Shiloh in the beginning of 2023. Even before that, I didn't do anything to Shiloh. Like I was always the one like defending them or like trying to get them to like calm down or like stop arguing with people. I was always the one helping them. I had to talk them down from offing themselves multiple times. Like I've never done anything to them. Like by this point, um, like and when we started dating, like they did isolate me. Obviously, like I didn't make them do that. Like I'd known everyone in the group for years before meeting Shiloh. Like I wasn't the person who was attacking them for absolutely no reason. Like I wasn't the one like who abandoned someone who got into a car accident. Like I didn't tell Shiloh to lie to me. Like I didn't tell them to like I didn't do anything to make them treat me like this. But they constantly say like, "Oh, it was mutually toxic." I didn't do anything to you. But like Shiloh claims that they only ignored me once it got too much, but that isn't true because they ignored me from the very beginning. And like I did push my problems onto Shiloh, but it was problems that were caused by Shiloh. And like I didn't do anything to them. Um, Shiloh would only keep ignoring me and then like blaming things on me. And this was the start of it being like really, really bad. Um, the silent treatment is a manipulation tactic used as a punishment to control or cause fear to someone, and people do use it as a way to cope or avoid conflict, but it is still harmful, and it does cause psychological damage to like the person you're ignoring. And I don't know if I can say this without YouTube striking me, or not striking me, just like shooting me down. But like there's also that, um, and I do want to make it clear that Shiloh taking time for themselves is completely different to them explicitly ignoring me and giving me the silent treatment. Those are two very, very different things. Them saying that like they just want time for themselves is not the same as them looking me in the face while I was bawling my eyes out and then refuse to acknowledge the fact that I even exist. Um, and like obviously this hasn't happened before this point because like we haven't seen each other in person like since before we started dating. And I do want people to realize that abuse isn't always sudden, constant, or consistent. Um, for me, it started out as mental, then emotional, then sexual, then physical, and then verbal. And sometimes I would experience like just one type, and sometimes I would experience like multiple at the same time. But it's all abuse either way. And at this point, our relationship was mentally and emotionally abusive. Um, with all the like isolation and the lying and the silent treatment, like that is all like abuse. And it was really, really bad. And I was already in a bad mental state ever since Shiloh like started to isolate me. And then like other personal things happened. So I was already not doing super great. And a lot of people like would obviously just say like, oh, if you're so like depressed, like you just need to leave. But like these kinds of relationships are notorious for being difficult to leave. I'd known Shiloh for 5 years at this point. Um, and in 2021 is when I said I felt like nothing without Shiloh, and that feeling never went away. So to me, death was a better option to leaving and living without them. And in late October of 2023 was um, my first proper attempt. Um, and I'm not going to go into it, but the first person I told, and the only person I told directly, was Cyclamenn, who told Shiloh, and Shiloh told their best friend. And Shiloh, based on what I remember Cyclamenn telling me, Shiloh did not react in any way, and they've never spoken about this ever. Like neither of us have spoken about this happening, like ever. Like the entire time we've known each other after this, like they acted like nothing happened. And like I really don't like saying that I tried to end it because of Shiloh, because it feels like I'm pushing, like again, I'm pushing so much onto them, even though like I know that like they've done so much to me, so like I shouldn't really care about that, but it is still like very difficult for me to like outwardly say it. And like obviously I was like very like not happy because like for the past month like they would completely ignore me. Like I would be sobbing and they would just stare at me and I would just start sobbing even harder and they would refuse to even acknowledge that this thing was happening. And they wouldn't talk to me unless like I was happy. And like I it was a very dehumanizing experience to have the person you're dating treat you like you don't exist. Um and to this day Shiloh has never addressed the fact that any of this happened. They never addressed that they did all of these things during this time period. And by this point, like obviously, like my entire life revolved around them. Um, because like they were for so long, they were all that I had. Even though I had Cyclamen and Clemens by now, um, like I still felt like I was nothing unless Shiloh was also there. Um, and how I view it is that people are familiar with the concept of someone being bullied into ending it, which is an unfortunate reality that happens all the time. But people do recognize it as a reason as to why someone would want to do that. But it does feel different to say that I was abused into wanting to do that because now it just sounds like um, it was my fault and that like, oh, like you should have just left. Like it's not that difficult. Like why would you do something like that? Like how could you blame someone for something like that? And I don't know if I'm thinking that like because it's me thinking that, or if I think that because those are all things that Shiloh has told me to my face before. And because this is unfortunately not the last time I attempted to do this while dating Shiloh, and I will be talking about that later on, not in this video because by now I know I'm going to put this into two videos. Um, but every single time Shiloh did blame it on me, and they would insult me and stuff like that. So I still struggle to um, say that I did this because of Shiloh, even though I know that that is the reason, unfortunately. Um, After this happened, I didn't go to school for a couple of weeks. I did go a couple of times, but I would end up being sick, and I most of the time wouldn't make it to the entire school day. And as far as I remember, Shiloh and I spoke in the server on Gilded that had the main five in it. But the only people that were active were me, Shiloh, and Cyclamen. And at some point, something did happen. I don't fully remember what actually happened because immediately after this happened, like another even bigger thing happened that I will talk about in a second. But it was something personal. I don't remember all the details. But there was a problem between Shiloh and Cyclamen, and I was also involved somehow. Um, but this was the first time, October 28th, 2023 was the first time Shiloh DM'd me. Um, in like over a month by this point, I'm pretty sure, or at least like in a few weeks. This is the first time they DM'd me since my attempt at the very least. Um, and then like I don't know if it's related. I know that Cyclamen didn't like Shiloh again because at this point I'd been telling Cyclamen how Shiloh had been treating me. So the two of them had problems again. Because again, we were all in the same classes. So those two, I was always the middleman between those two, but I wasn't at school. So I could no longer be the middleman. So those two were, Buttercup was also there, but Buttercup wasn't part of this. So like those two had a lot of problems. And Cyclamen would tell me about how Shiloh was being like so rude to them and how Shiloh like didn't like them and how they didn't like them either. And Shiloh was very upset that I had to miss so much school. To the point where on October 30th, 2023, Shiloh said that it was Cyclamen's fault that I was sick, and Cyclamen needed to off themselves because of it. And I did talk about this briefly in my TikTok, if you saw that. Since posting that TikTok, I did find this screenshot. I had to go through like some old stuff, but I did find what Shiloh did say, which is here. And if you saw the TikTok, you would recognize these two screenshots. But this one is the one that I found. And like again, like back in 2023, when Shiloh would start blaming people instead of actually being supportive whenever I was going through something, like obviously like that wasn't a one-time thing because they were doing it again. Um, and Sigmund was very rightfully so, like angry about this, and Shiloh refused to apologize, and they said that they had anger issues, so it's known that they just get like that sometimes. And Sigmund didn't even get me sick, is the thing. Like, Sigmund did have COVID before me, so Shiloh said that Sigmund gave me COVID, and because of that, 2 months later, only now are they blaming it on Sigmund. Like, just completely ignoring the fact that I had an attempt a week before this, and I straight up said that's why, like, I'm sick. Like, but only now you care? It's been over a week, and the COVID thing happened 2 months ago. And even if Sigmund was the reason why I was sick, that does not give Shiloh the right to say something like that. And again, back in 2022, when Shiloh said Buttercup needed to die from mold, in August of this year, not this year, August of 2023, I mean, Shiloh said that they were appalled by their past actions. They didn't apologize. They just said that they were appalled. And 2 months later, they wished death on someone again, despite the fact that 2 months before this, they said that they were appalled by their actions and they were changed person now. They clearly are not. And I did unfortunately attempt to defend Shiloh. I did talk to Cyclamen privately about how I didn't like what Shiloh said, and even after all of this happened, I did talk to them privately again, like years after this happened. Um, but I did tell Shiloh that I was understanding and so that I would help them talk to Cyclamen. Because even though I still didn't like Shiloh's actions, like I would always excuse it by being like, oh, they have anger issues. Like I don't like that they do this, but they have anger issues and that's why they do it. Like that was always, even back in like 2021, like that was always my defense for them. Um, and they talked in a server that Cyclamen made. And if you guys have used Gilded, I don't actually know this for sure, but I'm pretty sure that if you make a server in Gilded and you as the owner leaves the server, then it gets deleted because the server like randomly like disappeared one day. So I assume Cyclamen left the server that they had made and it got deleted. So I don't actually remember what happened during this. Like I can't get any screenshots even if like Gilded wasn't discontinued. Um, but I do remember specifically that Shiloh had sent a paragraph defending themselves, and Cyclamen basically responded with not a single apology. like they called out Shiloh for not apologizing in that entire paragraph, and they argued until Shiloh got annoyed and basically went, okay, you want an apology, fine, and then apologized, and obviously didn't mean it. And I did not participate in this conversation. I mostly just watched, and I do think that things would have been a lot different in my life if I did actually stand up to Cyclamen, but I stayed out of it because I didn't want Shiloh to have any more reason to not like me. And then Cyclamen transferred schools, and the day of the argument, I stopped talking to them because Shiloh asked me to. And after this, Shiloh would routinely check my phone to see what Cyclamen had said, because Cyclamen did reach out to me after this happened. And Shiloh wanted me to block them, but I didn't. I didn't even unfriend them. But a while after this happened, like in November, I re-downloaded Discord to check something. I don't remember what, but I haven't opened Discord in over a month by this point, and I saw that Cyclamen actually sent me multiple DMs. And I was sitting next to Shiloh when this happened, and Shiloh took my phone and deleted Discord before I could read those messages. And later that day, I did re-download it and read it, but like I'm obviously not going to say what they said. But that was just like one example of Shiloh, just like straight up taking my phone and not wanting me to be around Cyclamen. Um, there's also when Cyclamen sent me a Merry Christmas message, despite the fact we haven't spoken since like the end of October. And Shiloh again told me not to respond and took my phone and closed the notification. And to this day, I had not opened that text. And you can see on my old phone, I took a screenshot of it. And that's when Shiloh took my phone. And that's about the end of that until over a year later. The day of the argument, so October 30th, Shiloh actually told me that Cyclamen caused him to relapse. And the next day on Halloween, Shiloh showed up to school with multiple like cuts on their arm. And if you remember, Shiloh started that argument. Like they're the one who told Cyclamen to die. And they refused to apologize for it multiple times. But Cyclamen's the one who caused them to relapse. But like after Shiloh told me that, I felt like I couldn't blame Shiloh anymore because like, oh, they hurt themselves, so like now they're the victim. Because that was my mindset. Because again, Shiloh had done this like multiple times in the past where like they would start an argument and then hurt themselves after the argument. Um, but now like we see each other in person. So in the past they would tell me that they hurt themselves. Now that we see each other in person, I would have to actually see it. And they also did it to me multiple times where I would tell them that I was hurt, and then they would respond by saying, I have no right to be upset because I made them relapse or I made them break down or I made them upset. So now they're the victim because they hurt themselves and I'm actually the problem. Like this is obviously how you guilt trip someone and avoid accountability because every single time you tell Shiloh that you like they hurt you, like they will turn it into the suffering Olympics and they will try to one up you every single time. Like you say that they hurt you. And like all of a sudden like everything that they went through is more justified than what like I'm going through. And like they still do this like to this day. Like their entire final message was them basically talking about like all the things that I did and downplaying all the things that they did. And this mostly happened, um, at least me actually having to see the SH happened mostly from late 2023 to mid 2024, and where they would hurt themselves after I ended up having a panic attack, and I would see it. There were multiple times where they would pretend to attempt to hide it, but they didn't actually hide it because they would like look at it or like touch it like in front of me, and they would make multiple comments about it and talk to Lily about it while I'm literally right there. And sometimes they would just outright show me, and like it wasn't always cut. Like I don't want to describe it because like I don't want to make anyone like uncomfortable, and also YouTube is gonna like strike me down. But like it was not great, and there was blood, um, and like they were attempting to shame me for having panic attacks, which obviously would make panic attacks even worse. Um, and they also did this after they would hurt me in other ways, and I would tell them that they hurt me, and I would be upset about it, and they would hurt themselves to turn the focus back onto them. Um, and that happened for about like the entirety of 11th grade. Um, um, in November, I mean, by now it's November, and me and Shiloh would start to spend time with each other outside of school, thanks to Lily, who is Shiloh's best friend. And Lily was also there with the argument with Cyclamen. Like those text messages that I showed you were between Shiloh and Lily. And I had spoken to Lily a few times, but like we weren't close or anything. Like we only spoke because like Shiloh was the person we mutually knew. But when we started spending time with each other outside school, I started spending time with Lily because Lily has a car and a license, so she was the one driving us around. And we, with my parents, we didn't expect them to actually let me go anywhere. But I really did not want to be home. So, um, November 16th, 2023, surprisingly, my parents did agree to let me hang out, like outside of school, like just once. And everything seemed to be fine. Um, and we didn't actually hang out again until November 27th. That should say 2023, of 2023. And after that, we started hanging out basically every day because things were like going well. Like, my parents actually let me go outside and like let me hang out with my friends, or well, my partner and one of my friends, but they didn't know that. And things were like okay. So, we assumed it would be okay for me to go to Shiloh's house. Um, so I am asexual before I say anything next. This is a very well documented fact about me because I've said I'm asexual since 2020. Um, and I used to identify as asexual aromantic because I thought they were the same thing, but once I realized that they weren't, I did start identifying as both asexual and aromantic. And even when I stopped identifying as aromantic, I still identified as asexual. And I've been saying this like 4 years. And Shiloh was actually the first person to accept me as asexual because most people would be like, oh, like you're too young to know. But Shiloh was the first one who immediately accepted me. And like I'm also like somewhat repulsed by things like that. And although my specific label has changed a few times, like if you look through it, it has changed a few times. I've always said that I'm at least on the spectrum because I've known I'm on the spectrum like for 6 years at this point, and I've never been ashamed of it until around this time period for reasons that will become very, very obvious. I was always open about my asexuality. Again, Shiloh was the one who knew, like from the very start, and accepted me. And Shiloh was also asexual when we first started dating. And so I assumed this whole time that they were asexual. This was the only time they ever mentioned the fact that they weren't asexual, and we never had a full conversation about it. They just briefly mentioned it once, and I completely forgot that this even happened until I was like going through old messages. So like this entire time, I assumed we were both asexual. So doing anything in that regard like never crossed my mind because like I'm not interested in that kind of stuff. So like I never thought about it. I never thought about the possibility. Um, like, and at this point, I haven't even like we kissed on the lips once on my birthday, which was over a month ago, and like we haven't done anything since. So so when we were left alone in Shiloh's room, I didn't think anything of it until Shiloh started kissing me, and we didn't do anything like drastic, but like and I did consent to it, I guess, because like I did go along with it, even though it was like very unexpected. And like again, after this happened, like we did start to see each other after school like every single day, and doing similar things became the norm. But again, I'm asexual and I'm also extremely sheltered, so I knew absolutely nothing. Like I knew like probably less than like a middle schooler because like I'm not interested in this kind of stuff. So like I never looked into it. I never had a reason to. So any information I got on this topic was from Shiloh and Lily, and they would always tell me like this kind of thing was normal. So I just was like, okay, yeah, it seems normal enough. Um, but like I obviously realized very quickly I did not enjoy doing these things. Um, like it was very like gross. Like why do humans do this? But I did like the attention I got from it because like again, Shiloh spent an entire month ignoring my existence, and for like 2 months in the summer they did not talk to me at all. So I just went along with like whatever Shiloh wanted to do. Which like obviously like I know now if you're not comfortable with whatever you're doing, like please don't go along with it just for the sake of doing it. Like you should like communicate that you are not comfortable with this. But like I obviously had a huge fear of standing up to Shiloh, and based on everything that happens next, even if I did tell Shiloh that I wasn't comfortable, I don't think it would have mattered too much. But the first time I felt pressure to do anything, um, I don't have screenshots because like gilded and also like this happened in real life, so I don't actually know what day this happened. I believe it was first week of December. I remember it was very cloudy outside. It was probably like the sun wasn't down, so it was probably like 5 o'clock, maybe six. Um, we were in the backseat of Lily's car parked in Shiloh's driveway, and Lily was inside the house with Shiloh's sister, and the two of us were um, alone outside. And Shiloh asked me if it was okay if we could go all the way, and they did say that it was okay that if I didn't want to do it, and I responded with like I don't know, and Shiloh told me that that's not an answer. So they kept asking me over and over again for a yes or no answer. Like they kept saying like it's like a yes or no question. Just give me a yes or no. Like it's okay if you don't want to do it, but I'm gonna need like a yes or no. Like it's not that difficult. Like I need a yes or no answer. Um, and like by this point they were like basically fully on top of me because I wasn't laying down fully. I was leaning against the car door. Like on the left side, I was leaning against the car door, and Shiloh was over me. And they kept asking me like, "Do you want this? Like yes or no?" And I kept saying that I don't know because like I very quickly realized that in situations like this, I just shut down. So um I just kept saying like I don't know because like I don't know if I want to do this because I felt like I had to, but I didn't want to. So like I don't know. Like I don't know if I want to do this in the backseat of your best friend's car in your driveway. I don't know if I want that to be my first time. Um, but Shiloh just kept asking, and um, and I told them that um, like they just kept asking, and I remember at some point they were like, "Oh, Lily's gonna come back outside at some point, so you better answer now, like yes or no, like yes or no, like it's not that hard. It's a yes or no question. Like it's okay if you say no, but I'm gonna need a yes or no." And I just couldn't give like a straight answer. Um, and I told them that I was scared, and in response they rolled their eyes at me, and like I know I'm talking about it like this is like a whole conversation that we were having. Like this whole thing was probably no more than 5 minutes, like maybe 10, but that's stretching it. But eventually Lily does open the car door and get in the driver's seat because like Shiloh said, like Lily was like gonna come outside soon. Um, and Lily did know what we were doing, and like she said that she was okay with it before anyone says anything about that. Like Lily knew the whole time. But after Lily got in the car, Shiloh did drop it, and we didn't do anything that day. But I am very sure that Lily did not get into the car. Um, Shiloh would have kept asking until I either gave in or until they got frustrated and like left. Um, but like obviously, like if that wasn't clear by now, that just in general, I was scared to say no to Shiloh. Like even in any context, like I was scared to go against them, and I have been for years at this point. And like they just kept asking, like it's a yes or no question. But like in situations like this, I shouldn't have needed to give a yes or no because anything that isn't an explicit yes is a no. Like any unless it's like explicitly like yes, I want to do this. Like anything else is not consent. So I don't know is a no. And I did tell them. I told them that I was scared. And like whenever people hear about these kinds of situations, I do hear the argument a lot is well you should have just pushed them off and ran, which is messed up for multiple reasons. Like I didn't even realize there was like I didn't realize what was happening. Like I don't even know if I can call it assault because we didn't do anything that day. But like I was scared. But I really felt like I shouldn't have been scared. I had no right or reason to be scared because this is my partner. Like they love me. Like I shouldn't be scared of them. Um, and even if I did realize what was happening, I couldn't do anything about it because like in situations like this, fighting back does get people killed. Obviously, my circumstances were not that serious. I will never claim that my circumstances were that serious in like anything that I'm saying. Like I don't, Shiloh would not have physically harmed me in any way if I did say no. At least based on everything I know about them, I don't think they would have. I would hope that they wouldn't have. But I couldn't run away because first of all, they were on top of me, and they weigh 40 pounds more than me, even though I am taller. But I'm not very strong, and I am disabled. So although I do run faster than them, I can't run long distances. And like I couldn't even get out the car in the first place because like I was pressed against like the door. Like I remember specifically, it was the door on the left side. Like I was pressed against like that door. And even if I did go out, because I remember like if I opened the door on the left side and I kept running left, I would just keep running into Shiloh's neighborhood. But if I ran to the right, I would be heading towards the main town area. Um, but like exiting the left door, like my best option would be to run left, but I didn't know Shiloh's neighborhood. And even if I could have ran to the right, I can get to the main town, but I don't know how to get to my house from there. And even if I could, like that's gonna be like hours of walking to get back home because Lily was my ride home. And even if I told Lily what happened, even if I knew what was happening and I told Lily, Lily would have taken Shiloh's side. So and no one knew where I was except for these two. And um and a lot of people are going to blame me for that and say like, oh, it's my fault because like I was with them and like no one knew where I was. But again, we had been dating for a year and a half at this point. So like I had no reason, although Shiloh was very, very aggressive, like obviously, like they had a lot of red flags. I had no reason to think they would actually do something like this. Um, because like even bad people have standards. Like just because someone is like not a good person does not like automatically mean that they're the type of person to do something like this to someone. And I had no reason to think that Shiloh would ever want to or be capable of doing something like this for multiple reasons. Um, and also because I up until like a week before this happened, I assumed Shiloh was asexual. So I never thought about it. I never had time to think about it. Like I trusted them because I had known them for 5 years and we've been dating for like a year and a half. So I had no reason to think that I would be in any danger with them. And when Lily got into the car, Shiloh was upset that we didn't do anything. And I felt really, really bad for being hesitant because I felt like this was something I had to do to make Shiloh happy. Because if Shiloh was upset, then they would ignore me or they would start being aggressive. So I had to make sure that they weren't ever like upset with me. And this is something that they very clearly wanted. And I felt really bad for not wanting it too. So um, I said we could try again next time to calm them down. And um, and we did. Like when next time did finally come. Um, and we did keep hanging out every single day after this, like after school. And we would hang out normally, like we would go to the store, like we would get food together, like we would just like drive around town, just like hang out like normal teenagers. And most of the time it was a lot of what Shiloh wanted, which I'm not complaining about. I'm just stating that as a fact because Shiloh was the one paying and Lily was the one driving us around. So I felt bad for like putting in my input since I wasn't really contributing anything. So anything those two wanted to do, like I just went along with it. Not that like I'm holding that against either of them. I'm just stating like again, I'm just stating the fact. Um, but no matter what we did, almost every day did turn into Shiloh asking for stuff one way or another. And I do want to make it clear that not every single thing that happened during this time period was like assault. Like not all of it was assault, and not all of it was Shiloh's fault. And like that is just like how like usually how SA in relationships work. Because obviously, like if you're dating someone, well, not obviously, I don't want to say obviously, but typically, like when you're dating someone, like doing this kind of stuff is like normal. And like you could both be consenting, but sometimes like SA happens. It doesn't mean that every single thing that you've done up until that point was SA, and it doesn't mean that everything you do after that is SA, but that doesn't change the fact that it is still SA. So even though that I will only be mostly talking about like the SA parts of it, like not every single thing that we did was SA. Like I would say maybe like 50%, maybe even less. Well, no, I would probably say for now, this percentage might change, but for now, I will say like 50%, like about that, maybe like 50, 60%. Um, but this did happen, like again, every single day, and I did probably trauma block a lot of it, but which is why my percentage might be inaccurate. Um, but it did start to affect our school life as they did get very touchy in school and would ask me to touch them too. And I was fine with like kissing and like holding hands because we were out to the school. Like everyone in the school knew that we were dating. So like us like holding hands or like kissing them on the cheek, like that was normal. Like that's just what couples do, like whatever. But Shiloh would ask for more things, like things more than that in school. And there were things that I didn't want to do or things where I would just pull away entirely because I did not want to do this in school, like in front of other people where like there were cameras, obviously, and there were dozens of people who could see us at any time. And I did um, make this very, very clear to Shiloh, like, I don't want people looking at us and there are cameras. So I don't think this is a good idea and I don't want to do this. And they would assure me that it's fine. And they would continue to ask for these things. Um, which it wasn't fine because I said that I didn't want to do that and it should have been left at that. And this also did eventually get in the way of my health. Again, I'm disabled, and my body can only handle like so much travel. And we were going places 5 days a week, like every single day after school. So migraines and nausea were very common for me. I also have chronic fatigue, so like I was very tired, like every single day. And like even like I'd missed a month of school because I was sick, and I'd not fully recovered from that because it's only been a month or two since that happened. But Shiloh would still want to do things, like even while I was sick, and they would even tell me that like doing it would help me, which like in certain things like it could, but like in general, like I'm sick and you're still asking for things like when I'm sick. Um, and I was usually the one who had to use a lot more energy, despite the fact I have chronic fatigue, but whatever. And I do have to. Um, I say all the time, if I stood my ground more, I don't think a lot of these things would have happened. But I have to keep telling myself that it's not my fault that these happened. And if I did stand my ground more, then Shiloh would have just gotten aggressive. So like I do need to keep reminding myself that like it's not my fault because Shiloh did get more aggressive over time. So I had every right to be scared of what could have happened if I did stand up to them. Um, and we're both AFAB, like assigned female at birth. And it was established early on that I would be the top by Shiloh. Like Shiloh established that I would always be the top, and I did not get a say in this matter whatsoever. And we never talked about it, but it became the expectation between us. Um, like whenever I would say that I wouldn't want to be the top, they would refuse to do anything unless I agreed to be the top, even if they said that they would earlier that day. And like obviously, like they have the right to refuse anything. Like I'm not saying that like they had to say yes to like anything that I request. Like obviously, like they didn't. And even if they did say that they would do it earlier in that day, they have every right to refuse to do it later on. Like if they change their mind. Like I'm not going to make them like if they truly didn't want to be top, I just had to be okay with that. But they were forcing me to be on top, even if I wasn't okay with it. Um, and sometimes they would just like ignore me, like not entirely, but they would basically be like, okay, well, I guess if you're not the top, we're not going to be doing anything, like that kind of thing, like passive aggressively, like pressuring. And they would just like basically ignore me until I agreed. And they would sometimes get annoyed at me for like not understanding something or doing something like wrong, quote unquote. Um, and I didn't realize how bad this was, not until recently, actually, because even back in 2024, when I talked about this, I said that it was for the best that this happened, even though like it obviously wasn't because I was being pressured. Um, but like I should not have been forced into any position that I did not want to be in. And Shiloh would sometimes raise their voice at me for doing things wrong, which is something that they should not have been doing. But I did not understand that at the time, so I just went along with it. Um, and they would just be annoyed at me basically all the time for not enjoying it or for doing something wrong. And I just kept going with it because I felt like I had to. Um, and this did get worse like over time because again, Shiloh would always like only want to be around me if I was happy. And like Shiloh did only ever treat me better when I was going along with the things that they wanted. So I would go along with those things so they would pay attention to me. So like they would still give me attention even if I wasn't happy because like otherwise they would give me the silent treatment. So it was either this or them ignoring me and pretending that I don't exist again. So like this stuff was just like normal to me because again It was every single day, well, every single weekday. Um, and I really did not like a lot of the things we were doing. Um, Again, as I said earlier, like I did consent sometimes. Like not every single thing that happened was essay, but there were a lot of times where like I just really hated it. Like I did not like it, but I felt like I had to because like Shiloh would be mad at me if I didn't. Um, and they would not take no for an answer. Like again, I was scared to say no to them, but I would always be like, hey, I don't think we should do this. Like I don't want to do this. Or like I would give them not a straight answer. I would say like I don't know, or like maybe later. They would not take any of that for an answer, and they would ask over and over again until they got tired of asking, or until they had to stop asking because they ran out of time, or until I eventually went along with it, so they would stop asking me. And by one out of time, I meant that we didn't have a lot of time to hang out daily for multiple reasons. The first one being I had a curfew. The second one being that Shiloh and I weren't like alone for multiple, like we weren't alone a lot of the time because Lily was also there because Lily was driving us, obviously. Um, and like we also did other things. Like we also like went to the store. Like we went to the park a few times. Like we hung out and did other things that also took up our time. So we had an hour, maybe two. And um, instead of instead of outright saying no, I would sometimes say like maybe later or like I don't know. And Shiloh would say things like, well, we don't have much time, so you better decide now. So like always felt pressure to go along with it because like Shiloh was always like, well, if you want to do this, well, you better do it now because like we're not gonna have a lot of time later, or like we're not gonna have any more time, and you're gonna have to wait, or things like that. Um, and because we had a limited time, Shiloh started to want to do things around other people to make up for that lost time. Specifically Lily, where Shiloh wanted to go all the way even if Lily was in the room or in the car with us. And she wouldn't be watching, like she would have her back turned or like she would have headphones on or something like that. But that didn't make me feel any better. Like I still didn't want to do it with a third person in the room. And it did bother me a lot. And I would tell Shiloh that like it would bother me. And Shiloh would respond by asking Lily if she was okay. And Lily would respond with, I don't care. And then Shiloh would look back at me and be like, see, she's fine. So like, it's okay. Like even if she's fine with it, like I'm not fine with it. And I'm telling you that I'm not fine with it. So I don't care if she's fine with it or not. I'm not fine with it. Um, and I did at first refuse to do stuff while Lily was in the room because like that made me extremely uncomfortable. But Shiloh would start to get like really annoyed at me for it. So I stopped doing it. I stopped bringing it up and did things anyways because I didn't want Shiloh to be mad at me. Um, I actually remember like one example specifically. Like whenever I talk about this, the example that comes to mind is um, Shiloh had a craft like corner in their room. Like they had a corner of their room with a bunch of like craft supplies, like paint, like pencils, like sketchbooks, bracelet beads. And I remember. Oh wait, hold on a second. Okay, sorry. But basically, Shiloh had a craft corner, and I remember. Oh wait, again. Okay, one second again. Okay, sorry. But yeah, Shiloh had this craft corner. Lily was in the corner, like standing, making a bracelet or something. I'm pretty sure she's making a bracelet. And me and Shiloh were on the bed, and Shiloh wanted me to do something, as in like go all the way. And I was immediately like, Lily is literally right there. And Shiloh looked at Lily and was like, yeah, you don't mind, right? And Lily looked back and just like shrugged. Like I don't even think she said anything in response. Like she just like shrugged at us and went back to making the bracelet. And Shiloh looked back at me and was like, see, she doesn't care. Like, and I still refused at first, but like we still did stuff anyways with Lily in the room. Because I still remember again that day we were already doing something, and Lily was in the kitchen, and then Lily came into the room, so like we had to stop. And then like Lily left again, and then Lily came back, and after Lily came back, she said like she didn't want to go back to the kitchen because someone else was in the kitchen, or like someone was doing something, or something like that. Or no, because I remember Shiloh's sister asked her like, "Why are you in the kitchen while those two are like in the bedroom?" So Lily had to be in the bedroom, so like Shiloh's sister wouldn't know what was happening. And that's when that conversation happened. Um, yeah, I think that's always the example that comes to mind. Um, I completely forgot about that, like, or forgot about why Lily was in the room in the first place. But similar things happened all the time, and there were multiple times where Shiloh would like kick out Lily, and just so we could like do things. But because like Shiloh didn't know that I was uncomfortable, like obviously because I told them all the time, but like they just stopped caring at some point. So yeah, um, where was I? And this was the start of Shiloh like doing similar things where I would have to convince Shiloh to take no for an answer, which I should not have needed to do because just saying that I don't want to do something is good enough of a reason. But Shiloh would have to determine if the reason I give them was good enough. And if it wasn't, then they would ask to keep going anyways. And again, like Shiloh would want to do stuff in school, but they would also ask to do stuff in stores because we would go to the store like to just hang out normally. And there were multiple times where I would say that I don't want to do stuff when there are literal cameras that are watching us and we're in a public place where people could see us at any time. So, like, I never told Shiloh this. At least I don't think so. At least not in this context. But I have like really bad anxiety when it comes to cameras and feeling like a camera is watching me like 24/7. And even if the camera's off, like it still like freaks me out. But I shouldn't have needed to give Shiloh that explanation for me to just say that like I don't want to do stuff when there's a camera. That should have been like a good enough reason. Just me saying that should have been good enough. But it wasn't. Um, One time Shiloh asked me if to do stuff in the bathroom of the store. They did ask that multiple times, but I'm talking about like one specific example where this store had a bathroom without stalls, so it was just a room with a toilet and a sink. And I said that it would look suspicious to anyone on the cameras if two people like went into the bathroom, which it probably wouldn't have, but I was being like super paranoid. And Shiloh did ask earlier that day before we got to the store if I wanted to do that, and I said like I don't know, and I brought up the cameras, and they said that it was fine, and like no one would care or like no one would check, and people went in together all the time, and like no one cared, so it would be fine. And when we did finally get to the store later that day, um, I remember we got to the store by the time the sun was already down, so maybe like 7:30. We were in front of the bathroom for no more than 5 minutes, but we were there for at least a couple minutes because Shiloh was asking, and I had to tell them over and over again, like, I don't want to do that because there's a camera right there, and I don't want anyone to like be suspicious of like what we were doing, or I don't want like a worker to like come up to us and be like, hey, like what's going on, which wouldn't have happened realistically. But again, I'm really paranoid when it comes to cameras, and like we just kept talking about it for like a couple of minutes. And Shiloh would constantly say, like, it's fine, like no one cares. Like I've seen people doing it all the time. Like I saw someone do it like last week, it's fine, like no one cares. And I would be like, I don't want to do this when there's a camera right there and someone could see us. And the only reason Shiloh dropped it was because Lily was in the car waiting for us outside. So like we didn't have a lot of time. But like I had to like not like have an actual argument, but I had to like convince them to be like, I don't want to do this with you, like in the bathroom at Dollar Tree, first of all. Like I shouldn't have needed to convince them to take my no as an answer. I should have just been able to be like, yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't want to do that. And they should have been like, okay, then we won't do it. I shouldn't have needed to argue with them for them to like accept the fact that I didn't want to do that. Um, and the worst of it was in school because we were in school every single day, and like they wanted to do stuff in school, which I wouldn't want to because it's school, and obviously, again, there are multiple cameras. And like although we shared all of our classes in the first semester, we didn't share any classes in the second semester, so we only saw each other at lunch. And in the cafeteria, there is only one camera, and it's a big camera, like directly like in the center. So our table was almost in the center of the room. So we were basically almost like directly under the camera. And Shiloh would constantly assure me that no one even checks the cameras at school. Like I bet they're not even on. Like things happen in the school all the time. Like no one points it out. Like no one's looking at those cameras. Like they would say stuff like that like all the time. And I would too, like just in general, but not in this context. Because every single time I would say that I didn't want to do something because of the cameras. Shiloh would tell me that like it's fine, like no one checks those cameras. But I would keep saying like I still don't want to do that because we're in the cafeteria. There's a bunch of kids around us. Like there's a bunch of people around us. And like Shiloh would always be like, no one's even looking at us. Like they're all like eating, they're all like doing their own thing. Like no one's looking at you. And like I was always paranoid that someone would like turn their head and like look at us like at the wrong time. And like anytime I would bring up something like that, Shiloh would get annoyed at me and they would like still tell me like, oh, like no one's looking at the cameras, like no one's looking at us, like it's fine, like no one's going to see us. So like anytime I brought it up, like Shiloh immediately would like invalidate any concern that I had. And they at the cafeteria they would touch me under the table, and they would be annoyed at me if I didn't do the same. And my anxiety was getting like really really bad at this time because Shiloh wanting to do stuff in public was basically an every single day thing by now. And like I would always have to like push down my paranoia because like I was always paranoid that someone was looking at us and someone would see us and like the cameras was looking at us. I had to like push that down because I didn't want Shiloh to be mad at me. But I was like so anxious like all the time. Like because I was so sure that like people were like looking at us like all the time. Like there was even like a couple of points where I had to ask Shiloh if there were cameras like in their house, like inside their bedroom, because I was so scared like people were looking at us, like there were cameras looking at us like all the time. And like my anxiety was just like so bad. And obviously, like it was also made worse by the fact that I was being assaulted, but like I didn't realize that at the time. Another thing that happened during this time, which I never really talk about, is that Shiloh would force me to take my medicine by forcing it into my mouth. They would usually pin me down and shove it into my mouth, but most commonly, um, they would put the pills in their mouth and then drink some water and then just kiss me and then put it into my mouth and make me swallow it. And it did work a lot of times. Because um, actually, I'm not going to say the reason because a lot of people are going to take that out of context, but it didn't work a lot of the time. Um, but I never talked about the fact that Shiloh did this. I don't think I told anybody that they did this actually because I don't know what to call that. And like, because they weren't drugging me, like they would make me take my own medicine, like that I was supposed to be taking, and I just didn't want to take it because I don't like taking medicine. This was still no, this was early 2024 by this point, but like this happened late 2023 and early 2024. And 2023 is the year I got diagnosed with my disability. So for the first like 12 months, like maybe like 15 months after I got diagnosed, like I had to take a lot of medicine like every single day, which I really hated. So I just stopped taking medicine unless I really needed to because I just hate taking medicine because I had to take it like so many times. Like maybe like some other like people can relate to that. But Shiloh didn't like this and would force me to take it. Um, and I never really blamed them for that because I just felt like I was being childish because I didn't want to take medicine. But it is something that they did, and it stood out to me because they did this so many times. And I don't know what to call it, but I'm just putting it out there because like it is something that they did, and it is something that I didn't like that they did. but I always justified it by saying that they were looking out for me, even though they were holding me down, but they were looking out for me. Um, and when we started hanging out after school is when money started playing a role in the relationship for the first time. I don't think anything related to money with Shiloh was abusive or inherently toxic, and I don't think Shiloh was intentionally controlling with how I spent my money. I don't think they were. Well, no, they were a bit controlling, but it wasn't intentional. At least I don't think it was like intentionally harmful. Um, and they sent me a lot of money in the last year of our relationship, which I will talk about eventually. But this is something that came up enough that I was very iffy about money with them because Shiloh was very spoiled growing up, at least when it came to money. And they would proudly talk about how spoiled they are. They would constantly talk about like how $100 feels like $10 to them and stuff like that. And they would talk about how much money they got from their dad and like how much money they've been wasting on like random stuff just because like they have money to spare. And it did annoy a lot of people. It annoyed me, but I typically ignored it. But by 2023 is when they started to be very like disrespectful and like rude. Um, like they were rude to someone who brought up like a scholarship to them. Like it's a scholarship, buddy. And like they would talk about how slow they are in casual conversation and would talk down on other people who didn't have like that same amount of money. Because like they would talk about it to a group of people who like has families with money issues, including me. Like they talk to me knowing like that, knowing that I have money issues. And I don't think they realize that them being spoiled is them being privileged. So they were constantly talking about how privileged they are and bragging about it all the time. Because like they got $200 a week at least. Like so they were just like proudly talking about like how privileged they were and how much money that they had, and how like they were constantly spending their money on like snacks and video games and subscriptions that they don't even use. And then they would complain that they don't have enough money for food that week. Like you did that to yourself, buddy. And then they would get mad when someone brings up money to them, like as in like they would insinuate that they don't have money. Like they would get mad, even though Shiloh would be the one complaining that they don't have money for food because they wasted it on video games. And they would also complain when people would give them food, and they spent like hundreds of dollars on anime figurines for like animes they don't even watch. And like they would spend the money that they get weekly like within like 3 days, and then would ask for even more money. And like doing all of this in front of people who you know have money issues is like absolutely insane, first of all. And like I never liked that they did this, but like I never actually confronted them about it because I always felt like I was just being jealous. Like this was like a me issue. And also because every single person who did confront them about it got yelled at. So I wasn't about to confront them either. Um and like I do think that it's wild that like they did all of this. But back to us hanging out. Like when we hung out of like me, Shiloh, and Lily, Shiloh was the one who paid for most things. But they were extremely responsible with it and broke promises related to money all the time. And they would tell me that they have $80 to spend. And then by the time we hung out, like that same day, like they would tell me in the morning that they have $80. By the time school ended, they would only have $20 because they spent $60 on Genshin Impact. And I asked them to stop this multiple times. Like this continued until 2024. Not 2024, I'm in 2025. And in 2025, I had to make like a budget for them because they couldn't control how they spent their money because they said that they were just so spoiled growing up that they don't know how to save money. And during this time, like back to 2023, 2024, like sometimes I wouldn't be able to eat dinner because Shiloh would say that they would buy me dinner and then they would spend that money on Genshin Impact. And I could have bought my own food because I did have a little bit of money usually that I could have spent like from my parents, but Shiloh wouldn't let me spend it. Like as in they would insist that I not spend my money because they would want to buy it for me. But even after they would spend their money on video games, so I had to buy my own food because they couldn't buy it for me because they didn't have money. They would be really, really upset, like really, really pouty because I had to spend my own money, like because I had to eat dinner and I couldn't. Like they would be upset that they couldn't buy stuff for me, even though they're the one who wasted their money on video games. Like they would always insist on buying everything for me, which I did think was nice, and I think they had good intentions. But that doesn't change the fact that they would waste their money all the time, and they would get upset if I spent my own money. And sometimes I would offer to buy something for them, or I would want to buy something for myself, like just to be independent. And Shiloh would be upset, and sometimes they would even get mad for it. And I didn't realize just how serious it was until we drove somewhere 30 minutes away, maybe even more than 30 minutes. Like we went to a town nearby, and Shiloh forgot their card at home. And like I offered to pay because I was the only one who actually had money now because Shiloh didn't have their card and they don't have cash. I offered to pay because I had cash on me, and Shiloh refused to let me, even if, like I said, they could just pay me back afterwards. And we argued about it, not a proper argument. Like we went back and forth with it for like another 20, 30 minutes until Shiloh finally agreed to let me pay for it, like eventually. Um, and they did pay me back, by the way, but I don't care because again, like they did send me money in 2025, so like that made up for it. But like the fact that I had to like go back and forth with them for like 30 minutes to convince them to let me spend my own money, like similar things happened, but that was the biggest case of it happening. Because we were in like a completely separate town. So like if Shiloh wanted to pay, we'd have to go all the way back to their house and then all the way back to the town, and just so they could pay. And I had a phobia, so like we didn't have enough time to do all of that. And money wouldn't become an issue again until a year later. Um, and by now it is February of 2024, and we had a falling out with Lily, and Shiloh told me I wasn't allowed to hang out with Lily and would shit talk her. But the situation was serious, and I won't be getting into it. So I don't blame Shiloh for not wanting me to be around Lily. Like even if Shiloh didn't say I wasn't allowed to be with Lily, I wouldn't want to be around her anymore anyways. Um, but now we can hang out after school. Because neither of us had a car. We did go to like a fast food place. Like my parents would drop us off, and we would like hang out at a fast food place every once in a while. But we couldn't go to Shiloh's house, and we didn't have like nearly as much freedom as we had before. And Shiloh was not okay with this, and I did speak to my therapist about this, and um, I told them that I felt like Shiloh actually wasn't using me for my body because at the time I thought I consented to everything, and I did initiate a lot of things. Again, like not every single thing that we did was SA. Um, but he said that how Shiloh treated me sounds like it was determined by how much access they had to my body, and this did become extremely apparent for the next few months. Because things like this did become an everyday thing, but I would have panic attacks and it would get in the way of things Shiloh wanted to do. Um, so Shiloh came up with a solution to solve that problem, which was at first they would try to bribe me into um, stopping it, which I do talk about later on. Um, Whenever I would start like crying or just any sign of a panic attack starting, so like trouble breathing, like I would start shaking, or I would get like really overstimulated or overwhelmed. Anytime something like that happened, Shiloh would respond by touching me inappropriately, and this ranged from um, touching my thighs, like pinching my thighs, to biting me, to leaving hickeys, to like rubbing between my legs as hard as they can, and sticking their hands down my pants. And they did it without warning and without telling me, without asking me. But like they did it so often that like eventually it just became like normal. And I just knew that like the second I started like crying, I just knew that it was coming, and like it would just make it worse because like I would cry and then I'd have to stop panicking because I knew that Shiloh was going to do something like that immediately. Um, and this is obviously SA because someone actively like having a panic attack cannot consent, and you should not be touching anyone who is in clear distress. You should not be touching like anyone like inappropriately who is in clear distress. And Shiloh did this because they said that it would make me feel better and it would make me stop panicking. And a lot of the time they would make it hurt on purpose, because they said that the physical pain would distract me and it would make me feel better and I would stop crying because I couldn't cry of like physical pain. Um, and my skin would be red and like burning a lot, and um like like when your skin gets like really like hot and like it feels like it's burning, like that happened like all the time. Um, and of course it didn't help because why would it help? Um, but Shiloh would say like the physical pain would distract me from panicking, which does work in some circumstances, but not this. Like this should not have been happening. Um, and this did originally start all the way back in January or maybe December, but I know for a fact it happened in January. So we were still hanging out after school because we didn't stop until February. And when this first happened, Shiloh would only like touch between my legs um, whenever we were alone or with Lily. But I started panicking in school also. And by this point, it was second semester, so we only saw each other at lunch. Um, so Shiloh would do it under the table, under the lunch table, if I ever started to panic at lunch. And they would pinch my thighs under the table, which was normal. But of course, it didn't work, and it didn't make me stop panicking. So um, instead, Shiloh, if we were alone, and like not in public, like maybe like in the backseat of the car with Lily, or maybe in just Shiloh's bedroom, if this would happen, then Shiloh would directly like stick their hand down my pants. And it would hurt because I went to school wearing jeans like every single day, so like they would have to like fully like stick it down my pants while jeans that were unbuckled, and I would also sometimes be wearing a belt, so like my jeans would be like pulling like at my sides to make room for their hand, and it would hurt. But I know that that was the goal because they would tell me that like they want to make it hurt so the physical pain can distract me. Um, and after we stopped hanging out after school, Charlotte couldn't do that anymore, obviously. So instead, they would start to bite me. Um, like they would still touch between my legs and pinch me a lot, like a lot. But they also started to bite me, like way more than they did before. Because before they would do it, like not when I was panicking, like they would just do it normally. Um, but then they'd start to do it because like it was how they caused me physical pain. It was their go-to way to hurt me on purpose. And every single time they would bite me, they would be like, that's when they would tell me like the physical pain is supposed to distract me. Um, okay, sorry, I had to move my microphone. Um, but now that we couldn't see each other outside of school, and we could only see each other like during lunchtime, um, they would mostly um, just bite my hands because before they would bite my neck or like my shoulder. But now that we were in school, they could only bite my hand. And sometimes they would ask me to do it back at them, which I did not want to do. But like I always told them like there's people around, and, like there's cameras, and people would see me, and Shiloh would get annoyed and tell me that like it's fine, like they don't care. Um, but whenever I would be upset or like cry or something, Shiloh would grab my hand by force and bite it as hard as they could. They would specifically bite my knuckles. They would bite like where, like the space between like where your thumb ends and your wrist begins, like that area, and also where the end of your pinky is to like the start of your wrist, like those like three specific areas is where they would bite. And it was mostly on my left hand because Shiloh would usually be on my left side. Um, and they would also sometimes bite my cheek to the point where my skin would puff up, and I would have to walk around school pretending to scratch my face so no one sees the obvious weird like bite mark that is hot and burning and hurts. Um, and it would hurt really bad. Like the biting would hurt. Like on my hands, it would hurt really, really bad. And like it would hurt the worst biting like where my pinky and my wrist is, like that area, because they would bite and I could feel my bones moving like under their skin. Like if you bite that area, like with the top of your teeth being on the back of your hand, if you bite that area and you like press it down and like move your teeth around, you will be able to feel your bones like moving around. And it's so like uncomfortable. Like it's such a disgusting feeling to like feel your bones like move like as someone is like biting down. And because Shiloh would like bite down and would sometimes hold it for a couple of seconds and move their teeth around just so they could bite as hard as they could. And they would bite so hard that it would look like they were like tiny holes like in my skin because of like their canines. And like there's so many times where they had to stop because if they didn't, like they would have broken skin. And I had to like even Google like a couple of times, like if they did break skin, like um because I don't know if anyone else heard it, like that old like thing where people are like, oh, you like break skin. If a human bites you, like it's actually venomous or something like that. So like I had to Google to make sure that if Shiloh did actually end up breaking skin, like it wouldn't poison me or something. Because like it was a genuine concern because of like how much they would almost break skin. And like every time they would do it, they would be like, oh, that's something else you should think about, or I forgot about this part. They would sometimes, whenever I would cry, be like, I could give you another reason to cry, or they would talk to me and be like, um, I don't even want to say it or replicate it. They would be like, oh, poor baby, like I wish you were crying for another reason, or like uh, stuff like that. Like that was just so like disgusting for me to replicate. But like they would say and stuff like that all the time, and they did this while also like sometimes pressing against my legs as hard as they could, which I didn't elaborate on earlier. Um, like again, I would wear jeans. Like I wore only jeans to school because those were the only pants I had. So like them, like pressing and like rubbing would hurt so bad, like all the time. Like it would hurt, like really, really bad, especially because they would do it like so fast. Like it would hurt so it would burn, and they would do this like all the time, and it would just it would hurt, and like I know that like that's the point, and like they wanted it to hurt, so like I couldn't even complain about how much it hurt because like they wanted it to hurt. Um, and I never explicitly asked them to stop doing this because I would move away, like I would yank my hand away, or like I would like move my body, or like I would start like I don't know how to describe it without it sounding inappropriate, but I would like be crying and they would like grab me with the intention of like touching me inappropriately, and I would start like whining, like the same way that like a child who is like overstimulated would whine. Like I would start doing that like the second they would grab me, and I would like try to get away from them. And I would be like crying like even harder, and then they would still like even as I was doing that would like very roughly grab me just so they could like still touch me. But I never explicitly like sat them down and was like, hey, like I don't like you doing this, stop doing this. And I really, really wish that I did because they just kept doing it, even though like I very obviously like did not like it. Um, they just kept doing it, and I blamed myself for a very long time because I said that it's my fault that I just never told them not to do it. But they shouldn't have been doing it in the first place because, again, someone in distress like cannot consent, like obviously. So I don't know why they thought it was okay to do this in the first place, and like they don't need a reason why. Like they did it, no matter what the reason was, they still did it when this was very obviously a form of SA. Um, and this happens like more and more often because I would cry more and more often because big surprise, being SA'd only made like my mental health go down even further. So um, I would cry a lot. And I'm not an emotional person. I'm pretty sure I talked about this at some point. I don't remember where I talked about it in this document, but I'm not an emotional person. Like I can go like 6 months without crying, like no problem. And now I was crying every single day. And when them touching me obviously did not work and did not make me stop, they only became even more aggressive. Um, and they would grab me, like they would mostly grab my wrist, and they would get in my face, and sometimes they would like push me, or they would like in the reverse order, they would like push me and like they would then grab me and then get in my face. Um, and they would raise their voice at me or yell at me or try to intimidate me in some way, or they would like slam things around me, or they would like blame like little things on me. And Shiloh was obviously like a very aggressive person the whole time I've known them. And they've been known to be a violent person because like, they have threatened people in the past. They have a history of breaking things, throwing things, like slamming things, punching walls. They have a history of that kind of stuff. But no one in the main five really acknowledged that this happened because none of us actually watched it happen because this happened during the pandemic, and Shiloh would tell us that these things happened, but like we wouldn't actually see it because like this was the pandemic, so like we weren't with each other. And Shiloh did get into arguments IOL with Buttercup and Cyclamenn before the pandemic happened, but as far as I know, Shiloh never like Shiloh wasn't violent in any way with them, other than like maybe like slamming something, and they never put their hands on either of them. So it was very, very unexpected when Shiloh started to grab me and push me and like yell at me and get in my face and stuff like that. Because this was again one of those things where I was scared that they would do it, but I didn't expect them to actually do it. Um, and at this point, the only people I hung out with was Shiloh and Lily, and now Lily was completely out of the picture. So all I had was Shiloh. And Buttercup was also there, but I very, very rarely hung out with Buttercup by this point. So I had no idea what to do in this situation because Shiloh wasn't beating me. So in my mind, like, it was either Shiloh wasn't hurting me or like me being beat, and like there's no in between. Like I thought that like being beat was the only way like physical abuse like took place, at least in the context of like domestic violence. I thought that like if I wasn't being beat, then it actually wasn't like all that bad, so I was being dramatic. But it still hurts like really bad. Like even not like physically, like it did hurt physically, but it hurt emotionally like way more that Shiloh would get in my face and like push me and grab me and yell at me. And then after they do that, they would try to touch me inappropriately to make me calm down. And like always, like this is just normal behavior by now. Shiloh just sometimes would not talk to me, and we would go hours without speaking before they ever spoke to me again. The only reason I feel like they wouldn't go days without speaking to me, like they did before, was simply because like we only saw each other during lunch, and so we only saw each other in person. Well, we saw each other at lunch, and we saw each other at the end of the school day, like when people are waiting to be like picked up and like waiting on the buses and stuff like that. So we only saw each other for like an hour, like at the most every single day. But they would still go several hours without talking to me a lot. And like if I wasn't done panicking or crying or whatever, they just would continue to not talk to me. And most of the time, I would still be very upset because um, them not talking to me would make me cry even more, or would make me even more upset. So obviously, by the time they do talk to me, like I still don't feel better. And I did develop really bad separation anxiety, which I will get into. I really had like a really, really bad fear of them just leaving me because they've done it so many times, like so many times of them going like days, weeks without talking to me without any warning. So like them like randomly not responding to me, like any one of those could have turned into them just out of nowhere suddenly deciding that they're not going to talk to me for the next like 3 weeks or like for the next like 2, 3 months. Um, but like I would still go along with the things that they wanted to do. So they would actually want me around because they would treat me better. Well, not better, but they wouldn't ignore me if I went along with those things. Um, and there were multiple times where they wouldn't talk to me for several hours, and then they would later tell me that they were doing things that I don't think I can say out loud on YouTube. Um, but they did that extremely often. Like what they would do specifically is like one day, they would just like I would be upset, they would stop talking to me, and then they would like come back like nothing happened, or like they would come back, and if I was still upset, they would leave me like basically like normal stuff for them. And then the next day, or maybe like a couple days afterwards, like they would tell me about the amount of times they did that thing while they were not talking to me, while they were actively ignoring me. Like they would tell me how many times they did it. Um, like you're doing all that while you know I'm like bawling my eyes out because you're not talking to me, and that's what you're doing in the meantime, like doing it while thinking of me, the person that you're ignoring because they're crying because of you. Um, but that was something that Shiloh did a lot. Um, and based on like how many times they said that they've done this, I assume they did it while talking to me or while messaging me without me knowing. But like I can't prove that. But like my suspicions, I feel are very reasonable for multiple reasons. And by now it's March 2024, and like it just kept getting worse. This was like an everyday thing now, like every single day. They were doing it in like one way or another. But this was around the time actually that a content creator that both of us watched for years got exposed for being an abuser, and he would ignore safe words. And I'm not going to name any names, but like if you're in that fandom, like this should ring a bell. Like even if you're not in that fandom, because this content creator was very big. Um, but like if you know, you know. Um, and I did relate a lot to the person who spoke out, especially in this specific point in our relationship. And as I will say over and over again, I don't remember if I've said it so far, um, but I want to make this video and I want to like speak out. I'm speaking out as much as I am because I hope that people who relate to my circumstances, like they realize that how they're being treated is wrong, and they should not be treated like that, and they shouldn't have to put up with this kind of treatment. And leaving and recovery is possible. And Like I just want to be a voice for people who can't speak up, or people who are in relationships like this currently and feel like there's no future for them. Like, and people like the person who spoke up during this time is like what inspired me to do this. So when this content creator spoke out, she was telling like how like she was abused, and I related to that a lot. Um, because like as I've said, I was bit very very often, and it was very hard, and it hurt a lot, like all the time it hurt. And seeing this situation was probably the first time that I was like, hey, like maybe this isn't okay. Like maybe I really shouldn't be being treated like this. Like maybe what Shiloh is doing is messed up, because at this point I thought I was being dramatic, and I didn't realize anything that was happening to me was actually as bad as it was. Um, and me and Shiloh, we both watched this person, and we actually talked about this situation, and they actually brought up to me that they would bite me, and they told me that it was okay that they do it because like I actually liked it, and they said that they specifically said that it's okay because it's consensual, and I was like, yeah, like it is, even though it wasn't, because I thought it was, because Shiloh would like argue with me until I said yes. So I thought me saying yes was consent, even though like we had to argue to get to that point. Um, but also, again, as I've said over and over again, someone in distress, someone actively having a panic attack, cannot consent. But I didn't know that at the time, and I also took the fact that I wouldn't have, I never spoke up, and I never actually stood my ground and was like, hey, stop that, don't do that. Like I don't like when you do that. I took me not doing that as me consenting, but that's not how consent works, obviously. But I didn't know that at the time. Um, and I do remember when I watched this person tell her story, she brought up safe words, and I thought that maybe I should have a safe word with Shiloh. Like maybe if um, I brought up the safe word to Shiloh, like maybe like they would actually stop doing that. Um, because we've never had one, like ever, like in our entire relationship. The concept of having one was never even brought up a single time. Um, but I thought that maybe if I had one, it would make Shiloh stop. But before I even brought it up, I saw a comment say something along the lines of the fact that someone even needs a safe word is a red flag because it means that they're going too far, which isn't true in some circumstances, because safe words exist for multiple reasons, but I didn't know that. And also because the person who spoke up, I actually rewatched what she said, like 2 days ago, actually. And she did say that the fact that she even needed a safe word in the first place was proof that this person was going too far and that she was being caught regularly, and that's why she even needed a safe word. And I feel like that was also my circumstance, because the only reason I felt like I needed a safe word was because Shiloh kept going too far, and it hurt a lot, but I was scared to tell them to stop. And even if I did tell them to stop, they wouldn't have. Um, and I I thought me needing a safe word in first place would mean that I didn't trust Shiloh. And if I didn't trust him, then that meant that I was actually the terrible one. And I was a terrible um, partner. Um, I was constantly like scared and uncomfortable, because why wouldn't I be in this circumstance? But I really felt like it was my fault because I shouldn't feel this way towards someone that I've been with for almost 2 years at this point. And I've known for I think about 5 years by now. And I couldn't leave because I had no one else. And I knew what would happen if I stood up to them. So staying really felt like my only option. And I was always taught, like I'm sure a lot of people have been taught this growing up, that if someone like hurts you, like someone you're dating hurts you in any way, or if I'm ever essayed, I need to tell someone immediately. And when I was younger, I didn't understand why someone like wouldn't tell someone, because like I hear even now I hear all the time about people never speaking up, or people like even in my comment section on TikTok, like I hear so many stories of people saying that they never came forward and they never told anybody what happened to them. And when I was younger, I didn't understand why someone wouldn't talk about it, because like, well, why wouldn't you? And I was also the type of person when I was like very young to think that I wouldn't even let that happen to me in the first place. Like I would fight back, and I would like run away, and I wouldn't let it happen to me. And then I did. And when it happened, I didn't tell anybody, because who would I tell? Like I had no one to tell what was happening to me, because my family didn't know. Um, I had no friends. Like the main five, like the main five was no more. Like at this time, anyone that I was friends with before the pandemic, I only briefly spoke to them like in the hallway sometimes. Cyclamenn has been out of the picture since October by now, and Lily has been out of the picture for over a month. And even before that happened with Lily, like Lily saw all of this happening and didn't do anything, and even defended Shiloh. Um, and Clematis was also, I stopped talking to Clematis also back in October. I don't even know if Clematis even knew what was happening, like between Shiloh and Cyclamen in October. And Buttercup was there, but I very rarely spoke to her. Like she was just someone who, like I knew. She was like someone I talked to, but it just happened to cross paths. And so I had no one to talk to. I had no one to tell what was happening. and I didn't even realize what was happening at the time. So like even if I did have someone to tell, like I didn't realize what was happening, so I didn't tell anybody. And I wouldn't accept what was happening for several months, and I wouldn't even realize that it was abuse until years later. And at some point during all this, I did develop extremely bad separation anxiety. And when I say that, people assume that I just have like abandonment issues and like I was really clingy and stuff like that, which was true. But when I say I have separation anxiety, I meant that if Shiloh ever left me during this time period, I think I would have just ended it on the spot, um, which is really hard. It's a really hard thing to talk about and like actually admit that that was the state that I was in. And I always blamed myself for being in this state because like I was putting so much pressure on Shiloh that like if Shiloh left me, like all of a sudden like my death would be in their hands. Um, and I didn't understand that that's like a very terrible thing to put someone through. Like something that's like even like traumatic to like put somebody through. Um, but like I later realized that my separation anxiety was a trauma response to the fact that I was being abused for the past year, specifically like the mental and emotional abuse. Because like at this point, Shiloh giving me the silent treatment wasn't uncommon. Shiloh did also go those 2 months without talking to me. Shiloh completely ignored me after an attempt back in October. When I got sick, they also repeatedly ignored me over and over again. And also, obviously, when I would cry, and they would stare at me and do absolutely nothing except pretend that I did not exist. Um, so I developed separation anxiety as a response to that because Shiloh had proven over and over again that they didn't actually need me, so they could leave anytime that they wanted and they wouldn't be affected whatsoever. Um, and also because, as I keep saying, ever since 2021, I had already developed like a trauma bond with Shiloh to the point where I felt like everything about myself was dictated by how they felt about me. So I feel like this was only like a natural progression of things after the abuse just slowly got worse and worse. Um, and I didn't even realize it was separation anxiety at first. Shiloh was actually the one who brought it up to me. It started back in December. Well, it did start back in December because again, it was a very slow progression of things. But back in December was the first time that I ever like my curfew was over, so I had to go home, and I just started like bawling my eyes out in the car, like telling Shiloh that I don't want to leave them, and I just want to stay with them. Like that was the first time that happened, and I didn't understand why I was doing it because, as I keep saying, I'm not an emotional person. And that was the first time that I cried in front of Shiloh since like my attempt. Well, since around the time that I had my attempt. And the next day, Shiloh and Lily actually brought up the idea of me having separation anxiety to me. So I didn't realize what it was, but they said that they have a theory that that's what's going on, and it just got worse and worse up until this point. And it did get to the point where um, if Shiloh like ever walked away from me, like I would start sobbing my eyes out of genuine fear. Like I would have a panic attack on the spot, because I was scared that they were going to leave me, and I was scared to be away from them, like in any way. Like they could be in the exact same room as me. If if I ever felt like they were ignoring me, like I would start crying because them giving me the silent treatment was so like normal that like every time they stopped talking to me, I felt like they were giving me the silent treatment again. So I would just start sobbing, um, and I would panic and I would like beg for them not to leave me. Um, or like I would have to go because my curfew's up, and then I would start sobbing, saying that I don't want to go because I don't want them to leave me, and like I'm sobbing, like begging for them, to stop ignoring me and to not leave me. Um, and this would happen extremely often because Shiloh treated me poorly, very often, because this is again around the time where they would grab and push me and yell at me, and I would end up crying in response to them doing those things because obviously, um, and then I would cry, and then Shiloh would ignore me because I'm crying, and then I would start crying even harder because they were ignoring me, and I would start begging for them to stop ignoring me. And in response to me crying even more, then they would um, hurt me even more, both sexually and physically. So this was basically an everyday thing from February to May of 2024. Like it was just over and over again. Like I would cry and like they would hurt me and then they would ignore me, and it was just every single day. Um, and I keep saying I'm not an emotional person because I'm really not. Like I used to take pride in the fact that I'm not emotional. Like I hate crying. Like I can go 6 months. I said this before. I think I can go 6 months without crying. Like me sitting here right now, I think the last time I properly cried was in early February, and it's the middle of July as I'm recording this. Like that's the last time I actually like properly cried because I don't cry. Like I just don't. Like it's not something that like I do like often. Like I'm just like that. I've always been like that. Like I had arguments like as a kid, like back in like 2020, 2021. Like I had arguments with others because of how little I cry. Um, so to go from that my entire life to all of a sudden I'm crying every single day, multiple times a day, and not understanding why I was doing it or not understanding like the pain that Shiloh was putting me through. Like I blamed myself a lot because like why am I so emotional all of a sudden? Like I've never been emotional. Like something must be wrong with me. for me to be this emotional all the time because Shiloh couldn't possibly be the problem. It must be something wrong with me, even though that now I know that I was only like that because it was a response to how Shiloh was treating me. Because I've never been like that, and I haven't been like that since. Like back in February, what the last time I cried, like that's when Shiloh blocked me, and I haven't cried since. So I didn't understand at the time why I was like that. Um, but panic and anxiety attacks were very common, both in school and at home, and especially when Shiloh was around, and especially when they would leave or randomly stop talking to me. But in response to me crying, touching me inappropriately wasn't the only thing that Shiloh did. At first, they were like a bit supportive in the sense that they wouldn't hurt me. But by January, they would try to convince me to stop having a panic attack. Like Shiloh trying to convince me of things was like very common. Like they would try to convince me into consent. And now, well, even before that, well, around the time actually, they would try to convince me to stop having a panic attack. And they would make empty promises and say that we could do something as long as we stop crying. So this is back in January, so we were still hanging out after school, and it was extremely infantilizing. Sorry, because every single time I would cry, they would talk to me like as a child, like full on baby talk, like talking to me like I was a child while I was crying. And like they would talk to me like they were a parent who was trying to convince like their child to stop crying in public. Like they were trying to like bribe me and stop crying in public by being like, hey, if you stop crying, like we can like do this thing that like you wanted, or like I'll buy you something if you just stop crying. Crazy to say to someone having a panic attack because I assure you that it's not willingly. Um, like if I could stop, I promise you that I would, but like they would still try to convince me to stop. Um, and in response to being infantilized and being treated like a child, specifically whenever I was like having a panic attack or anxiety attack, I begun to like unwillingly act like a child in response. I don't actually know the psychology behind this. I'm sure that there definitely is like a psychology behind it, but like um, as a response to being infantilized, like I would act like a child completely like against my will and like not even being aware that I'm doing it. Um, and in one of my TikToks, my second TikTok specifically, I'm pretty sure, I did say that I age regress, which I don't actually know for sure because I only said age regression because I didn't think there were any other options. Like I didn't realize that there was like a whole like spectrum of things. I don't even know if there's a whole spectrum of things. So please like inform me of like anything else this could be, and I will be doing research on my own, and I will be talking to professionals about this. But I don't actually know if it's age regression, so I do want to correct myself because age regression is a trauma response, which is why I thought that I was age regression in response to Shiloh abusing me. But it is a trauma response if someone mentally reverts back to a younger state of mind, and it can be done intentionally or unintentionally. And whenever I acted like a child, I did it completely unintentionally, and I wasn't even aware that it was happening. And I only ever did it. At first, I only ever did it as a response to Shiloh infantilizing me whenever I would have a panic attack. And then it became whenever I had a panic attack, I would immediately start acting like a child, regardless of if Shiloh was already infantilizing me or not. So I don't know the actual proper psychology behind it, but it was basically um, every time, at first, every time I had a panic attack, I would act like a child because Shiloh was treating me like a child. So I think my brain like connected me having a panic attack to me acting like a child. So from then on, every single time I had a panic attack, while Shiloh was with me, I would like immediately start acting like a child. Like I hope that explanation makes sense because the infantilization was something that happened from 2024 to 2025, and even like no, I don't think it happened only this year. Yeah, so only 2024 and 2025. I would be infantilized, but they wouldn't do it every single time. Um, it was something that they did a lot in the beginning, and then um, like even if they didn't do it, I would still act like a child, and in response to that, they would then treat me like a child. And because they kept like treating me like a child, I kept acting like a child like even more. Um, and it would specifically be in situations where like I was having a panic attack or situations where like very high anxiety. Um, and I didn't write down. I wish I wrote down more about this, so I could actually get my words right. But I again, like I don't know the proper psychology behind this. I can only share like my experience. Um, and I did think it was age regression, but like based on everything I know now, I don't think it is anymore because this only happened like with Shiloh specifically, and I've never done this until Shiloh started infantilizing me in 2024, and I've not done it a single time since. So like it only ever happened like with Shiloh in those two specific years, like 2024 and 2025. It's never happened outside of that. So I don't think it's age regression because I maybe it is, but based on everything I do know, like that does not sound like age regression. Um, and whenever Shiloh would treat me like a child, it started out as like whenever I would have panic attacks, but um, later on, like Shiloh would like grab or yell at me, and I would start crying, and they would immediately treat me like a child afterwards. Um, and later in the relationship, I would start acting like a child whenever they would ignore me because I was like they would ignore me, and I would start panicking, and my brain connected like me panicking to acting like a child. Um, so I don't really know what to call that. Um, and I had my suspicions for a long time that it was age regression, but I never called it age regression, and I never told Shiloh that I thought it was age regression. Maybe like a couple of times. Maybe I like brought it up. I never actually like sat down and talked to them about it. And like I don't think Shiloh even knew what it was either. they mostly just continued to treat me like a child. So, um, and this is something that happened mostly like IRL because like I would be crying and like Shiloh would see that and treat me like a child. And again, it did happen a lot in 2025. And there were many times in 2025 where I would be on a call with Shiloh and I couldn't type out loud. Well, I couldn't talk out loud, so I would type. And whenever I would start to be upset, Shiloh in the call would talk to me like a baby, like full on baby talk. Um, and anytime, because I did this in front of other people too, because again, I did it completely unwillingly. Like this was not a choice that I was making. Like I genuinely could not control it whatsoever. So I did this in front of other people multiple times because I could not stop it. So people obviously noticed that I was acting like a toddler, and they would bring up concerns, and Shiloh would immediately shut it down. Um, and like Shiloh would also um, sexualize me a lot while in the state. Um, if anything, they did it even more than they normally would. Um, and they would still touch me inappropriately whenever I would cry or be upset, like while I was in this state. And back to the bribery, like the bribery did start off like innocent, like oh, like I'll buy you this thing that you really want if you stop crying. But it slowly turned into them promising to do inappropriate things if I stopped crying, all while still talking to me like a child. Like they would be talking in baby talk while saying like that they want to do intimate things with me, and they would if I promised to stop crying. Um, and like they would say if I don't stop crying, then we wouldn't be able to do those things together. So I better stop crying if I actually want to do these things. And in the end, every single thing that Shiloh did was an empty promise. We never did anything that they ended up promising while I was in that state. But like the fact that they even like did those things in the first place to someone who is so obviously acting like a child, is very weird. Um, like again, I don't know if this is age regression, but even if it's not, like if it is age regression, then I was mentally a child, and Shiloh did those things to someone who was mentally a child. But if it's not age regression, then I was still acting like a child, and I still did it completely unwillingly. And Shiloh knew it was unwillingly, even if they didn't know what it was, they knew that it was like unwillingly. And they still did those things and touched me while I was acting like that. Um, and they would also get mad at me a lot for it. Um, and they would like they knew that it was unwillingly, and they were like supportive of it sometimes. But a lot of the time, they would also yell at me for acting like a child and tell me to grow up because I'm an adult and I should not be acting like that, even though they knew that I couldn't control it. Um, but even if they weren't aware of my potential age regression, I forgot to edit that. Um, they still openly treated me like a child, would talk to me like a child, and while talking to me like a child, they would make inappropriate comments and also touch me. Um, and yeah, that's just something that they did a lot during this time period, and they continue to do it up until the end of our relationship. Um, and for a really, really long time, like even like up until recently, and by recently I mean earlier this year because I wrote that like months ago. Um, I always would say that the only bad thing that Shiloh did to me was touch me while distressed, and also they would give me the silent treatment, but I did write that down. But like during this time, or even like sometime last year, if you asked me the only bad thing that Shiloh did to me in the relationship, I would say that they touched me while I was having a panic attack, and um, they would ignore me a lot, and they went months, days, like weeks without talking to me. Like those are the only things I would say. Like if you asked me like a year ago, um, but I did talk to multiple people and multiple professionals, and I did not consent to a lot of things Shiloh did to me, and I did not enjoy a lot of things that they did. But I went along with it anyways because like I was scared. I've always been scared of them, and um, like if I didn't want to do something, they would always pout or get frustrated with me, or try to convince me otherwise. And the only times where they actually like outwardly said, "It's okay if you're uncomfortable with this. We don't have to do this thing," was when we weren't actively doing anything. But if we started or we were in the process of doing something, um, like that all went out the window. Like if I like didn't want to do something while we were like in the middle of doing something else, then I didn't really have a choice in the matter because I would sometimes say like I don't know, or like I would hesitate. And sometimes I would straight up say like I don't think this is a good idea. Like I don't want to do this right now, especially when we were in public. I would say that. But like no matter what I said, like it never really mattered. I almost never gave an explicit yes, and um, I never really agreed to do anything without them getting mad at me or trying to guilt trip me or try to convince me beforehand. And that is grape. I don't know if I can say the actual word on YouTube, but that is by definition, like so obviously, that is grape. Um, and I always feel like I need to take at least some responsibility because I put myself in those situations by going along with Shiloh, and I always blamed myself because um, I never explicitly asked them to stop doing this. I never sat them down and told them to stop. And I always blame myself for not standing up for myself more. But like I have to keep reminding myself that being assaulted would never ever be the victim's fault. Um, and like I know now that there isn't anything that I could have said or done that would have stopped Shiloh or make them like any less of a bad person. So by this point, like this wasn't basically like daily thing, like as I've been saying over and over again. This was every single day for months, and it continued until May 2024. And then it was June, and school had ended, and I couldn't go anywhere because like school ended. So we couldn't see each other in person, and they had lost access to my body entirely because, as I said earlier, how they treated me was determined by how much access they had to my body. So they treated me the best back when um, we could see each other after school because they had like basically full access to my body. And then they started treating me worse once we couldn't hang out after school anymore. And then now they had lost access completely because we couldn't even see each other during school anymore. Um, so that was the one thing that I could offer for them to not leave me, and now I couldn't even offer that. And my separation anxiety was really, really bad. So needing to be away from them for an entire summer was not great. So things did obviously get worse and worse. And just like the summer before, like just like 2023 and 2024, Shiloh stopped responding to me entirely. And they did not talk to me for the entire summer, and I wouldn't know what happened until August. And I only learned what happened because of Buttercup, because me and Buttercup have not really spoken at all for several months at this point, like almost a year. Um, and she actually like reached out to me. Um, and I don't really know what happened during the summer because I think I was on autopilot a lot, and I was like super numb because I was being ignored like so often. Like this is just what Shiloh did. Like silent treatment was normal. This also wasn't the first time that Shiloh went months without talking to me. It wasn't even the first time they would go weeks without talking to me. So this was normal. Um, because like they always treated me like I didn't exist. So, um, but also later in the relationship, especially during this time period, whenever Shiloh would give me the silent treatment, they would start to do things that they would never normally do and hang out with people that they would never normally hang out with. Like they would start hanging out with people that they would shit talk to me. Like and then like go out and like do fun stuff and do things that they would never usually do. Or do things that they would even tell me that they don't want to do and they don't like, and then all of a sudden they're doing it and they're hanging out with people that they don't like. They usually only ever did that while giving me the silent treatment. Probably as a way to say like, look at how much better I am now that you aren't around. Um, and then whenever they would stop ignoring me, all of a sudden like things were back to normal, and they hate those people again. Like they would shit talk them again, and then they would like go back to condemning those things. And they would also talk about it like, wow, like I was so crazy during that time period. Like I can't believe I did those things. Like I never would do those things. And then they would ignore me again, and then they would do it over again. Um, like that just happened a lot. But during this time period, I was actually kind of happy that they were talking to me because even though I had separation anxiety, so I was extremely depressed and very anxious. Um, I this was like the first time in several months where I wasn't like scared 24/7 or like constantly like anxious or like trying to not make them upset or being scared that they were going to like hurt me or like touch me inappropriately. They weren't talking to me, so I didn't have to be scared of them anymore. Um, well, I was still scared of them, but I didn't have to be scared 24/7 that they would do it because this was summer, so we weren't even like with each other like physically. Um, but like I did feel so much more like a human being whenever they weren't around, and I would constantly like feel like really bad about feeling better when they were around because they're my partner, and I should not be feeling this way about my partner. And again, at this point, I didn't realize how bad everything was because by now, like in my mind, they'd only abandoned me, and everything else that they did at that point was my fault because they only touched me or yelled at me or grabbed me because I was too emotional, and it was my fault for being too emotional, and it was my fault for being codependent, and it was my fault for having separation anxiety. But I did speak to my friends. My friends, I mean, Buttercup and Clematis, because Clematis did come back into the picture. I'll speak about that in a second. And I realized how messed up Shiloh was, or how messed up some of the things they did was, and like I was being isolated, and Shiloh would hurt me physically, and they would make me feel unsafe, and they literally ate me multiple times, um, like dozens of times actually. Um, but because we had mutual friends, most of what I said did end up getting back to Shiloh, who was not happy at all. And in response, they spread around to other people that I was manipulative and controlling, and I was accusing them of terrible things that they would never do. And then they accused me of things that I never did. And Shiloh also immediately became friends with Lily again, despite the fact that like Shiloh was the one who told me I wasn't allowed to be friends with Lily, and Shiloh also talked shit about her like repeatedly since February. Um, and Shiloh refused to talk to me for months and would tell people in school that I didn't even know that I was manipulative and controlling and that I was like a liar and accusing them of things that they didn't do. So we never officially broke up, but whenever someone asked, like we said that we did. Um, and this was the time I made the first Google document, which is when I went into detail about my essay. And I originally started by saying that I didn't have any problems with what Shiloh did to me, and then I suddenly remembered a lot of the things that they did to me because I did trauma block a lot of it. Um, like even now, like I trauma blocked so much of it, but I can still remember some things in very like explicit like detail. But like there's still like so many things I just like it's blurry or I just like don't remember it. Um, and then out of nowhere, I did remember it. And from that moment onward, I was very, very back and forth on questioning if I was even S8 or not. Um, so, like, you will see some screenshots. I just want to make this clear now that you will see some screenshots of me in the past saying that I don't think I was S8, and then suddenly, like, me saying that I'm pretty sure I was S8, because I was very, very back and forth with it, because I didn't actually know, because I didn't want to believe Shiloh did something like that. So the first time I ever wrote about it was August 8th, 2024, and I wrote that I didn't have any big issues with this topic, and I felt pressured, but that was it. And feeling pressured at all is bad alone. Like, just feeling pressured is bad. But I didn't understand that, so I wrote that Shiloh didn't do anything and like it wasn't that bad. Um, and I didn't want Shiloh to feel that I pressured them on accident. And then 4 days later, not 4 days later, 5 days later, on August 13th, 2024, I edited it and I changed it to SA with a question mark. And I talked about how I felt like doing things was an expectation. And this is the first time I talked about how Shiloh um, would touch me while I was flying. And I don't remember what triggered the change, but I do specifically remember I was walking in the hallway after my third period, and I was walking to my fourth period class, and then I remembered it all of a sudden. And then when I sat down in my class, I almost threw up because I remembered it out of nowhere, and I don't remember why. But I specifically remember like me walking to class. I remember like I was walking. Um, any of our mutual friends watching this video, like they were gonna know what I'm talking about. I remember specifically I was walking. Um, by between like the area where like the bathroom is and the office. I was walking between that area from A hall and I was walking into D hall, and I just suddenly remembered out of nowhere. Um, and I sat down and I'm pretty sure I wrote about it in my notes app, and then when I got home I put it into this Google document. Um, and then I stopped working on this document regularly by the end of August, and I haven't touched it since September 7th, 2024. But this was everything here. I'm not going to beat it out, but everything here is my final words in this document specifically on this topic. And I literally describe things that are by definition SA. Like I describe things that are so like obviously SA. Like like inarguably like SA. Like this is obviously what SA is. But I was so uneducated and I was so like in denial that even after describing like what is by definition SA, I still went on to say that I don't think that they SA'd me. And yeah, you can see right here I say don't think this counted as SA, despite the fact that um I literally just said we would do it because we felt pressured. And Shiloh would imply that if hold on. We would do it because we felt pressured, or if they would imply that it was something we should do something to them, and if we don't, they're annoyed. Um, yeah, it's hard for me to read because on my screen it's zoomed out so it can fit on OBS. So you should be able to read it yourself, but it's hard for me to read because it's zoomed out on my side. But a lot of the things that I said is like by definition essay. I was still like very heavily in denial, and then then I wrote my second document. And by the end of 2024, I had repeatedly downplayed and blamed myself for my own assault. And by the time I said that Shiloh never ignored me, like at the time I said Shiloh never ignored me when I said that I didn't want to do something. And this is technically true. Like I don't think, at least I can't remember a specific instance where I said that I didn't want to do something and Shiloh just completely ignored it. Like they didn't respond. They just ignored it and they just kept going. I don't think that ever happened. What did happen is Shiloh would argue against it if I said that I didn't want to do something, which I already talked about how I would say that I didn't want to do something and they would try to convince me otherwise. Um, because they would not take no for an answer unless I gave them a good enough reason. And a lot of the time, my reasoning wasn't good enough for them, so I would end up doing it anyways because, like, they said my reasoning wasn't good enough, so like I had to go along with it. Um, and this is my second document. Um, and I literally say in that document that it is undeniable that I was touched without consent, which is the definition of SA. But I still could not believe that I was SA'd by Shiloh because that's how bad like manipulation can be in these situations. Like that's how bad like your brain wants to defend your abuser in these kinds of situations. Like you don't want to believe that they would ever do these things, even though you know for a fact that they did these things, and you will still try to convince yourself that it's actually not that bad. Because like your reality becomes so distorted in these kinds of situations that like you could have like screamed in my face that Shiloh SA'd me, and I still would have defended them, and I would not have believed you, even though I like directly say that I was touched without consent. And I still said that I wasn't SA'd in the exact same message. And I did repeatedly blame myself for not saying no and just letting Shiloh do whatever they wanted without me fighting back. And like I already said at this point, that I didn't want to do those things, and I only did them because I felt pressured, and Shiloh would be mad if I didn't. Um, I did not understand like any of these things, so I didn't want to believe. I didn't want to believe that Shiloh would be capable of doing something like that because Shiloh was aggressive. I didn't think that they would. I didn't think that they were capable of SA, even though they obviously were because they did it. But I didn't want to believe that. Um, and by the time Shiloh and I did end up getting back together, because of course we did, we got back together in early 2025. I stopped thinking about the SA entirely. Um, so I do want to make it clear that again, I said this earlier. Every single time that we did something was an SA. Because there were some times where I genuinely did consent. So I do want to make clear that I was SA specifically, like only these specific time frames, from November of 2023 to May of 2024. And the first time that I described them touching me was in August of 2024. And by now, it is mid 2023. No, mid 2026. Why did I say that? It's mid 2026 right now. And my opinions on whether or not I was SA'd are obviously different. But everything I've said is still the same. Like, I still stand by the fact that Shiloh made me feel pressured. I mentioned that they didn't respect my asexuality. They touched me inappropriately while I was having panic attacks multiple times. And me being 17 and being very uneducated on the topic doesn't change the fact that it was still SA. And like even though I said I don't think that I was SA, like it is still SA. It's actually very common for victims of SA to say that they weren't SA, even though like the facts say that they were. This is like a very common thing in victims where they don't want to believe that they were SA, and but like the facts are right there. Like the facts say that they were SA because they were, and they just don't want to believe it. But like that was the circumstance that I was in. Because I would say that I don't think I was SA, and then immediately afterwards I would say things that I felt pressured, and if I didn't do these things, then Shiloh would be annoyed at me, which is SA. Um, and the fact that I couldn't see it really shows like the mental state that I was in while I was with Shiloh. And it was to the point where I was still defending them, even though when I wrote that second document, we haven't spoken in months at that point. And I was still defending them, and I was still like very much in denial about my essay. And again, that is very, very common in victims. And I am happy I wrote as much as I did, because in Google Docs you can see like the history. So I am very happy that I wrote in Google Docs, and I still like Google Docs. This whole thing's a Google Doc, obviously. Um, and how I talked about Shiloh now is so different compared to how I talked about Shiloh back then, because I was really struggling to cope with the fact that they were hurting me, because I would describe how much they would hurt me, and then I would still defend them like in the same breath. Um, and I would repeatedly downplay or repeatedly blame myself. And like you will see, because this whole thing is like the timeline of 8 years, so you have even been seeing a lot of how back then I talked about Shiloh compared to now. Um, and like this entire thing was extremely, extremely traumatizing. But at least I have this documentation to show um, the progression of like what an abusive relationship can look like. So like I can be that representation for people who might not understand, or someone who is in the same circumstance that I was. I can be like that voice, and I can be that representation for those people. And this is just continuing my pattern of behavior of how I was able to recognize what I was feeling, and I was able to recognize the things Shiloh was doing, but I was like incapable of recognizing the fact that Shiloh was actively doing bad things. Because Shiloh would do bad things, and then I would say like, oh, it's not that bad. Like I was physically incapable of like recognizing that Shiloh doing these bad things means that Shiloh is actually bad. And that is just like what happens when you are mentally abused like over and over again for years. Um, and during this time, this happened in early August. Shiloh reached out to Clinton to tell them that I was manipulative and controlling and that kind of thing. And I'm sorry. Neither of us have spoken to Clematis in several months at this point. At least I haven't. I don't know if Shiloh actually spoke to Clematis, since Shiloh has a history of hiding these things from me. But as far as I'm aware, neither of us spoke to her in several months at this point. And after Shiloh said all of these things to her, Shiloh proceeded to not speak to her again for another several months. And I heard about this through Buttercup. So I reached out to Clematis myself to like update them on everything that was happening, and they agreed to help me. And in case you were wondering where Buttercup was this whole time, like she was there, like from late 2023 and early to mid 2024, like she was there, but I didn't talk to her very often, and I almost never talked to her outside of school. But when school started back in August, I did become friends with her again, and she was the first person who told me about Shiloh. Um, and I don't know what Shiloh expected when talking to Clematis, like because I've known Clematis longer, like I was close with Clematis, and Shiloh openly did not like Clematis for years, and Clematis also knew a lot of the things that Shiloh was doing back in like 2023. Um, Back when like I would talk to Clematis like kind of often. Um, so I don't know what Shiloh was expecting when Shiloh like reached out to her, like telling her like, oh, like they're so like manipulative, like I don't know what to do, like they've just been treating me so badly, like they're so controlling. What do you think was going to happen? Because Clintus has known for years that like you were doing these things to me, and you were doing these things to like the other people in the friend group. So did you expect her to like drop me and like take your side? Um, I don't know what Shiloh expected to happen, like from that conversation. Um, and obviously, like support victims. Like if someone, like even if you don't like them, if someone like comes up to you and like tells you that they're like being abused, or like this person's like treating them badly, like I personally believe that like you should believe them. Like even if you are like suspicious, like I would much rather believe a victim until proven otherwise. Um, like even, but I do also want to like this is like a very complicated topic, so I'm not going to get into that right now. But Shiloh had a history of lying to Clematis, and also like Clematis knew that Shiloh was actually the one doing these things, so that's why Clematis didn't believe him. Um, in response to Shiloh saying all of these things, Clematis had the idea that we do a fake court case. Since Shiloh refused to talk to me at this point, and Clematis asked both of us at around the same time if we wanted to do this court case, and I said that I was open to the idea, but I was hesitant for multiple reasons. And then Clematis asked Shiloh, and Shiloh agreed immediately. So like I guess we are doing a court case now. And even though this happened August 12th, the court case didn't end up happening until September 10th, 2024. And this was the only time from June, like late June, to the rest of 2024. This was the only time Shiloh ever talked to me. Um, and the entire time they were trying to gaslight me into thinking that I was the problem and that they didn't do anything because everything was actually all my fault. And I do know the internet likes to throw around the word gaslighting, but gaslighting is like an actual manipulation tactic where like it makes another person question their sanity, memory, or reasoning. And it is something that Shiloh did a lot during this relationship. And you're going to hear about it a lot throughout the rest of this video. And because Shiloh would often twist the things that I said or did and try to say that I was the one abusing them. And it made me doubt myself a lot. because like I did do a lot of the things that they said, but Shiloh would either get the facts completely wrong, or they would purposely leave out information, or they would bring up things from several years ago that I know either didn't happen or I know happened a certain way, but Shiloh would insist that it actually happened another way, and they would completely leave out their own contributions to like situations that happened. Um, and I did genuinely question my sanity a lot because I was constantly being treated like a crazy ex who was just playing the victim while Shiloh was innocent. But I knew what I went through, but like I was constantly being told that that wasn't true. So I did actually feel insane, but I still stood my ground. But I still ended up being the one apologizing for a lot of things that Shiloh said, even though like now I know that those things aren't even true. But at the time, the gaslighting was so effective that I believed them. So I ended up apologizing for things that didn't even happen. Um, and I don't really need to mention this until now, but Shiloh has extremely bad memory issues. Like the entire time that we've known each other, like ever since middle school, they've had insanely bad memory issues. And it was to the point where they would forget things like every single day. And I never blamed them. I never accused them of lying about these issues. I still don't think they're lying. I think they do genuinely have these issues. Um, but because of these issues, sometimes I would tell them that they hurt me, and their response would be that they don't remember doing that. And because they had these issues, I never really blamed them for that. Like I would be upset, but I never blamed them for that. I'd be like, oh, I guess like you do have memory issues, so I guess it's not your fault that you don't remember hurting me. Um, like I could bring up something from a few months ago to something that happened that morning, and Shiloh would still say that they don't remember. And like again, I don't think they're lying. I do believe that they do have a genuinely bad memory. But I do think that they used it as a way to manipulate me. And I suspect there were times where they lied. Like I don't think they were lying about having memory issues as a whole. I think they lied about not remembering specific things though. But I can't prove that obviously. Um, and because it's hard to be upset about someone who doesn't remember what they did. And they would often turn it around on me and say that I'm harassing them over something that they don't even remember happening, and they don't remember why or how they did something. But whenever they're mad at me, like all of a sudden, like they are bringing up things that happened years ago, and like they're writing like whole essays about like how terrible I am, and they're bringing up like I did this and this and this, like I did this thing like 4 years ago, like you did this thing like in middle school, like you did this thing in like freshman year. Like, so now your memory works. Like this is obviously like a form of manipulation and gaslighting. Um, and it's always bothered me mildly. Um, like it bothered me a lot by the end of our relationship, but for the most part, it only bothered me mildly. Um, but I knew it wasn't their fault that they don't remember, so I said that I would help them remember things. And before the court case was the first time that their memory issues bothered me to the point where I thought that they were using their memory as an excuse, and I suspected that they were lying because they claimed to not remember any of the things that they did to me. But months after the court case, they said that they knew the whole time, they just didn't want to admit it, so they were lying. Um, so something clearly isn't adding up. You either lied when you apologized to me, or like you lied about your memory issues. Either way, you lied about something, and both are like not great things. Um, and like I always said that it was okay that they don't remember because like it was usually minor things. And like then the court case happened and all of a sudden like they don't remember things that were happening every single day for several months. And instead of actually listening to me, your immediate reaction is to call me a liar. So like now, like it's to the point where I don't give a fuck if you don't remember. Like you still did these things and you're still going to face the consequences for your actions. So if Shiloh's watching this and they just claim that they don't remember like any of the things that I'm claiming or like any of the things that I've said that they've done because they did do these things, then like I don't give a shit. Like, I still have the proof. You still did these things. If you don't remember, that's not my problem. And there was a point later in the relationship, like mid 2025, where they said that they want me to remind them if they did something. Like, if they did something, I need to tell them. Um, so like they can remember, well, not remember, so they know what they did, even if they don't remember, so they can actually like change and improve and be sure not to do that again. And months later, I did that. Like, they did something to hurt me, and I would tell them. And they immediately called me a liar, said that they were scared of me, and said that I was punishing them for their actions, and ghosted me and blocked me. And there's also a time period where, even before this, early 2025, I told them that they did something to hurt me that day. So like they would tell me that I would immediately need to, if they do something to hurt me, I need to tell them immediately because if I don't, then they're not going to remember. Well, I did that. They hurt me. I immediately told them that they hurt me, and they responded with that they don't remember doing that, even though it happened an hour, not even an hour. It happened maybe like 30, 45 minutes. Not even that maybe, but like I did tell them, and they said that they don't remember, even though it became like a whole argument before I told them what they did to hurt me, and then all of a sudden they don't remember. So what you like, I'm doing the things you told me to do to work around your memory issues, and every single time I do that, you would get mad at me and blame me. Um, so what the hell do you want from me? So like, I am a bit skeptical about your memory issues. And going back to the court case, it happened September 13th. Actually, I forgot when it happened. It happened September 10th. Um, and Shiloh accused me of multiple things in the court case. And as far as I'm aware, they didn't even write this whole message. I'm pretty sure Lily wrote it for them. And they admitted to lying about all of the things that they've said. So like the court case is why I even started writing that second document, which I will get into. Like the first document I made just to like organize everything and to write out the things that Shiloh did to me. It was basically I only wrote it because I was writing it in one of my notes, and then that note hit the character limit, so I put it in the document. And I made the second document as a response to all of Shiloh's claims and to disprove them. And I did disprove all of them, and Shiloh admitted to lying about everything that they said in this message. But I'm still going to go over it. I'm not going to go over the entire thing for the sake of time, but like you can read on screen. And I'm not going to send the whole document, obviously, because there are so many private things in it. But I will be showing screenshots throughout this. Um, and I do want to go over everything that Shiloh said. So this was Shiloh's first message, and I asked Shiloh a question, and this was their response. And I'm not going to go over every single thing that they said. I will only be going over the important parts, but you can read everything on screen. Um, so Shiloh brings up multiple claims, such as declining mental health, like declining social relations, declining grades, and the fact that I accused them of things. And they start off with talking about how I caused their mental health to decline because it was emotionally taxing to speak to me, and it felt like a job because we would speak 24/7, which is true. Like I mentioned, as when we started dating, we would talk to each other 12 hours every single day. That never stopped. We still did that every single day, this entire time. Other than when Shiloh would give me the silent treatment. Like outside of that, like we would talk to each other basically 12 hours every single day. Like if we weren't in person, like in school with each other, like we were texting. Um, and they said that they had no time to do anything, and even if a break was hypothetically asked for, then it wouldn't go well because I couldn't go without Shiloh's presence. And I did agree with this. I do agree that I caused a lot of like mental strain, which I did always talk about how like my separation anxiety. Um, like I know that it can be extremely, extremely stressful to be around someone like that, and to know that um like if Shiloh like was away from me, I would have like a panic attack. And like not every single panic attack I had was Shiloh's fault because like I have anxiety, like in general I have anxiety and depression. Um, so there were times I did have panic attacks that were unrelated to Shiloh. But me being codependent and having separation anxiety in the first place was a trauma response to the fact that Shiloh had abused me for over a year. And they've proven over and over again that they could leave me at any moment, and they've gone days, weeks, months without speaking to me. And I would have the silent treatment a lot, and they would ignore me if I wouldn't let them have my body. And like years before this, they'd already convinced me that no one actually cares about me except for them. And it is, of course, common in situations like this for people to develop unhealthy attachments to their abusers, which I did. And I had a trauma bond with them for years at this point. Um, and there were multiple, as I said earlier, there were multiple times where Shadow would just walk away and it would cause me to break down because I was convinced that they would leave me and hate me because my self worth was tied to them. Um, and like it is still hard for me to blame them. Like I know I wrote that I blame them because like it low-key is kind of like not kind of it low-key is their fault because I had a trauma response because they abused me. But it is still hard for me to fully say that it was their fault because my behavior is not okay. Being codependent isn't healthy. And even though it was a trauma response, it still is not okay to be like that. And it's not okay for me to push so much onto Shiloh. And it was not okay for me to even like it wasn't okay that I was even in that state in the first place, even though Shiloh was the one who put me in that state. But like that's being in that state isn't okay. And I do acknowledge the fact that I caused them a lot of strain because of it. Um, and I'm not going to sympathize with them. I'd already spent years sympathizing with them and apologizing over and over again. Like I'm not doing that anymore because they were why we were in that position to begin with. Because it was a trauma response to abusing me, which you should not have done. Um, and like I wasn't like this until Shiloh abused me. And but I do still recognize that like um, I should not have been so codependent. And I understand that it's difficult for both people because I understand both sides. It's extremely difficult for both people, like in a codependent relationship or like friendship or any codependent situation. Like both sides are struggling a lot, and I don't want to say like who struggles more in a codependent situation, but Shiloh was abusing me at this point. So like Shiloh just couldn't handle the consequences of their own actions. But I do still recognize that I am partially. Um, it's hard for me to say outright that who's at fault because again, like both sides would be suffering. If I say Shiloh's at fault, I feel bad because I know that what I did was also wrong, so I feel wrong saying that Shiloh is at fault completely. But I also feel like if I say that I was at fault and someone watches this video who is in my same situation or who relates to my circumstance, if I say it's my fault, then I would also be telling that person that it's also their fault, which I don't want to promote victim blaming, and I don't want to promote like because victims already in their brain like blame themselves, so I don't want to add on to like them blaming themselves. So it is difficult for me to actually say that anyone is at fault in this situation. So I'm just going to leave it as like both sides suffer in a codependent situation. Um, and then Shiloh calls themselves a people pleaser, which made me very mad. Um, something that actually happened. I was in a call with Buttercup and Clematis while Shiloh sent this, and in response, we were reading it together. And Buttercup calls in response to reading this. Buttercup calls Shiloh a people displeaser. And it is something that we repeatedly reference for like the rest of this situation. Sorry, because Shiloh is not a people pleaser. Like, who are you kidding? Like, what are you talking about? Like, are you serious? Like, well, because Shiloh, this is the person who has repeatedly yelled and cussed out people for years. This is the person who has threatened people multiple times. This is the person who told Buttercup that they needed to die. This is the person who told Cyclamenn to off themselves. This is the person who has repeatedly yelled at me, grabbed me, got in my face, like repeatedly as me. Like, this is the person who told me I wasn't allowed to be with both Cyclamen and Lily. Like, this is the person who immediately cut off Lily the second that she did something that they didn't like. This is the person who has repeatedly cut off Buttercup, and Cyclamen multiple times. Are you serious? You're calling yourself a people pleaser? Be so serious right now. Like, are you kidding me? Like, bro, like, it actually annoyed me so much when they said this. It's so ridiculous that, like, it's funny. Like, that's why I'm laughing now. And I was laughing back then because what are you talking about? But the next part isn't, like, as funny because this part actually made me, like, really, really mad at the time. Um, Shiloh said that it was my fault that their grades were low and that they were failing their classes. And this made me really mad because, in case you forgot, in middle school, I had to talk Shiloh out of calming and offing themselves dozens of times because of their grades. I had to be the person to, like, encourage Shiloh to, like, try and, like, not try harder, but I was encouraging them to actually do their schoolwork because people would tell them, you need to do your schoolwork, and they would just say no and then blame it on the fact that they have ADHD. We're telling you to do your work and you just say no? Like, and now they're blaming me that they have low grades. Like, I'm the one who tried to help you this entire time. I'm the one who had to talk you out of offing yourself multiple times because your grades were so bad. Like, they were bad the entire time I've known Shiloh. Because I had to start telling them to not off themselves all the way back in, like, seventh grade. Like, this is 12th grade now. Like, we weren't dating until ninth grade, the end of ninth grade. So how's it my fault that your grades were down when they were never up to begin with? Like, back in 11th grade when we shared, like, all the same classes in first semester, um, I had to tell them multiple times that they needed to do their work, and they would always insist that they would do it later, and then they would be on their phone or be on BuzzFeed on the school laptop the entire time during class. Like, specifically on BuzzFeed during English class, because English class is the only class where they couldn't be on their phone without actually, like, having their phone being taken. So they would just be on BuzzFeed the entire time, and I would tell them to take it off their phone like in other classes all the time, and they kept telling me that it was fine. And being on our phones in the second semester during class, excuse me, was their idea. And because, as always, I would say, I don't want to be in trouble because people can see it, because teachers will probably see that I'm on my phone. There's also cameras that could see that I'm on my phone, so I don't want to get in trouble. And Shiloh would always constantly say, it's fine, they don't actually care, they're not going to take your phone or anything, like, they don't check the cameras, like, it's fine. Like, I still don't want to be on my phone because I want to get in trouble. Because there are some teachers who do care about that. And they would constantly tell me that it's fine and, like, I can still be on my phone. And even if I was on my phone, Shiloh would still be on their phone playing Genshin Impact. But it's my fault that your grades started to slip. They didn't slip, they were already on the ground. Like, their GPA, like, the lowest that I think it got was a 1.9. Like, and that happened, I believe, when we weren't even talking. Like, their GPA was that low during a time period where they weren't talking to me. But it's my fault. If anything, I should say that they caused my grades to slip because I spent so much time on them and I spent so much time being depressed because they were abusing me. But this whole situation, like, it still infuriates me because how on earth is this my fault? Like, they never cared about school and, like, they only pretend to care just so they have an excuse to blame it on me. And the next thing that they brought up was that I caused their relationships to decline. Um, and they said that they couldn't make friends with other people, and they had to, like, turn down people a lot. Sorry, which is something that I do acknowledge that I most likely did. Shiloh never actually, before this is the first time Shiloh ever mentioned this to me. So I actually don't know exactly what they're talking about because I can give examples of me turning down things, for Shiloh that I actually talked to Shiloh about. Shiloh never told me about them needing to do this with anybody. Not that that means that they didn't actually do it, because I do believe that this happened, because it is likely because we spent so much time talking to each other, like we spent 12 hours talking to each other every day. But I never met any of Shiloh's friends except for Lily, so I genuinely don't know who they're talking about. Um, yeah, they say in the next one, like, even with other friends and cause relationships to drift away or break apart. I don't know who they're talking about, like, when they mean other friends, because I don't know any of their friends. Throughout our entire relationship, I never met one of their friends other than Lily. Like, I've talked to them maybe like once or twice. I've talked to maybe like 3 or 4 of them. Like, I don't know their names. Like, I don't know anything about any of them. And I assume they don't know anything about me either. And Shiloh never told me about any of these people. Um, and but I do acknowledge that this is something that I probably did. Yet Shiloh only ever brings this up in an argument that is completely unrelated. We could be arguing about something completely unrelated to this, and I could bring up something that Shiloh hurt me. Like, I could tell Shiloh, like, hey, you did this thing, and this hurt me. You should not be doing that. And they bring up the fact that I caused them to lose friends. What friends are we talking about? I don't know who you're talking about, and why do you only ever talk about this when you're mad at me? And you only ever bring it up when we're talking about something completely unrelated. And, like, again, they say that I caused them to drift apart or break away from some friendships. And they specify that I caused them, that I'm the reason that they stopped being friends with Cyclamen and Lily. And I caused them to stop being friends because I would talk badly about both of them, and I caused Shiloh to be influenced and blinded, and that's why they cut them off. First of all, you hated Cyclamen for several years. You hated Cyclamen since 2018. You hated Cyclamen before me and you became close. Like, you've been shit talking them to me for years. And don't forget the reason we even cut them off at this time period was because Shiloh was the one who told them they needed to off themselves over something they didn't even do. And Cyclamen tried to reach out to me, and Shiloh told me I wasn't allowed to talk to them and took my phone. But I'm the reason that you cut them off. You cut them off first. And as for Lily, Shiloh has said some messed up things about Lily that I'm not going to repeat. Um, and I did say the situation with Lily was serious, and I don't blame Shiloh for not wanting me to hang out with Lily anymore. But why are you blaming me? How is it my fault that that situation happened when I was put in physical danger during the situation? That's what I mean when I say that the situation was serious. I was in physical danger, but it's my fault this happened. When I actually wanted to work things out, and you immediately said that you're cutting off Lily and you want nothing to do with her, and I wasn't allowed to hang out with her anymore. Because I don't know how much I can say without giving way too much details about the situation, because I do want that situation to stay private. But me and Shiloh were in the house, and Lily came up to the driveway, like she drove up, and we were supposed to, because my stuff was in Lily's car, so we were supposed to grab my stuff in the car. Shiloh told me that I wasn't allowed to be near Lily, so they were going to grab my stuff for me, and I had to stay in the house because I wasn't allowed to be near her. And after that, Shiloh said that they were done with Lily, and after getting the stuff, they were cutting her off. I was in the house. I did literally nothing. I just witnessed all of it because Shiloh said I wasn't allowed to be part of it. And I also never talked to Lily one-on-one in private ever. Lily and I were never close. Also, why would I like try to wake up you and Lily when Lily was the one driving us around? Like that makes it sound like I was using Lily. But remember, like the reason we were even doing all this in the first place was because I didn't want to be home. I didn't like being home. So Lily and Cyclamen, not Cyclamen, Lily and Shiloh um, had the idea that like I go with them because they drove around after school anyway. So like they said that I can hang out with them. Like why would I try to break those two up and then like ruin that? Because the three of us would hang out after school. Why would I want that to stop? Like what was my motivation? Like why would I do that? And like I again, this was a serious situation, and I still don't hold the things that Lily did during that time period against her. Um, and again, Shiloh immediately became friends with Lily again after cutting me off during this time period. So what's all that about? And they again, like Shiloh said that it was my fault that they were blinded and that I influenced their decisions. Um, again, what are we talking about? Um, like because Shiloh's always like that. They always attack people for no reason without hearing them out. Like they for years refused to hear people out and would just attack them for no reason. And I always had to be the person to tell them that maybe you just shouldn't be doing that. And I always had to be the person to DM the other people talking about how I don't like how Shiloh's doing this, but I don't know what to do about it. But I'm the one who caused you to do all those things. Okay, bro. And Shiloh then goes on to talk about forgiveness and the second chances. Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? Shiloh is known for holding grudges. Because again, they bring up things that I've done all the way back in middle school when we weren't even talking about that. Like they are the type of person where if you do something to them that they don't like, they're gonna hold that against you for the rest of your life. Like the second you get into an argument with them, they're gonna bring up something that you did a decade ago and hold it against you and say that, see, I'm not a bad guy. You did that thing 10 years ago. Like they're the type of person to do that. But I'm the problem, and I don't believe in forgiveness and second chances. I got back with you after you SA'd me multiple times, and I forgave you for SAing me after you admitted to doing it. But I don't believe in forgiveness. And then Shiloh pulls up a list of things that I've done. The first one talking about not respecting boundaries, even if it was made known verbally, which is something that I talked about later. The second one is heinous accusations, which is the essay, and also trauma dumping for some reason, which I never talked about trauma dumping. I never accused Shiloh of trauma dumping. I mentioned trauma dumping once in the entire document, um, which it was only the title of the section, and then the section wasn't even about trauma dumping. So I don't know how they got that. I don't know how they came to that conclusion. But the main heinous accusation was me saying that I think I was assaulted. But at this point, I actually said multiple times that I wasn't assaulted. Like I showed you the Google documents. I made it clear that I didn't think I was assaulted. And only three people even knew about the situation happening, which was Cyclamen, Lily, and someone else who found out by accident, but I never spoke to them about it. So the only person I did actually speak about it in detail was Lily, because Clematis only knew. Did I say Cyclamen only? I meant Clematis. Um, Clematis only knew because I sent the document, but I never actually spoke to her about the document. So the only person I actually spoke to about this was Lily, because um, Lily was the one who was there. Like Lily actually witnessed it. So I thought that maybe Lily could help, or like maybe help me understand. Because at the time I didn't realize what was happening, so I didn't. Although I didn't fully trust Lily because I knew that Lily and Shiloh were still best friends. I needed someone to talk to, and I thought Lily would help me because Lily at this point said that she would help me. Um, and I specifically said that I did not know if what I went through was bad enough to be considered assault. And I said that I believe that Shiloh genuinely didn't know what they were doing, so it's not their fault. Um, and so I said that it can't be a say because they didn't mean to do it. So I never actually said that I was S8. And I know that me like saying that I suspect I was S8 isn't much better than me just directly saying that I was S8. But Shiloh's reaction to me even suspecting, like not even saying, like just suspecting it, their reaction was immediately to call me a liar and tell multiple people that I was lying about them, multiple people that I don't even know, or people that I don't talk to, or people that I wasn't close with. Like they told all of them that I was a manipulative liar, and they admitted later to being. Um, they later admitted that the reason they refused to talk to me so long was because that I said that I suspected they S8'd me. So their first reaction to me suspecting that I was S8 was to cut me off and lie to multiple people, which is not the behavior of an innocent person. Um, Number three is toxic behaviors such as being jealous when hanging out with other people. I genuinely don't know what they're talking about because again, I don't know any of Shiloh's friends other than Lily. And by this point, like we had cut off Lily and we still hung out for like 3 months after cutting off Lily. And also like I don't know why I would be jealous of Shiloh hanging out with Lily because I was also there. So I genuinely don't know what Shiloh's talking about. To this day, I have no idea what they're talking about. I mentioned having jealousy problems to Shiloh once, and that was only because we were talking about polyamory for some reason, and I said that I'm monogamous because I think that I would be jealous if I was in a polyamorous relationship, which I feel like is normal. I don't think that's like controlling for me to say that I'm monogamous, and just because I'm self-aware enough to know that I would likely be jealous, and I don't want like my partners to like be in a situation where I would be jealous. Um, and like I genuinely don't know what they're talking about. Like I told, well, I've always felt like Shiloh cared about other people more than me, but I at this point in our relationship, I don't think I ever told Shiloh that. And even if I did, even when I did tell them later on in the relationship, I never really gave them like specific examples of it. I just said that I feel like they prioritize other people over me, and I never specified anyone that I thought they um spent. I never specified a specific person where I thought that they were prioritizing over me. Like maybe I mentioned Lily like once or twice. Like I genuinely don't know what they're referring to. So what I ended up doing was I came up with my own examples. I had to like scour my brain and like think of my own examples of what I could have possibly done to make Shiloh feel this way, and then apologize for it. Like I didn't even know what I did, but I was still apologizing for things. Like I should not have been put in that like circumstance where Shiloh's basically like, yeah, like you should know what you did, and I have to like apologize for things that I didn't even do, or things that I did do, but like I knew wasn't a big deal, but I still apologized anyways because like I didn't know what they were talking about, but I apologized so they wouldn't be upset at me, which is a manipulation tactic. But to this day, I have no idea what they were talking about. Um, and number four is me not respecting their wishes, which is another thing that I covered. Um, and um, hold on, yeah, and they end up their message by saying that they truly hope everything can be solved amicably and they can go on with our lives. Are we serious? What are we doing? Like, you do not talk like that. What just happened to my headphones? Oh, sorry. Um, okay. After that's the end of that message, and afterwards I asked Shiloh to give me examples of me purposely not respecting their boundaries or their wishes, and this is what they said in response. They first off say that they made it blatantly obvious that they don't wish to be touched during certain circumstances, which contradicts what they said earlier because earlier they said that they made it verbally known, and something being blatantly obvious and something being verbally known are two completely different things. Since boundaries are typically something that should be outwardly said. Um, like there's obviously like when someone like very clearly is not interested, like then you should back off. Like that is not what happens. Shiloh specifies an example that happened where they were wearing a hoodie and it was hot outside and they were overstimulated and I still touched them anyways. And by touch, I mean hug. But like I should have known that they were overstimulated by the tone of their voice. And by tone of their voice, they mean that they yelled at me. Like this was one of the days where they got on my face and yelled at me and pushed me. Um, and I do actually remember this example very clearly because this happened in April. And at this point, during this day, I was being treated like a child and I acted like a child in response. And Shiloh touched me inappropriately multiple times, so I would stop being emotional. And it was hot because it's April. And Shiloh was wearing a hoodie. They were wearing a black hoodie. They were wearing a Las Nevadas hoodie. I hope I pronounced that right. But they were wearing like crackety much. Like it was a black hoodie. And it happened in April. Shiloh was wearing this hoodie, and I was wearing a thin brown jacket. A jacket that is thinner than their hoodie. And what happened during this time is something that happened a lot during this time period specifically was Shiloh would try to force me to take off my jacket by grabbing me and like trying to pry it off of me because it was hot and I'm stable. And part of my disability is that I get overheated like faster than the average person. Um, so like they would try to pry off the jacket off of me because they didn't want me to be overheated. But I would repeatedly tell them that I don't want them to do that. I don't want them to take off like my jacket because during this time I was very, very insecure about my body and wearing a jacket like made me feel better because like you can't see my figure like as much. Um, but they would try to forcibly take it off even after me explaining that to them. And they were doing this while wearing the hoodie that was thicker than my jacket. So like, if you want me to take off this jacket, like, why are you wearing a hoodie? And when I like brought it up to them, they said that it was fine and like this was about me, like not them. Like if they got overheated, like they're fine. But you're only now complaining about the weather. But when back then you told me that it was fine and you didn't want to take off your hoodie. And I would repeatedly ask them to not grab me and try to force my hoodie off, since they've done this multiple times in the past, and they continue to do this multiple times after this. So you left out the fact that you were you were like holding on to me first. And they also left out the part where the reason I even like grabbed Shiloh was because I was crying because I was telling them that I didn't want them to take off my jacket, and I'd already cried that day. I'd already had a panic attack that day because of how they were treating me, and they got mad at me, and so I started crying, and so like I tried to like hug them or like hold their hand or something like that, and they grabbed my wrist and pushed me and yelled at me, and then I started sobbing. And then they rolled their eyes and then hugged me with like one arm, like like those like hugs where like it's around the shoulder, but like they like did that and like hugged me and then like put my head like on their shoulder, like so I could cry on their shoulder. Um, and they were like so annoyed by it. And afterwards, when I stopped crying as much, they were like, "Are you okay now?" And then they still told me to take off my jacket after that. They didn't grab me, but they still told me to take off my jacket. We were in public. This happened in public with people around. We were still at school. We were outside with people around. Um, and like they said that they don't remember if I did it on purpose because like it's blurry. Um, but it's not blurry for me because I remember what you did. But like why would I purposely overstimulate you? Um, I knew that they were mad. I didn't know they were overstimulated. Um, but like again, they specified that their boundaries were like verbally said when like they immediately would say that they didn't actually say anything verbally, but I should have known because it was obvious. And like again, you shouldn't do anything if someone's obviously uncomfortable. Shiloh never actually made this discomfort known because like all they did was get mad at me and yell at me. And also they were touching me beforehand. Like they were like grabbing me, like holding onto my jacket and like trying to pry it off me. So they were already like they were the one who initiated physical contact. Um and again, them yelling and ignoring me, like I didn't see that as a sign of being overstimulated because they did that all the time. That was a daily thing. This was normal Shiloh behavior. So I had no reason to think that anything was wrong. I had no reason to think that they were like overwhelmed or overstimulated because them yelling at me and ignoring me was normal, and also because they were the one who initiated physical contact. Um, they said that there are moments that they don't want to be touched, which would make it obvious by trying to get away, to no avail, which ends up being clipped over. Again, you initiated physical contact. I will say that when I did grab Shiloh, they did like yank away, and then they like pried their. What happened was I grabbed their hands first, like both of my hands. I grabbed one of their hands with both of my hands. After I did that with their free hands, the one that I was holding, they grabbed my wrist, like and then like fully like grab it as hard as they can, and then like pried one of my hands like out of their hand, and then that's when they pushed me, and then yelled at me. So that's why I let go of them, and then that's when I started crying. So they did get away from me, like they did attempt to get away from me. I will say that, but again, they initiated physical contact, so I didn't like see the problem in me also like touching them in response. Um, but like, and then they also yelled at me, which I don't think that they um because I do understand being overstimulated and being very angry, and then like you yell at someone and like you don't actually mean it, you're just like overstimulated. But this was an every single day thing, so I think they would have just yelled at me regardless. Um, And I do agree that even if someone crosses your boundaries on accident, because Shiloh keeps saying, because I asked for examples of me crossing their boundaries on purpose, and Shiloh would repeatedly say um, that they didn't actually know if I did this on purpose. Um, but I do agree that even if it was on accident, that it doesn't change the fact that your boundaries were crossed, and it's important to communicate that. But I don't think Shiloh has the right to call someone a terrible person who is manipulative and controlling if they cross their boundaries on accident. Because that's another thing that Shiloh did with other people, specifically like Buttercup, Calamitous, and Cyclamenn. Like in the past, they would cross their boundaries on accident, and Shiloh would respond by yelling and cursing at them and cutting them off and things like that for doing it on accident. And all of a sudden, they're horrible people. Um, and now they were doing it to me. And another thing that they brought up was after Lily and then after we stopped hanging out with Lily, Lily was Shiloh's ride to school and like home. Like Lily drove Shiloh to school and drove Shiloh home. So after we stopped hanging out with Lily, Shiloh is now out of the ride. Um, so Shiloh says I forced them to start riding with me because I was a car rider. My parents picked me up. Um, so Shiloh said that I forced them to ride home with me. Like as in like we didn't go home together. As in like my parents dropped off Shiloh and then like we went home. And they said that I dragged them to the car and I forced them to do that. And which is something that I do take fault for this because I didn't understand. Well, not that I didn't understand. Um, when we were doing this, Shiloh and I were both laughing and joking like the entire time, so I didn't know that anything was wrong. Shiloh never brought this up, and even after this day happened, Shiloh continued to ride home with me. Um, because it was originally going to be like maybe like once or twice a week, and then it became like an everyday thing. Because I told them that like I was okay with it being like maybe like 1, 2, 3 times a week. Shiloh turned into an everyday thing where they would follow me to the car, and there were sometimes where Shiloh would ride the bus, or like they would, or their own dad would take them home. But most of the time, Shiloh would ride with me. And the reason I even suggested that they ride home with me in the first place was because if they didn't, then they would be a bus rider. And Shiloh, every single time they rode the bus, they would complain in one way or another. And they would like message me while on the bus, like complaining and talking about like how upset they are and how much like they hated being a bus rider. So in my mind, I was like, hey, like I have a solution for that. Like you can just ride home with me. And they told me that they would rather ride the bus, and I should have listened when they said that. And Although I assumed everything was fine, Shiloh did tell me upfront that they would rather ride the bus, and I should have listened to that. Like I should have taken that at face value when they said that, because even though in my mind my solution was better, Shiloh had already communicated to me by that time period that like they would have much rather like rode the bus. And I did tell them my concerns that I did not want them in that environment, and that like they constantly talk about how they don't like the bus, and like I don't want them to constantly have to deal with that every single day, like just because like we were the one friends with Lily, because the situation with Lily was nobody's fault. But it really felt like Shiloh, at least to me, it felt like Shiloh was being punished for it because like now they have to be a bus rider, and they were also punished like through other means. But like I thought it was very unfair, and I did not want them to be forced into that environment. The only reason I know I'm talking a lot, and the only reason Shiloh was even a bus rider in the first place, not a bus rider. The only reason Shiloh even rode Lily in the first place was because Shiloh hated being a bus rider so much that they started paying Lily to drive them home, and they hid it from their family because they hated being a bus rider so much that like they were willing to ride home with Lily in secret. And it wasn't a secret for very long. They were caught eventually, and then like it was no longer a problem. But like they hated being a bus rider so much that um they were willing to do that. So in my mind, um I didn't want Shiloh to be a bus rider because I did not want them to have to put up with that. I did not want them to deal with that. I knew how much they hated that. But like I know that me saying all that, um I'm just trying to explain my mindset doing this, but me saying all that and me like being in this mindset does not change the fact that Shiloh did tell me outright that they wanted to be a bus rider. Like they would just tolerate being a bus rider, like they were fine. Like they would much rather be a bus rider. And I should have listened to that, and I should have taken that at face value. And I should not have continued to bring up the fact that I did not want them to be a bus rider, because in the end, like it's not me. Like I'm not the one riding the bus. Like so like it was up to Shiloh, and I should have listened to that, and I should have just agreed with that. Like after like I told Shiloh my concerns, they still said that they wanted to be a bus rider. I should have just listened to that. And I did talk to Shiloh about this after that, and I did apologize for that. I know I talked a lot about that. I did not expect to talk so much about that, but I forgot that that situation even happened. Um, and then Shiloh moves on to their wishes, and they said that this court case was an example of me forcing them to do something that they did not want to do, even though Shiloh agreed to do the court case before me. And if anything, I was the one who was pressured into it because I did not want to do it, but Shiloh agreed immediately after uh, Clematis asked them. Shiloh also claims that this whole thing could have been avoided if they were just given the time to talk to me. Multiple people have told you to reach out to me in the past 2 months at this point. Because it's September when this happened. Multiple people told them to reach out to me back in August and late July. Um, like you had all that time and all those people telling you, and you still refused multiple times. But I'm the one who rushed you. Um, like where have you been the past 3 months? Because you stopped talking to me all the way back in June. And we go to the same school. I see you every single day. You could have just walked up to me. Um, And they did say that they didn't want to talk to me in person, but you could have just sent me a message. You could have responded when I messaged you and you ignored it. You could have talked to one of our like 10 mutual friends, and you could have asked them to talk to you, like to talk to me for you. But I'm the one who rushed you, and you just didn't have enough time to talk to me. Um, and Shiloh says that they were going to message me online, but they said that Buttercup told them that they had a limited time to message me or else it was over because you were abusing me. And if you didn't stop abusing me, I was going to leave. I wasn't actually, because this was one of the points where, because there were going to be multiple points that you're going to hear throughout this whole thing where Shiloh would stop talking to me for a significant amount of time. And by the end of it, well, not the end of it, but by a certain point when they stop talking to me, I'm just like, okay, whatever. Like, I don't give a shit. Um, like if you're just not going to talk to me, then like, whatever. Like, what's the point? And this was like one of the points um, that happened during this time period. And also when Buttercup did tell Shiloh this, Shiloh's response was literally to say that they did not care. Um, they said that it was pushy that I wanted to talk to them in person, which is something that they didn't want. I never pushed them to talk in person. I said that I personally wanted to talk in person. I never pushed them to talk to me in person because I was told by multiple people that Shiloh would rather talk to me like through text than meet up in person. And I said every single time that I was completely fine with that. Like there was never once a time where like after I said I wanted to talk in person the first time someone told me that Shiloh didn't want to do that, I stopped bringing it up. Like that I never pushed for it. Like I was fine either way. It was just my personal preference. Um, and also like, I don't think it's that crazy of a concept to want to talk to the person you're dating in person instead of talking through text. Like, I don't think that's an insane thing to say. And later on, Shiloh says that they didn't want to talk to me in person specifically because they didn't want to face me because they were lying and they knew that they were lying and they couldn't bring themselves to face me, which is a whole other thing that needs to be unpacked. And Shiloh did admit to ghosting me, but they put ghost in quotes. So they did not take any of this seriously, which they did ghost me. They stopped talking to me out of nowhere. So yes, that is ghosting. So I don't know why the quotes are there. Um, but they did say this is the first time that they've done it without giving a reason. Um, and it is only half true because yes, they did ghost me. And they've done it multiple times by this point. And they don't always give a reason. Because again, back in October and like around September, October of 2023, that time, I've never been given a reason as to why Shiloh did that. Shiloh never addressed that happened. It's just something that they did and never talked about again. And to this day, have not talked about it, have not addressed it, have not apologized or acknowledged that it happened. So it's not even true that you would give a reason. I can name one time that you actually gave a reason, and that was the summer of 2023. Like any other time, like you did not give me a reason. So I don't know what you're talking about. Um, and like they would give me the silent treatment and ghost me all the time and acted like nothing happened. And the fact that like they even now like didn't take it seriously proves that they just like did not care. And that was the end of that. That's everything that Shiloh said to me during that time period. And I wouldn't hear from them again for 4 months. And the next day after this court case, which just so happened to be September 11th, 2024, I started making my Google document as a response to Shiloh's claims because they were so outrageous that like I knew that I could easily disprove literally everything that they said. And I did start out the document as just wanting to clear my name and also apologize if I did unintentionally hurt them without me knowing. But multiple people after the court case reached out to Shiloh and told them to talk to me again, and Shiloh again refused. So I decided that I was just not going to send them the document anymore because they had no interest in um, actually apologizing or changing as a person. Because at this point, I genuinely, in my mind, I was so convinced that Shiloh like genuinely believed everything that they said, and like they genuinely believed that like they did nothing wrong, that I was actually like a manipulative and controlling person, and like they just fully believed that, and it was up to me to actually like disprove them, to help them, because like um, I thought that like it wasn't their fault. They just thought that like it's just like who they are. Which is why I originally started the document to disprove it and to apologize and to like help them, and also like clear up misunderstandings. Um, but once I realized that they simply did not care, I only continued working on the document as a way to vent. Um, writing is my coping mechanism. Like this whole document, like even if I wasn't making this YouTube video, I still would have written this document just to like cope. And because like I feel like if I write something down, that is proof that it actually happened to me. Well, no, it's proof that um, I'm not like insane because there's like a physical record of it happening. Um, and I feel like that really originated from the fact that Shiloh would gaslight me so many times, but like it really just became like a coping mechanism. Um, and I really just gave up on talking to Shiloh because everyone around me was telling me to drop it and to get over it, and I was being called dramatic like all the time because all of my friends knew at least a little bit of what was happening. Some knew more than others, but no matter how much they knew, every single one of them told me that I was starting drama and I just need to get over it and drop it, and that I was dragging it, and they were sick of me talking about it. But I wasn't about to get over the fact that I've been abused for the past 2 years at this point. So I wrote a lot, and the document, in the end, I never finished it. But by the time it was 2025, the document was um, 75 pages long. And I don't agree with a lot. I don't agree with everything I wrote in it because a lot of it was based on my messed up perception of Shiloh, and it was based on how I genuinely believe that Shiloh like just didn't understand, like it wasn't their fault that they did these things. So I don't agree with a lot of what I wrote, but I did write things as it happened. Not as it happened. I mean, I write things. I wrote down the facts, but how I felt about those facts have changed over the past year and a half. Because like how I perceived Shiloh at the time has changed a lot. Um, and I did say early on, I did show what I said about my essay in the document, and I wrote about um, when I wrote about my essay, I changed what I said multiple times. And because I was extremely back and forth and on whether or not I was actually essayed or whether or not it was even bad enough to be considered essay, but in the end, I did eventually say that I wasn't essayed, even though that I was. Um, because like I just didn't want to believe that Shiloh would do something like that, even though that I knew what they did and I knew that it hurt and I knew that it was bad, but I still didn't want to believe that I was essayed, even though everything I wrote down is like objectively essay. And during this whole situation, I ended up reconnecting with two of my old friends that I haven't spoken to in the past few years at that point. I mentioned before, like I had childhood friends from before the pandemic that I only like talk to, like if I walked past them in the hallway, like we just like hi to each other. That's those two. And I'll be calling them Cactus, and the other one isn't going to be reoccurring, but I'm just gonna call him Caxcomb or Coxcomb, just to be funny. Um, but I was actually like really happy doing this time because it was the first time in years I was actually connecting with other people, and I haven't talked to anyone except for Shiloh in like several months. Um, because from late February up until late July, early August, the only person I talked to was Shiloh. So it was really nice to actually have friends again for the first time in what felt like years. Um, and this first semester, like the semester Shiloh didn't talk to me, was genuinely the happiest I was throughout my entire time in high school. And like it was because Shiloh wasn't there. Well, they were there, but not entirely. We didn't share any classes together in the first semester, so I didn't have to talk to them or like see them. But we did share a lunch period together, so I did see them every day at lunch, and I walked past them in the hallway every single day before and after lunch. So I did have to see them every day, but I didn't have to actually interact with them. Um, and I also had to see them because all of my friends were still friends with Shiloh despite me at this point already saying that Shiloh has been treating me badly. And to be fair, I never gave anyone other than Buttercup and Clematis any details. No one knew like the full extent of what was going on. No one actually seen Shiloh act that way except for Buttercup and Clematis because like they've known Shiloh since like middle school. So the people who didn't know Shiloh the way that we did would stay out of it or would say that they don't think Shiloh is the type of person to do something like that. And a lot of the time, a lot of them would choose to spend time with Shiloh instead of me. And on the surface, Shiloh is a more likable person than me. They're more extroverted. I'm very introverted. I don't like talking to people like that much. Um, and Shiloh always had like this whole like nice guy act going on like all the time, and people who wouldn't actually know who they truly are like would always fall for that nice guy act. And at first, this did make me like very, very mad that no one believed me. But I always blamed myself for never like fully speaking out about it. I never went into detail. I never actually like told them. I never sat them down and told them exactly what was happening to me. Um, but it still made me really upset that none of my friends believed me when I already didn't believe myself because I just spent the past like month downplaying everything that happened to me and saying that it wasn't Shiloh's fault and it was actually my fault and things like that. Um, but none of them really knew what was happening, so I can't really blame any of them because no one knew the full story. And they still don't. I never told anyone the story in this much detail. Like some of them do know a lot of details. No one knows what happened in as much detail as I've been talking about in this video. This video is the first time I'm actually going through every single thing that happened. Um, but no one really knew what Shiloh was capable of. And even I didn't know at the time because Shiloh continued to do stuff in the future that I did not expect them to do. Um, but I have heard them and other people talk about Shiloh like punching walls and breaking things and throwing things. And I have seen them threaten other people. And I know that they could be violent. Um, but on the surface, if you didn't really know them, like you would think that they were like a sweet, kind, and like funny person, and they would never do like any of the things that I've been saying that they did. So because no one believed me, I ended up getting evidence, and I wrote about the things that was happening, and I wrote a lot, and that's why the Google document that I made back then was so long. And I am glad that I got as much evidence as I did back then, for multiple reasons. Mostly because Gilded is discontinued now, so I'm happy I got that evidence back in 2024 before Gilded discontinued last year. And eventually, after almost a year of not speaking over a year of not speaking at this point, Cyclamen finally came back into the picture, January 2025, like early January 2025. Um, and remember, we have not spoken to Cyclamen since October of 2023. And a few months after Shiloh accused me of being the reason why those two weren't friends anymore, Shiloh reached out to Cyclamen to try to work things out because Shiloh claimed that I was the one holding them back from their friendship, so they wanted to fix that. Even though Shiloh was the one who told Cyclamen to off themselves, and that was the whole reason we weren't friends anymore in the first place. And also the fact that Shiloh hated Cyclamen for several years before this even happened. So I was very happy about that. So I also reached out to Cyclamen. I think on New Year's Day is the first time I spoke to Cyclamen in like over a year. And also, in case you forgot, um, Shiloh wanted me to get away from Cyclamen. Like Shiloh took my phone away from me, like because they didn't want me to talk to Cyclamen or have anything that could relate me to Cyclamen or get us in contact in any way. Um, but since Shiloh was talking to them again. So I took that as like, why shouldn't I talk to them too? Um, because Shiloh was the reason I stopped talking to Cyclamen. And like Shiloh couldn't control me anymore, so I reached out to Cyclamen. And because they had missed so much, I decided I should get them up to date about everything that was happening. And also because I was upset because Shiloh was lying about me. Um, and I've given up on clearing my name by this point because by now it's January. Shiloh started lying about me all the way back in August. Like I gave up. Like there's no point. No one was gonna believe me. No one thought that Shiloh would do any of the things I said that they did. So I just gave up. Um, but Cyclamen and I used to be like very, very close. We were best friends for years. So like I felt comfortable like actually talking to them and telling them everything that happened because I wanted at least one person to be on my side. So I sent them the document, the 75-page document, and said that it was. And I also sent a message that Shiloh sent during the court case. And that happened January 15th, 2025, and the next day, January 16th, 2025. Lily came up to me at lunch during school and told me that Cyclamen sent the document to Shiloh. And I really don't know what I expected. I really should have seen it coming, but um, I think in my mind I thought that well, first off, I trusted Cyclamen. But secondly, I thought that even if Shiloh somehow got the document, that they wouldn't read it because, like, why would they? They had no interest in hearing anything that I had to say for several months at this point, so why would they even bother reading a whole 75-page document? I didn't think they were literate enough to do that. That's a joke. Um, but I also didn't expect them to read it because they were currently mad at me because of something I said a week before this happened. Because Shiloh and I usually avoided each other or pretended we didn't exist. Because this is now second semester. Second semester I just started because it's January. And we had one singular class together because first semester we had no classes together. Second semester we had third period together. And we sat on completely opposite sides of the room. Like the desks were in rows and like columns. Like we sat on the exact same row on completely opposite sides of the room. So we avoided each other and pretended like we did not exist, basically, whenever we were in the same room. But I was in an after school club. I was in two after school clubs. because like I actually wanted to be like more social and like actually do things I'm interested in for the first time in like years and actually like make friends and like have fun because I couldn't do that while with Shiloh. So I was in two after school clubs. Buttercup is also in these two clubs. And Buttercup brought Shiloh to one of these clubs without telling me. Um, when Shiloh isn't even supposed to be here because they are not in this club. They are not in either of these clubs. They should not be here. And secondly, Buttercup was one of the few people who actually knew at least some details about what Shiloh did to me. And also, Buttercup was there in middle school when Shiloh was like attacking people nonstop. Buttercup was Shiloh's main target. And like she just shows up like shit sweet. Like, no, it's not. What's worse is that because we all had mutual friends, like because me and Shiloh had mutual friends, all of us were sitting at the same table. And Shiloh was sitting two seats away from me. Like, this person abused me. And you told them to sit at the same table as me, and now you're getting mad at me for being upset, and you're telling me I need to be civil and not overreact. Are we fucking serious? And it made me very, very angry because why are you putting the person who raped me on the same table as me? And I said Shiloh should find a building and jump. Um, and back to January 16th. When Lily came up to me, she told me that Shiloh posted about that on Snapchat, and that's how Lily found out about what happened. I think Shiloh specifically posted something. I think exactly what it was is when your ex tells you to off yourself just because you broke up with them or something like that. You didn't break up with me. You ghosted me, first of all. Second of all, you're an abuser. So I don't know why you're downplaying everything that you know that you did. Um, but Lily told me about that. And the next time Shiloh and I spoke, Shiloh themselves said that they deserve to be told to off themselves. Because again, they told Buttercup to die and they told Cyclamen to off himself. Um, but I did disagree and say that I shouldn't have said that because like I can't hold Shiloh accountable for telling Cyclamen and Buttercup to off themselves and then turn around and do it to Shiloh. But at the same time, like those two didn't do anything to Shiloh. Like Shiloh told Buttercup to like die when Buttercup didn't do anything, and Shiloh told Cyclamen to die for something that they didn't even do, and then Shiloh refused to apologize for it when they were called out. So I feel like that's very different to like someone who is an abuser being told to off themselves. So I am very conflicted on that because every single time I tell someone that I did this who knows that Shiloh is an abuser, like they say that Shiloh deserved it. Shiloh themselves said that they deserved it. Lily also said that Shiloh deserved it when Lily came up to me and told me that Shiloh posted it. But I still feel like I shouldn't I shouldn't have said that and now hold Shiloh accountable for saying those things to Cyclamen and Buttercup without holding myself accountable as well. So I have apologized for that multiple times, despite Shiloh themselves saying that they deserved it. Um, but Shiloh brought up the fact that I said this. Like Shiloh said that they deserved it. And at the end of our relationship, Shiloh actually um, told me, like a year after this happened, Shiloh told me that I did that and like it was so horrible and Shiloh would never do something so terrible and like I'm just like a terrible like manipulative person because I did that. And Shiloh said that they never did anything like that, so I must be even worse than they are. Um, a lot to unpack there, but um, it is still like very conflicting for me. The fact that Shiloh said all of that near the end of our relationship though makes me lean more towards um, like I feel like me saying that should not be held to the same standard as the things that Shiloh has done. Um, but I did still end up apologizing multiple times for it. And that same day after lunch, um, Shiloh sent me Lily sent me Shiloh's finished apology. Like she texted it to me. And Lily and I never text, by the way. Like I had Lily's number for maybe like a few months at this point. I texted her like once or twice. Like we never texted. I just happened to have her number. Um, like we never talked outside of when we hung out together and Shiloh was there. Um, and this is Shiloh's full apology. If you want to just go out and read that. The entire apology is 4 pages of Shiloh saying that they knew from the start that they were in the wrong and they just couldn't accept the fact that they were in the wrong. And they refused to talk to me because they just felt so guilty that they couldn't face me and they had to do all those things because like they were so guilty and they just didn't want to accept how guilty they are. Um, and they also said the reason they were even so mad at me in the first place was because I said that they SA'd me. And instead of trying to understand why I said that, they immediately went to lying about me and calling me manipulative and controlling and spreading things around school. And they accused me of multiple other things that I didn't even do or things that never happened because they felt so guilty that they just like had to do that to protect themselves, according to Shiloh. Um, and they said that they did all of that just because they were guilty and they were offended that I spoke up about being SA'd, which by this point I hadn't even said that I was SA'd. I said that I thought I was SA'd and then I changed my mind and said that I wasn't, but they still ended up doing all of these things and blamed it on me saying that I was SA'd. And then I ended up apologizing to them for offending them. And I said that I clearly didn't understand what I was talking about. So I had to apologize to them for making them upset. Um, and their defense for they did admit and apologize to us. I mean, they said somewhere in this, um, And they said that if they did essay me, because I told them by this point that I didn't know if it was essay or not in the document. Like I said that I didn't know if I was essayed or not. And they said that if it was essayed, then they apologized, like they're sorry. And they are responding to when I straight up said that they touched me without consent, which is essay. And this entire apology is them like admitting that everything I said was correct and they were actually in the wrong. So they did admit to touching me without consent, which is essay. And they said that when they were doing it, they didn't think in their minds that it could be SA, which doesn't make it any better because I promise you that a lot of rapists don't think that they're raping someone while in the process of doing it. Like, do you have any idea how many rapists don't believe that they actually are rapists because they don't see anything wrong with what they're doing? Like, do you have any idea how many of them like proudly admit to raping someone because they don't realize that it's rape? And even if they did, they don't care. So Shiloh saying that they didn't think about the fact that they were SAing me while SAing me, like, is absolutely insane. And that doesn't make you sound any better. If anything, it makes you sound even worse. Because what do you mean you touched me while I was full on sobbing and you just thought it was fine? Like, you thought that I consented to you doing that? Like, it's just so wild to me. Um, because back then I didn't really understand like the problem with this. But now that I'm older, like I obviously can now clearly see like all the issues in this document full of bullshit. Um, I kept blaming myself over and over again because I didn't want to believe that Shiloh hurt me intentionally. A lot of my defenses for Shiloh this entire relationship was that even if Shiloh hurt me, it wasn't intentional and therefore it was okay, which is not true. But I would always say that Shiloh went through a lot, so like they just don't understand, and like that's why like they just have like a messed up perception of things, and therefore it's not their fault. Um, so by the time Shiloh had sent me this apology, I stopped thinking about the abuse or even bringing it up because I didn't want to upset them. Like after they sent this apology, for the next like few months, I stopped bringing up the fact that they did these things because I knew that they would be upset if I brought them up. So I just stopped. Um, but Shiloh did admit that they could have potentially assaulted me without knowing, and they did apologize for hurting me without realizing. Um, and now that I'm older and I know everything that will happen after Shiloh said this apology, I know that this entire thing is just bullshit. Um, because Shiloh said in this apology, they admitted in this apology that they knew that they were in the wrong this whole time, but they still spread it around and told people that I don't even know that I was manipulative, controlling, and a liar, and saying that I was actually the one spreading things around when the only people I told were people in my close friend group. And even then, the only people I told details to was Buttercup and and later on Cyclamenn. Like, and Shiloh also did multiple things during the 7 month period where we weren't talking that I didn't even know about until much later. And if I did know the things that Shiloh did, I honestly, I probably still would have forgiven them because my perception of like everything and like it was just so messed up that like Shiloh probably could have slapped me in the face during this time period and I still would have forgiven them. Um, but I had no idea what Shiloh was up to during those 7 months. But like I said earlier, Shiloh, while not talking to me, would go out and do things and hang out with people that they don't like and do things that they would never normally do, which is something Shiloh did a lot during the 7 month period. Because they hung out with a lot of people during these times, and then when we got back together, they would shit talk them to me. And they had a lot of ops. Not surprising because it's Shiloh, but they had a lot of ops, but they would still hang out with them and act like they were friends, but then they would talk bad about them to me. Um, and I did not realize it at the time, but everything Shiloh did in those past 7 months is something called projection, which is when someone would push negative feelings about themselves onto other people, and they manipulate the story into making the victim feel like it's their fault and that they are the actual problem. And in Shiloh's apology, they claim to feel just so guilty about everything that they did to me. And instead of confronting that guilt, they said that they pushed all of that guilt onto me to make it seem like I was the problem because they couldn't accept the fact that they did those things. Um, because almost every single thing Shiloh ended up accusing me of during that court case were things that Shiloh themselves actually did and then admitted to doing it. Like, they blamed me for isolating them when I've already shown over and over again throughout this that Shiloh was the one isolating me. And they blamed me for their grades when I was the one whose grades were slipping, which Shiloh knew about. My grades were slipping a lot in 11th grade. And although that wasn't entirely Shiloh's fault because I was sick and I was missing so much school, Shiloh did know that my grades were slipping a lot and I was spending a lot of time with Shiloh, like time that I could have like used to get my grades back up. And Shiloh admitted to knowing what they were doing this whole time, and so that they were aware that they were in the wrong from the start, but they couldn't accept it, so they purposely projected all of that onto me. Shiloh knew what they were doing the whole time. This was a conscious decision that Shiloh was doing. And even if it wasn't, and Shiloh actually wasn't aware of what they were doing, like Shiloh still lied. That meant that Shiloh's apology wasn't sincere. Not that it was sincere in the first place, but it meant that Shiloh lied in their apology and lied about like feeling guilty, and they lied about like how they were actually in the wrong. So it's either Shiloh knew that they were in the wrong from the start and they still continued to do bad things knowing that they were in the wrong, or it's that Shiloh lied about feeling guilty about the things that they did. Either way, that's extremely messed up to do because it's either Shiloh being like extremely calculated and manipulative and actively harming me on purpose, or it's Shiloh trying to manipulate me by apologizing, knowing that like they don't actually mean it. Either way, extremely fucked up. Um, and if I could go back in time, knowing what I do now, I would have slapped them in the face because what the hell are you talking about? Like I wouldn't actually slap them in the face, but you know what I mean. Um, but I didn't actually do anything. Despite how terrible that apology was, like now that I'm older, I know how terrible it was. I was very touched because Shiloh is notorious for refusing to apologize. So them apologizing to me in a 4-page document, like that was a lot. That was monumental. That's more than I think anyone ever expected from them because they refused to apologize so many times. And I never even wanted to break up with them in the first place. Even after all the abuse, I still had like really bad separation anxiety. So I didn't want to break up with them. I didn't want to leave them. Um, I really wanted to stay together with them because like um, I was okay with being hurt as long as I could stay with Shiloh, which is a very messed up mindset to be in, but it's a very common mindset that victims of abuse like go through. Um, and like I said, I gave up at some point, but now that Shiloh apologized, I saw that as an opportunity to fix things and actually like be better, and um, Shiloh wouldn't hurt me anymore. And I know that a lot of people are gonna watch this and like absolutely flame me for going back to them, and a lot of abusers get blamed for going back. Shiloh also blames me for going back, um, but a lot of people don't understand how far manipulation can go. And because I've known Shiloh for 5 years at this point, I believe, um, about 6 years actually. So this is like 5, 6 years of my life revolving around Shiloh. And Shiloh always used their mental health to try to justify their actions, and it always made me feel like I couldn't blame Shiloh for anything that they did because they just didn't understand, and they went through a lot in their childhood, and they just didn't understand. And um, I thought that it wasn't their fault; they didn't know how to treat a partner. Um, and they promised to be better, and they said that they wanted to fix things and like they wouldn't mess up this time, and I believed them. So on January 18th, 2025, I should say 2025, I sent Shiloh my response. And from then on, Shiloh and I acted as if nothing had happened. And um, as someone who went back to their abusive ex multiple times, anyone in that circumstance, I want you to know that if someone has hurt you multiple times and refused to apologize for it and also refused to take any form of accountability, and then all of a sudden they come back and they're trying to make up for things, and they say that they're going to change and they're going to be better, um, do not believe them. Do not listen to them. You do not owe them forgiveness. Even if they do genuinely want to be better and they do genuinely want to change, you still don't owe them anything. Like nothing says you have to forgive them just because like they like feel bad or because like they're a changed person now. You don't owe them closure. You don't owe them anything when they've put you through so much. And but most of the time, like they don't actually want to change because abusive people will just continue to be abusive. And even if things are fine at first, once you get back together, they will eventually just keep doing what they were doing before. And I already know that I'm gonna get judged a lot, which I am prepared for. Since by now I've already said that I was abusive by this point, so why would I go back to them? But I got back with them for three main reasons. And the first one being that I didn't realize how bad everything was at the time, because um, as I keep saying, I didn't realize it was SA by this point. I didn't think what I went through was bad enough to be considered physical abuse. And whenever I called Shiloh an abuser by this point, I always referred to I always meant it as an emotional and mental abuse, and nothing else, because I didn't realize that I was being abused in other ways. But even the emotional and mental abuse, I downplayed it by saying Shiloh didn't do it intentionally, and therefore it wasn't their fault. And even if I did realize what was going on at the time, and even if I did realize how bad it was, um, I was so my mentality was so messed up by the repeated abuse that I think I would have forgiven them either way. I think even if I did know how bad it was, I um was so messed up that I would have still forgiven them. Um, but at this time, I only thought that I was emotionally abused and that everything else was my fault. And I always said that Shiloh didn't know that they were hurting me, so I had no right to hold them accountable when they didn't do it on purpose. Um, I also felt like I couldn't hold them accountable because of their mental issues, which is a recurring issue ever since we met. Um, and in their apology, they mentioned BPD, which isn't the first time they talked about it. They mentioned it a couple times over the past year. And I don't think Shiloh intentionally tried to use it as an excuse or as justification. They were only mentioning it for context. At least that's what I got from it. But Shiloh does have a history of avoiding accountability by using their mental health as an excuse. So even if Shiloh didn't mention it, I just spent 7 months downplaying their actions by saying they didn't mean it because of their mental health. I just spent years downplaying their actions, actually, because I've downplayed their actions ever since 2020. Because I would always say that they have mental problems, so it's not their fault that they do these things, which is not true. But the biggest reason is that I didn't have a support system at all. I had zero support. Um, I did have Clematis who helped me occasionally, but we did not speak very often. We spoke very rarely. So, and Clematis didn't go to our school. Clematis never went to our school. So, in school and in general on my day to day, I had zero support from the people around me. Um, every time I brought up if I was SA'd, every single person around me didn't believe me or did not care. So I was convinced that I was being dramatic because only I was the one saying these things, and everyone else was telling me it's no big deal. So if everyone else is saying it, then surely they must be the ones in the right, and I'm the one in the wrong because everyone else is saying that it's not a problem and I'm being dramatic. So clearly I'm in the wrong here. And every single one of my mutual friends with Shiloh chose to stay friends with them, even after I slowly opened up. And none of them cared when I opened up, so I stopped opening up because they did not care and they did not believe me. And everyone told me that I was starting drama, or a few of them told me I just need to drop it altogether because I'm dragging it. Um, and I got back with Shiloh because I was convinced that I was the problem because everyone around me treated me like I was the problem. So if I was the problem, then like in my mind, if I was the problem, then what's wrong with getting back with Shiloh because I was the problem here? Like clearly, if everyone believes I'm the problem. Um, but I wasn't able to comprehend just how bad everything was. Um, and by the time Shiloh sent me the apology in January, for the past like 5 months, I was being told all the time that I was causing drama and I need to drop it because like Shiloh would never do those things. So after 5 months straight of hearing that, by January, I was convinced that everything was my fault and Shiloh actually didn't do anything wrong. Um, and I was convinced it was my fault because I didn't stand up for myself more. And I thought that it was my fault for giving Shiloh mixed signals. And it was my fault because Shiloh thought that I consented because I did not stop them, and it was my fault for not stopping them. Um, but now I am an adult and I am more educated. Um, and I learned that being assaulted is not my fault, and no excuse would ever justify things that Shiloh did to me. Um, and the fact that Shiloh did genuinely believe that everything was fine does not make it better. Like as I said earlier, like a lot of rapists like don't believe that they are rapists, but that doesn't change the fact that that's what they are. Um, like it's because like they don't care how their actions hurt people. Like they think people are being dramatic or emotional or like it's not that bad. Um, and like they just don't see a problem with it because like they just don't care. Um, and my main defense for being essayed again was that like I always said that I never told Shiloh to stop, so it's my fault, which is not valid in any way because I told Shiloh ahead of time that I did not want to do something and Shiloh would do it anyways, or Shiloh would get mad at me for not wanting to do that, or I would be in the middle of a panic attack and it would still touch me, which a person having a panic attack obviously cannot consent. So this is all examples of me actively not consenting and then Shiloh not listening. And even though I never explicitly told Shiloh to stop, I still yanked my hand away. I still actively tried to get away from them. And I still explicitly told them that I was not okay with certain things, such as doing things in public, doing things in front of Lily, doing things in school where there's cameras around, in a room full of people. Like I would say that I'm not okay with these things, and Shiloh would try to argue against it to try to convince me to do it. Um, so if Shiloh saw all of that and they still think that they didn't as Amy and that everything they did was consensual, that says a lot more about Shiloh than it does about me. Because Shiloh's trauma does not give them the right to turn around and do the exact same thing to other people. So, and I was doing so much better in my life, like without Shiloh, like both mentally and socially. Like I had like my group of friends, even though like none of them believed me, they were still like great friends to be around. I was in like 2 after-school clubs. I went to like a lot of events. Like I hung out with like a lot of people. I played like a lot of new games. Like I got into a lot of new fandoms. Like I started watching like some new shows. Um, like I was doing great, like overall. Um, and I was like slowly like healing and like moving on from like everything that Shiloh did to me. Um, but because no one believed me about my SA, I did completely repress it to the point of like being apathetic about it. Like I repressed all of my emotions regarding how um Shiloh treated me. And I no longer wanted to even think about it because I knew what happened to me, but no one around me agreed. So I stopped talking about it and I stopped wanting to think about it. Um, but I stopped being scared of Shiloh. At least I wasn't scared in the way that I was before. Because like obviously I would see Shiloh like in the hallway and have like a mini anxiety attack or like a mini panic attack. Because why wouldn't I after being abused for years? But I stopped like being on edge 24/7 that if I say or do the wrong thing that they would hate me. I no longer had that fear. And I was doing like so much better, like overall, like in my life. Like this is one of the happiest points in my life. At least I think that it's one of the happiest moments in my life. Um, but I wasn't able to recognize the fact that I was doing better because Shiloh was gone. Because like in my mind, Shiloh didn't do anything wrong. So like it couldn't possibly be because of Shiloh because Shiloh didn't do anything wrong. Um, so when Shiloh apologized to me and said that they wanted to fix things and be a better person, I really wanted to believe that that was true. And because I was so convinced that Shiloh could do no wrong, um, I believed that Shiloh had no reason to lie to me. Um, so in January of 2025, Shiloh and I um, officially got back together. Unfortunately, that's the end of part one. I really, really wanted to put this all into one video, but I'd already started editing and it's already 4 hours long and I haven't even added the last section yet. So like this is going to be like a very long video alone and this isn't even my full story, it's only half of it. So it is unfortunately going to be in 2 parts. I don't know when part 2 is going to come out. I want to get it out as soon as possible. Um, but I wanted to make this video for several months at this point because videos like this are like what saved my life. People speaking out and telling me about their own experiences with their partners is what saved my life. And that's not even an exaggeration because um, I don't think I would be alive right now if it weren't for people speaking out. And so many creators spoke up about like their abuse, and it is a big part of why I realized I was abused. So I hope a lot of people in similar circumstances can watch this video. And it is unfortunate that I know that a lot of people are going to watch this video and relate to it because it is an unfortunate and sad reality. Um, but I hope those people can watch this video and learn that like they should not be treated like this. Like they don't deserve to be treated like this. They deserve to be loved by someone who will love them unconditionally and will actually support them through thick and thin and not treat them like this because no one deserves to be treated like this. Um, and I do want to thank every single person who has spoken up about what they've gone through because you guys are saving lives. And people on the internet are always like, especially in my comment section, I did get a few comments of people saying that there's no reason to put this on the internet. And like, I don't think they realize how many lives are being saved by situations like this. Because I didn't find a lot of representation for my personal circumstances because all stories are different. But I always felt like my story was so different from others that I never really found like representation for what I was really going through. So I hope I can be that representation for people who unfortunately have gone through similar things to me. I don't know when part 2 is going to be out again. I really, really hope it doesn't take too long. I've been working on this video since like January, February of this year, and now it's mid-July. So I really, really hope I can get this out by the end of July or at least in early August. But I don't really know. In the meantime, I will be updating this document. Because the document isn't done, that's why the full document won't be posted. I think I might separate this document into 2 documents. So the document that you've seen in this video will likely be in the description or in the comments. And then I will just post a second document, or I'll just post like the full document when the second video is out. And I will be continuing to post on TikTok because that's just the only platform that I'm active on. Like, you can DM me on TikTok, ask me questions. I respond to DMs sparingly. I don't respond to DMs a lot. Like, I'm very sorry. But you can ask me anything in the comments. I will be answering like multiple questions. I will also post in the pinned comment frequently asked questions. So if you're curious about anything during this, or you ask me a question on TikTok and I didn't respond, it might be in the frequently asked questions. And again, I do want to thank everybody on TikTok for all the supportive comments, and even the people who gave me some criticism. I do still want to thank them too, because I don't want to misrepresent any victims. I don't want to do anything like disrespectful, and I don't want to harm people unintentionally. So thank you to everybody who commented on my TikTok, and to everybody who shared their stories in my comments. Like, I see you, like I read every single one of them. I'm so sorry that you went through that. This should not be happening. This should not be happening to millions of people every single day, and millions of people are constantly being silenced. So I really hope that I am able to be a voice for all of you, and I hope that I can give someone the confidence to speak up about their own experiences. And I want to give people the confidence to leave their abusive partners because you deserve so much better. Like, you do not deserve any of this. So thank you all. I don't really know what else to say. I will be very active in my comment section. I will be active on TikTok. But just like, thank you for everything. Part 2 will be out as soon as possible. But thank you, and stay safe and support victims.